What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to a logical, plausible, probable, epic after show. This is actually my first double header after show that I've decided to engage with. So, the rather entertaining debate over on Modern Day Debate just got finished between TJump and John Perry. And then here in a little bit, debate between Dr. Ron Garrett and Matt Slick over on Standing for Truth channel will be wrapping up, and they'll all be heading over here. So we'll have a who knows how long this after show will go. The one we did the other night went like almost 6 hours. So we'll see. Doubleheader, who knows what may happen. But everybody who's in the audience, you are welcome to come and join as long as you don't turn out to be an idiot and can actually have rational conversation and bring something to the table. So link is in the description. I've also pinned it up in the side chat. So how this kind of works in after shows, at least for the initial portion, we will kind of go in a round robin, let people kind of share their thoughts, what they liked, didn't like, what they thought the best points were, best comebacks. If there's anything supremely relevant to the overall conversation that really struck them, things we need to address more detail. So we'll kind of do that in a kind of round robin, and then we will from there get into a little bit more open dialogue and see how things end up. So Dr. Gart, I believe, Dr. Cy Gart was the first person to join the stream, so we'll turn it over to him first. Those of you who don't know, Dr. Gart, PhD biochemist, tenured professor, I think at 4 different institutions. He's currently the editor of a biochemistry publication. This is one of his pet topics, and he also gets a great deal of annoyance, just like I think John Perry was in relation to the atheist YouTubers specifically that run around claiming that it's not a code when it's so clearly delineated and accepted inside of the world of academia. So, Dr. Gart, thank you so much for joining us, and the floor is yours, sir. Tell us your thoughts. Dr. Gart, you're on mute.
Yeah, I was just saying you can call me Cy. It's a lot easier than.
I appreciate it.
So I thought that was a great debate in the sense that I think John really did a very good job in pointing out, because he is an atheist, and he did a very good job in pointing out to TJump, and there's so many other non-scientist atheists who have been spouting this nonsense about DNA is not a code. And John was able to say, look, this has nothing to do with whether you're as he called, a creationist or a Christian or religious or whatever. It's science. And that's true. And I love the fact that he quoted Richard Dawkins. I mean, there is not a biologist who thinks that DNA is not a code. There are none. And what I said at the very end, I put in a super chat because I like to support James. And what I said was, it's really important to separate those two arguments. The first argument is DNA is a code. That's a fact. That's indisputable. It's in every textbook. It's in every paper. Nobody disputes that who has any scientific training. Somebody's got to mute. The next argument is the fact that DNA is a code suggests or proves or demonstrates or whatever you want to call it, or supports the existence of a God, of a creator, of a designer, coder. That's a separate argument, which I also happen to agree with, being a Christian, and John does not. And it might be interesting to have a debate with John about that, but that gets very technical into the science of the origin of life and the beginning of coding.
Again, quick sidebar.
Is Cy roboting for anyone other than me?
No, just for you, Joshua. He's coming through good for me. And quick sidebar, Cy. So for the audience, a couple days ago over on Otangelo's channel, the God Talk, Dr. Gart, Dr. Carter, and Dr. Demeter, I forget his last name. Kunev. They had a very initially it started off Dr. Gart and Demeter. They had a very interesting conversation about this exact topic, in terms of what's the plausibility process, chemical processes, things of that nature of how the code could possibly come into being. I would strongly recommend anybody who is looking for much more in-depth conversation on a very high level in terms of the science, go over to Tangelo's channel and watch that stream, because it was very, very informative. Sorry, floor is back over to you, Dr. Gart.
No, I was just saying that it's really it's so annoying when it's basically the argument that TJump was making is equivalent to, you know, flat Earth. It's just anti-science. He may, and he's not alone. I mean, as I said, there are quite a few atheists who have jumped onto this very weird bandwagon because they haven't taken the trouble to learn the actual science. And they just think, well, if creationists are using this to show that God is real, then we'll just say, no, that it's the code is not real. And what they're really doing, ironically enough, in my view, is they're actually buttressing the argument that we would make, which is that, wow, how did that code come about? You know, that's amazing. And Perry Marshall, who John mentioned, happens to be a very good friend of mine. You know, he has come up with $1 million. I think it's now it's a $10 million prize for anyone who can show a spontaneous generation of a code equivalent to the genetic code. No one has claimed that prize yet.
Well, and I think something that's a very significant merit, because I've actually brought this up. I've played the video of him over at the Royal Society meeting with Dennis Noble,
right,
and the rest of the, you know, the board of the. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. Again, for the audience, Dr. Seigart, in your arena, is the Royal Society considered the literal pinnacle of the institutions? I mean, it's been around for what, like 500 years now at this point. Yeah. And I find it so fascinating. A lot of the folks that I know you've engaged with, I've engaged with, Tangelo's engaged with, it's like they want to gloss over the fact that the point you were making about Perry Marshall's prize, like they're on the board who's going to decide if you've won.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're recognizing this entire point that you're making.
Yeah.
Like, this is established. Like, why are we even questioning this? Like, we got to figure out how this works, because if we don't, then we don't know anything about the underlying requirements.
Dennis Noble is also an atheist, a brilliant scientist, but he recognizes Perry's point that, you know, there's something about that. Now, what John was saying, what John Perry was saying, is that the code evolved. Well, even evolutionary biologists are having a hard time proving that true. I mean, it's possible that the code evolved, but we don't know how, because it could not have possibly evolved. And this is a point I've made before on Otangelo's show. There's no way the code could have evolved according to Darwinian evolution, because you need the code to have Darwinian evolution. So before there was Darwinian evolution possibility, you couldn't have the evolution of a code. So if it did evolve, it happened by some strange mechanism. He did mention frozen accidents. I don't want to get into it. It's a long subject, but you know, that's not evolution. That's basically a miracle. Is what a frozen accident is.
No, it's very interesting you make that point. I was kind of asking him that in the super chat in the debate of, man, you're relying on signal theory, and kind of the point you're making and I was making is signal theory does not apply until you have the completed system.
Right.
Then from a hypothetical perspective, you might, but the point you just made, like they're having a hard time actually showing how it would actually evolve, even if you do have the completed system.
Right.
And that's the part that I find very interesting, because I know when John Perry debated Perry Marshall over on his channel, he kept trying to raise that argument to Perry, to Perry Marshall. And Perry's like, well, yeah, I mean, you say that, but that's a massive assumption that you're making. This just,
I mean, the thing, Perry Marshall is, I mean, his job, he's not a biologist, he's a software engineer.
Yeah.
And
well,
he knows coding.
Well, he was heavily involved in, I think he still is in consulting and stuff, but I mean, his professional background is in telecommunication.
That's right.
And Ethernet, and you know, his recognition of the data package, the data packet that we're observing happening in like mRNA, for example, Like it's a data packet. There is no way around it. It's structured exactly like a data packet.
Right.
It's got all the components of data packet. And I mean, the inability for a lot of the people that we're talking about in these kinds of debates to recognize that, I honestly think part of it stems from a stunning ignorance of information and communication theory.
Yeah.
Sai,
Okay. Sorry, hang on, guys. So, sorry for Dr. Gardner. I went on a little tangent there. Martin, let's do the round robin, then we'll go back into discussion. So, Martin, you are up next. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. What were your thoughts about the debate?
Can we just all agree that John Perry won that debate, or is there anyone else that says he didn't?
That debate was over in the opening statement.
Yeah, he did a really good job. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, Otangelo, you were up next, my friend. I know Ogre has bounced over to the other debate, so Otangelo, share your thoughts, my friend, and then Danny will go to you.
I'll go after it. I'm here again. I can go after Otangelo if you want.
Okay, all right, awesome. So Otangelo, then Ogre, then Danny.
Yes, I think, of course, Saigart's points, they are very accurate. Now, one thing that I think we must be very careful when we say that DNA is a code, then there is immediately confusion here. And it's impressive that even Francis Crick said that DNA is a code, but DNA is the semantophoretic molecule, which is like a hard disk, which stores actually information through the genetic code. So we must be very accurate because there is a lot of confusion out there. People still do not understand actually how that whole thing works, and we cannot allow us to make this kind of confusion, because then this confusion goes on and on and on. So we must be very clear in the terms that we use and what we are saying. So I say it very clearly. DNA by itself is not a code, but it has codons, which are sequences of 3 nucleotides, which for the words of the language, of the genetic language, and there are 64 combinations of 3 nucleotides, which are called codons, and those are assigned to amino acids. So there are 20 amino acids which make proteins, and there are 64 different codons, and there are 3 stop codons, and they are assigned to the 20 amino acids. There is a redundancy here. It's not 20-20, it's 64-20, because some codons, they have the same meaning, okay? So we have to be very clear in regards of that. And of course, the big question is, how did that assignment system emerge prebiotically? And there was no evolution there, because evolution depends on DNA replication, and evolution depends on life existing. So we cannot explain the origin of the genetic code and the first information system through evolution. So the only alternative that was there was blind forces, chemical interactions, and claiming that blind chemical interactions can form a code system like a Morse code, that's just insane. That's just insane. And this is what you, John, are saying all along, and people, they are ridiculing you and so forth, but you are spot on in what you are saying. You are absolutely correct, and so is Saigarte. And I've seen in the side chat also, like ORG34, now another one, CRISPR, something like that, also biochemist. He is very accurate. He knows that there is actually the genetic code, and Jon also has made a great introduction. He has pointed it very clearly out, but saying that the genetic code is can be originated by evolution, this is just putting the horse in front of the cart. That's not the correct explanation. The only reasonable explanation is we know that intelligence can make assignments of meaning, like the Morse code. And of course, the genetic code also has to be the origin of intelligence.
Appreciate that, Tony. It was kind of ironic. By the way, John Perry, the man of the hour, has actually joined the stream. Thank you for coming over. John, we'll give you the floor here in just a second. What was really cracking me up throughout from the opening statement all the way through was I felt like I was listening to myself. John Perry, meet John Maddox. We basically make the exact same arguments. The only difference that I have is that I think he requires the intelligent agent. You don't. But outside of that, everything else, I mean, I know you were listening to some of your other streams that you've done. I know you have more knowledge than you were outlining tonight. You were keeping it kind of dumbed down for the average person. But I mean, when you really get into the ridiculous amount of computation and information processing that's occurring in order for life to exist, we observe, it's mind-bending. And for anybody to claim that it's not actually information processing, they're just ignorant and refusing to accept the obvious. But thanks for joining us. We'll go over to Ogre here in a second. But John, I know your time is valuable. So what were your thoughts about the debate? Things that stuck out to you? Did you get? I've actually also debated TJump on a very similar topic, and he drove me up the wall. It was so obnoxious. So I'd love to hear what your thoughts were about the overall debate.
Well, I want to talk about the evolution before the genetic code. Like how could that happen? So I've been hearing on here that you're saying that you can't get symbol assignment without evolution or without a brain. And that's not true. You can actually get it with evolution as well. Like that, I think everybody here would agree, maybe not, that flowers evolved a signaling system that's used between plants and pollinators. But you need two evolving entities. And the problem with the origin of life is that what sorts of entities were evolving at the origin of life that could have eventually given rise to the genetic code? Because you need two evolving entities under selection pressure to cooperate in order to get the evolution of symbols. This is what signaling theory tells us. And there's a couple of ways that's been thought about technically, and there's experiments going on. And there's actually there's a lab at Georgia Tech right now that's studying the origin of the ribosome. And this is one of the big questions that they're trying to answer. They actually
and how many of those? I'm very familiar with that research, and they're searching for the ribosomes, right? The core pieces in the RNA. But I think those core pieces are like 600 together, or something like 600 something nucleotides.
It's more, John. Just the peptidyl transferase center has 2,900 RNAs. It's a ribosome RNA. Okay, so 2,900 nucleotides. How do you get that prebiotically? And I mean, if you consider the ribosome itself, the ribosome is it's an enormous machine, which requires over 200 proteins to assemble it and 75 cofactors. And you need I have an entire list of all the parts that are required. You need the full set of the tRNAs. You need
you're talking about the modern system. When we're talking about the origin of a complex system, we don't need the entire system to start with. You need something to start with that natural selection can start playing with. But you don't need
there was no natural selection prebiotically. There was no natural selection.
Hang on. Let me respond. And John, just to be clear, I'm assuming that in things I've heard you say before, you're not referring to the entire ribosome. You're looking at two specific subcomponents, correct?
Well, okay. So at the core of the ribosome,
what I'm saying, the research you're referring to is relying upon those somehow coming into existence, right? The stabilizers, right?
Yes. Okay. So the ribosome is chunks of RNA, strings of RNA that are stabilized with proteins. At the core of the ribosome, you have the actual reaction that takes two amino acids and binds them together into, a peptide. So a single amino acid is just an amino acid. Two or more together is a peptide. And what we see the research so far is finding that this core seems to be the oldest part of the ribosome because it's not changed. If you look at all organisms that use ribosomes today, there's not an atom different in not only just the actual atoms that make it up, but the widths of the bends, the way that it's bent together. There's not an atom different. Whereas all the other parts of the ribosome a lot of the other parts can be dramatically different. So we think that this is the most ancient part. It was inherited by all organisms and has been used in the same way since, who knows, since possibly before the origin of the genetic code. And it actually doesn't need the encoding decoding system at all. It can grab short peptides, 2 short peptides, and stick them together and to form a longer peptide, even if you take it away and it's drifting around nakedly. This is what it can do. It can grab peptides and stitch them together. That's what it does. And so if you're starting with what's not known is how do you get chains of RNA? Because this core it's a fairly large structure. And it's just a chain of RNA, but it's a pretty big one. And we do not have right now a prebiotic system that can generate chains of RNA that are that long, not even just random strings of chains of RNA that are that long. So that's an unsolved mystery in the origin of life. How do you get chains that are that long?
And quick clarification, I think, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but a couple months ago, I forget the guy's name, he had just left the Chemical Evolution Center that you work with. Younger guy. I think you guys were talking about it, and I believe he said they hadn't gotten more than about 20, right?
Right.
So you need a heck of a lot more than that, correct? I'm saying to get to the little point that you're talking, this core, this supposedly ancient core that doesn't have an atom difference, it's a hell of a lot longer than 20 nucleotides, right?
Right. So
the quick, I just want to clarify for everybody. So, the assumption that you have to operate on is that you have to have something that is many orders of magnitude larger than what they're able to get to. And then we also know that there's many other issues you run into, like, I think it was about 100 nucleotides. You start having to have additional different enzymes to splice everything together, right? Or they just start to break apart, right?
Well, you can actually have fairly short chains that are working in cooperation with another through hydrogen bonding. So you actually don't need the structure to be just one long chain. It is one long chain today, but you can actually get huge through hydrogen bonding. You can get huge structures to form through without. Wait,
hang on. A structure forming has nothing to do with whether or not you've got sequential information that can be synthesized, though, and transcribed, right?
Well, okay.
We're talking about cool. So I've got a giant snake of wire analogy that's all wrapped up. Like, okay. that means literally nothing in the context of it turning into a working system, right?
Let me explain the difference between non-coding genes and coding genes. A non-coding gene just acts as a template for a chain of RNA. That chain of RNA can fold up into a 3-dimensional structure and have function as well. It can have
but it can't be transcribed once it's done in 3D fold.
Are
you suggesting that those ones, once they folded, can unfold?
Yes. All you have to do is change the pH temperature.
Right. Okay. So you magically change all this stuff, and then you have to. What do you in every observed manner?
If you're going to keep saying things like magic and interrupting, man, I'm not going to stay on here.
I didn't say magic, man. I didn't say. I'm talking about the actual chemistry.
So in the real world, the temperature changes all the time. There's all sorts of systems that fluctuate in temperature. Day and night is one way to get that to happen. You get changes in temperature. You could have a thermal reaction in the Earth's core that's causing repeated changes from hot to cool. There's all sorts of systems. What we have in Origin of Life is it's like working on a puzzle where the puzzle is you don't even know how many pieces there are in the puzzle, but we've got little chunks that are worked out really well here, and little chunks that are worked out really well here, and we're trying to figure out how to tie them together, but we don't yet know. What we do know is we know how, if you have two evolving entities, how they can evolve symbol-based communication. That's super well understood. We've figured it out for many different communication systems that have evolved. You can study about that in signaling system or in signaling theory. So we do know how codes evolve. We don't know how the genetic code evolved. We know that the ribosome, all the functional bits, most of the functional bits, especially the core essential functional bits, are RNA based. So chains of RNA are interacting with other chains of RNA. Messenger RNA is made of RNA. The ribosomal core is RNA. A bulk of the subunit and a bulk of the two subunits are RNA. Proteins are there to stabilize it, and you actually have some proteins that can actually help unfold a folded up chain of messenger RNA. So messenger RNA can fold in on itself and get stuck to itself.
Oh, no, I've never questioned that it can actually be unfolded. The point I was making was in the prebiotic environment, when it doesn't have those functional proteins which do that exact process, then it's not going to be causing catalytic reactions if it's in a folded condition. It can't be transcribed in that, it won't be transcribable in a 3D fold, and it's not going to be acting as a catalyst if it's unfolded. Correct?
Correct. Yeah, but
okay. So that's the whole point I'm making. I'm saying we're looking at paradoxes in the model that are being put forth that somehow
these paradoxes are easily solved. If you just have a system that's either fluctuating in temperature, or maybe it's even evaporating a little bit during one period of time and then being saturated with water at a different period of time, so you have the actual chemical composition of the solution is changing. That's also going to change if a chain of RNA will be folded or unfolded. Those do the same thing. Enzymes can control that with precision. Modern evolved enzymes can control those things with precision, but you can actually get a dumb environment as long as there's repetitive things that are happening in that, repetitive changes. You can actually get a dumb environment to do that sort of thing as well.
Dr. Gerd, looks like you're wanting to
actually what I wanted to do, this topic is a whole separate debate from what we heard, which would be great to have at some point. But I want to get back to the debate that we just heard about with Tom. And my question to you, John Perry, is I was really puzzled and shocked when I first heard about this idea that DNA and the genetic code is not a real code. I think it was about 2 years ago.
Yeah, me too.
And I was completely shocked. And I tried to find out where it came from. The earliest I could get was a video made by Rationality Rules in 2017, which I did a response to. But he was completely confused. Like a lot of people, he thought the code was the sequence. I guess you probably run into that.
Yeah.
And so he just, I don't know, it was disturbing. But I've actually debated this with several people online, none of whom are scientists. None are biologists. Just like you, I know how frustrated you were with Tom, try to explain the basics of what the genetic code is and how it works. And I don't get it. What I don't understand is, where did this crazy idea come from? And I love the fact that you quoted Richard Dawkins. I mean, I
hear it for decades already, atheists making that claim. For decades.
Okay.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
So I would imagine that the origin is just what we're seeing. I think it's reemerging multiple times. What happens is someone who's not trained in science, but is an outspoken atheist,
right?
A creationist makes this claim to them, and they don't know the science, and they don't know what to do, and they panic and they make up something stupid, and then they double down because they're trying to save face. I think that's what's happening, because the other thing that's happening is that computers nowadays really seem like magical machines.
Right.
Like back when the genetic code was discovered, people were literally using the Bodo code that I was showing. You would feed a piece of tape and it would read it physically. And so there was no confusion that the computers are physical machines. Nowadays, they're just magical black boxes, right?
You can tell I'm pretty old. I actually used punch cards my first year in grad school.
So what is your background, John? Do you work in the field, or What do you do?
I work with researchers to create animations for the public. So stated clearly is the website where you can see those animations, and that's my job, is to make animations that are used in classrooms. So I worked with the researchers at Georgia Tech. I would go to their lab. I just go once a year, and then mostly work over on the internet with them. But I go to their lab and figure out what are you guys doing that we could put into the classroom, and it would actually make sense. It would fit with the curriculum and get people interested in what's actually happening right now in science. So that's what I did with them. I did the same thing with there's a lab that does chemistry. They image atoms. And so I did a series of videos on chemistry. What is an atom and how do we know? And I showed the images that they get in their lab. So that's what I do. With grants from NSF or from NASA is how I get my funding.
Hi, John.
Hi.
I think this is my first time to talk to you, and I've watched your show, your discussion with TJump.
Mm-hmm.
And can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm wondering that I think that you know really probably well about the code, about the DNA, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Are you making or proposing or had made a new model that will fight and that will topple the theory of evolution by using codes or information, something like that?
No. Most biologists understand that how the genetic code works, and
Yeah, I know it works. But are you trying to replace biological evolution by another model?
no. I see the genetic code as an evolved structure, just like the human hand. I see them as both evolved structures. The coding encoding system, I see that as an evolved structure.
So
Through
do
the
you
normal
believe
process
that
of evolution.
evolution happens prior to DNA replication, Jon?
Hey,
Yeah.
Maddox, can some
Yeah.
of the other guys have a word in here? Because it seems like Otangelo and you and John are just going back and forth. And, me and Danny maybe wanted to say a few words before it gets deep into this. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Ogre. You, then Danny, and then Tony.
Yeah,
if you want to
'cause
say something, then we'll get back into dialogue.
All right, thanks. I wanted to say I enjoyed the conversation, kind of outside of my realm, but it was very peaceful. You don't get that all the time with these MDD debates. I would probably be on the side of John in this conversation, although it's not my forte. And that being said, John, I've taught a couple years of public education, public school. So I might have unknowingly used some of your animations in my classroom. So thank you very much for that.
Cool.
That's all I had.
Cool.
Awesome. Thanks, Ogre. Danny?
I have a very different approach to these issues. To me, the question of whether DNA is a code or not, kind of is framed based on people's concept of a code. I think what happens here, though, is that, alluding to what you were saying, John, that there is heavy motivation. I think, I guess a kind of negative bias, right? On one side, as to dispute the genetic code as being a code, and the thing is that I think that what the conversation centers around is look, your concept of a code is XYZ, right?
Mm-hmm.
As you call this particular thing a code, it has XYZ properties, all the essential properties of a code. But guess what? DNA has the same properties, so you're committed to calling it a code. Now, there are a lot of maneuvers here, right? The maneuver is either that they revise their concept in a way where, only the things that, let's say, humans have created as codes fit into that concept and not something like DNA, which is actually, I think, very difficult to do. Or to then, right, accept the argument that, or accept the whatever data to establish that DNA in fact has XYZ essential properties, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's a way. I think that's how I see the whole dialectic, right? Is that how you see it, John?
Yeah. I mean, you can, if you define a code as something that humans build, then obviously the genetic code is not.
Right.
Even creationists would say the genetic code is not a code because
Exactly.
God built it, not a human. So yeah.
Yeah, I just don't see. I mean, like, it's just. Let's say we did come upon a planet, right, and we saw something that looked like a watch, right? I really, in fact, just me saying that, right, seems to imply this intuition that watches are created, right? And so if someone's saying, "Look, what are you talking about? This is a watch. It doesn't look like a watch. It is a watch," right? I think that there is some kind of we want to understand the hesitancy of someone saying, "Oh, well, look, there's this thing on Mars and it has dials and a minute hand and a second hand. It has all these things as a band, right?" And then someone's almost immediate reactions that looks like a watch instead of coming to the conclusion that it is a watch. So at the same time, right there, there is this kind of, I think, natural reaction to saying that it seems like a code, but when you think about your concept of a watch, right? Well, it doesn't really actually. I don't think I don't think technically it would involve anything that would exclude whatever you're observing on Mars or this other foreign planet from being that object from being a watch, right? I think that's also part of the conversation, right? That there is this kind of gut reaction. Oh, that looks like a watch, or this looks like a code, and then realizing that it just actually completely fits our notion of a code. So why not call it a code? I guess.
Yeah. I mean, there are ways to argue, but all you're doing is you're dodging the you're dodging what it is that has impressed the creationist. Like the creationist is impressed by the fact that there's this encoding decoding system. There's a communication system inside of our cells that molecules are using to communicate with each other.
But what do you mean
amazing.
by communication? Because what I mean by when we're communicating, right?
Yeah.
And I think communication, my concept of communication is that it's intentional, right? If I had no intention to make any of the sounds coming out of my mouth, right?
Yeah.
In what sense would it be communication despite you interpreting it as a communication?
Yeah, so in signaling theory, we run into this too, and it's considered so if I'm walking through the woods and a bear can hear my footsteps, I'm not communicating with the bear. If I'm walking through the woods with a bear, with bear bells on my feet, then I am communicating to the bear. I'm telling it a human's coming, get out of the way. But so it is they consider it active transmission. If there's active transmission, and the word intention is weird because intention usually implies a brain. So
or desire, right?
Yeah. So they'll use the word active, or actually even more common in signaling theory, they'll say unevolved transmission. So there's some sort of metabolic cost that's being spent by the sender, specifically because they're getting some sort of a benefit by the receiver reacting to the message. So it's
it seems under that notion, smoke would signal fire.
No, because the fire is not benefiting from someone interpreting that smoke is there.
Wait, what? Say that again.
So when a bacteria sends a signal to another bacteria, it's doing that because it benefits from the bacteria's reaction to
what do you mean by benefit there?
It gets an evolutionary fitness benefit. So it's going to help it either survive or reproduce. So it's really hard to do that with fire.
Right. It's not an organism, right? When we think of organisms, we think in terms of survival and reproduction, right? Or reproductive success. But so you're saying that this notion of signaling only occurs amongst organisms, right? With respect to the kind that we were just discussing, or
machines, yeah,
or machines.
Machines that someone built to send signals to other machines, like your computer talks to other computers all the time, and we would say that it's actually communicating with them. But
that's only in virtue of how we built them and why we built them. There's reasons behind that, right? Yeah. But it seems there's two issues for me so far, right? With respect to DNA, right? DNA is not an organism, right? And so what benefit? There's no sense of benefit when, as you say, there's a signal between some molecule, nucleic acid, and some protein or amino acid, right? I don't think that notion of benefit really applies there. That's the first thing, and I guess I would want to know your response to that.
Yeah. So I just actually published a video called "What is the Gene's Eye View of Evolution?" And in that, we look at how molecular biologists, a lot of them, really do see genes as their own entities. A gene in the gene pool, so a stretch of DNA that does something. Usually it might code for a protein, or it might just influence the trait of an organism through some other mechanism. But it's a stretch of genetic material that does something and can segregate independently over generations within the gene pool. Different genes actually do participate in the struggle for existence. And so you can say that this mutation in that gene benefited that gene or it hurt that gene. There really is a survival advantage to a certain mutation or not. So we don't call genes organisms, but they do function as organisms in that they are independent entities that, they usually cooperate with a whole bunch of other genes, but over evolutionary time, there is sorting of genes that occurs. And that video will make it really clear. If you watch that video, everything's laid out in animations, and you can kind of see how it's.
Tangela made a good point. I will easily dominate the stream because I have a lot of questions for you. So I'll just leave it at that. Leave it at this objection, and then you may reply, and then I'll bow out and respect other people's voices. The thing is that if you're saying that something like a particular nucleic acid or a set of nucleotide sequence, any of these things that are not themselves organisms, as being the kind of thing that could have the benefit of a benefit, right, with respect to it existing or not existing, then I don't see if the principal criteria doesn't become about organisms, right? Then I just don't see how it would also equal apply to fire, right? If you as you were saying earlier, fire doesn't seem to have a benefit. Well, again, if you don't say, well, no, obviously fire can't have a benefit. We're just talking about organisms here. And it seems like that's special pleading, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so specifically in biology, we talk about replicators. A fire can't, there is a way that a fire can replicate. And actually, Dawkins has a really good talk specifically on this. He compares fire to genes. Trying to remember where it is I could direct you to learn more about that. But things do get pretty messy here philosophically. But the big difference between a gene and a fire is that a gene actually passes its traits on to its offspring. When a gene is replicated, its specific traits that are inherent, its sequence is passed on to its offspring. And a fire's morphology comes from what it happens to be burning rather than its own personal structure.
But
I got to. Can I jump in there, Maddox? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Tony, hang on one second. Dr. Gart, I think this is what you're about to say. I think this is what you were addressing with Demeter and James.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tony. I just want to raise one issue here, which everything John said is right, except you kind of glossed over a really important part when it comes to evolution. And that is, it's true that genes get more fit, but they're being carried by an organism, and what's being selected for is the phenotype, which the genes code for, right? So in other words,
in some cases, yeah.
Well, I don't know of any case where the actual gene itself is the target of selection, the stretch of DNA. It's what it does for the organism that is what is the target of selection, as far as I know. And so that already implies that you have a translation system and a genetic code that allows that to happen. So that's where it gets a little complicated to figure out how you get standard Darwinian evolution to build the genetic code, because what you need for standard Darwinian evolution is a genotype-phenotype linkage that's very strong. You can have that. We have that in modern cells, and you could have it through RNA world. But without that, You don't get evolution because whatever changes you make to genes are not going to have any effect on their fitness unless they're translated into a phenotype. So that's, to me, the really large question in evolution, prebiotic or pre-translation or pre-genetic code. What is the what possible mechanism can you have, other than things like hydrolysis or chemical, effects? But the standard idea of a fitter organism with its environment having, using natural selection to improve and then to predominate, and then that gene gets carried along and gets, shared by the next coming generations. I don't. That's kind of hard to do when you don't have that linkage already.
Yeah, apologize, Tony. This might take a second to respond to before we get to you. But so have you studied much on the evolution of ribozymes? Or
a little bit.
So there's a paper called, it's like 40 years of in vitro evolution, I think is what it's called. Maybe it's 70 years of in vitro evolution. I have a video called
Gerald Joyce.
Yes, yeah.
I know Joyce's work. Yeah.
So there actually are genes that their own specific phenotype is the only thing that they're being selected for. So viroids are some of these. There's a potato spindle tuber disease that's caused by a viroid.
Right.
All it does, it's a stretch of RNA. It's not even DNA. It's just a stretch of RNA that is really stable compared to other stretches of RNA. Mm-hmm. So it's evolved under selection pressure for stability when it's folded up. And it can also get a hold of the ribosome, RNA polymerase. It can actually attract RNA polymerase, and once it gets inside of a plant, it can attract RNA polymerase and make it, which will then make copies of it. So this is an example of a gene that really, its only selection pressure is its own phenotype is what matters.
Yeah, Eugene Koonin, right? I mean, he has a theory that origin of life requires viruses because of what you just said. Right. That viruses are they're naked genes that can evolve on their own steam, and there's no question about that. But I'm not sure that theory is strongly supported yet. But
besides, doesn't don't the viruses, at least all observed viruses, don't they require the translation, the replication mexions in order for any kind of evolution
they all require an enzyme of some sort that exists only because protein encoding exists.
Right. So, that's my point. So that's my point in relation to the whatever the specific term for the viral origins. When I read that too, I'm like, okay, so we have code and we have external factors that are required separate from just this naked sequence. And so to me, you're still running into issues. But hang on, guys, I know we will all get into this. We can go all night with this stuff. So let's. I love this kind of conversation, by the way, John. Thanks for joining us. We get passionate over here on my channel. We have a good time. We have good conversation. Tony, I know you've been waiting for a while, man. Jump in. What did you want to say about the debate and the overall conversation so far?
I've been there before. Basically, I got to agree with Otangelo. I don't think we've solved any of this stuff under prebiotic environments. It goes way beyond just temperature changes and pH manipulation. There's a lot of other tightly controlled conditions that are just being ignored. Okay, we can pull it off in a lab. Okay, so what? How would any of these mechanisms occur on the early Earth? I think Cy Gart even agreed with me in one discussion in the chat that none of this stuff is really solved. We'll take 10 steps forward, but then we're immediately going back, and the target just gets pushed back further and further between proteins and this whole RNA world. Robert Shapiro was another, I'm sure Cy Gart, you remember him, Dr. No, he would always come out and say, hey, look, yeah, we can do this in the lab, but there's no way that this is ever going to occur out in nature anywhere. So that's basically where.
I hate to say this, but Bob Shapiro and I were very good friends at NYU when I was there. We team taught a course together. Great guy. Sorry, he passed, but yeah, he.
I got the chance to talk to him through email a few times. Yeah, he was pretty fair. Great guy.
And an atheist, but he was very
honest one.
Very skeptical about replicator first. That was his main argument.
Yeah, I just see if RNA formed. I mean, nobody's talking about how unstable it would be. I mean, I just don't see how that's going to lead to much. I know there's a lot of problems with that. I'm not a high-level biochemist, but I know it really hasn't gone anywhere, and it's been plagued with problems for decades.
RNA world is definitely having more problems than it used to, and there seems to be a growing. I don't know, John, if you agree with me, but there seems to me. I mean, I've always been skeptical about RNA world, but I am now seeing a lot of people rejecting it. So
if you look at people in the field that are rejecting it, they're rejecting certain aspects, like they're rejecting like an RNA only world.
Right. Exactly. No, that's true.
What we found is that peptides are way easier to form than we thought, and we found there's an incredible synergistic relationship between short peptides and short chains of RNA. And that's kind of blown this idea out of the water that only
are they being isolated? Is that in a free floating chemical bath, or is that something that's been purified and all right-handed or all left-handed?
Okay.
I mean, has it been?
So peptides can now be made in really reasonable prebiotic conditions. Chains of RNA cannot. There's no reasonable scenario that generates chains of RNA yet. And I don't know there ever will be. Because of that, there's people are looking at alternatives. So Ram Krishnamurthy uses the bases. RNA bases can form really easily, and peptides can form really easily. You can actually make a thing that works like RNA it's got a peptide backbone, and he's now forming those in conditions that are close to prebiotic, but they're not prebiotic conditions right now.
That's what I'd be skeptical of, because you're always going to hear that in the headlines and the articles. Oh, look at what we've done, and it's early Earth, and I don't know. And I talk to other experts, and they're like, no way. They totally disagree.
The origin of life is not solved. Like if anyone says
I know
the
that
origin of life is solved, that's not true. But there's been consistent progress in it, which is why they keep getting funding. I mean, you keep. I
don't think the funding's ever going to run out because they're never going to abandon it. I got to disagree with you there, but.
NSF stops funding people that stop making discoveries that work.
Well, people fund Craig Venter, and look at what he's done. I mean, he's just manipulating a lot of pre-existing stuff. So.
Craig Venter completely revolutionized how we sequence DNA. He's done amazing things. I don't know I don't know specifically what you're talking about there.
No, I think
he's referring directly in relation to the assertions that were made about origin of life with his
artificial cells.
Artificial cell, yeah. We got I think Guzman. Is that you that just joined?
Hey, yeah. How are you doing?
Good, man. Good. And before we let you weigh in on this, Otangelo, you've been being quiet. I've shut you up multiple times in the last 15 minutes. What you still with us? And I'm wagering that you probably have a few things you want to weigh in on this conversation you've been listening to.
Yeah, I think whenever someone starts to talk about abiogenesis, you cannot start in the middle of the thing. You need to start from the start, from the beginning. And what you have in the beginning are basically just random atoms and molecules floating around. And the biggest problem is really the selection problem, even to make the basic building blocks like DNA or RNA. Why are the 4 or 5 bases selected in that precise isomeric configuration, which permits Watson-Crick base pairing, which is the best solution amongst the millions possible configurations? And then you have to join the 3 parts together. Why is ribose selected, which is the most unstable sugar in the picture here? And there are so many different chiral configurations possible, and there is no mechanism actually to make the right configuration. I mean, molecules, they have no urge to become alive and to become information-bearing molecules. And the same problem is with amino acids. There are hundreds and hundreds possible amino acids floating around on a prebiotic earth. How and why would molecules start to join together to select 20 amino acids which are used in life. I mean, molecules, they do not have the urge to select anything. They will just lay around. And I think that Steve Banner has very nicely brought it to the point. Molecules, they do not complexify. They simply devolve. And these are facts which simply put an end, a stop to all that, these hypotheses. I have it for days dialogue with Aaron Ra, and he talks about a progressive chemical evolution where there is protocells or half-life, life which is not fully life yet. That's the same to ask, is your wife pregnant? And she says, oh, a little bit. I mean, that just makes no sense. And yeah, so basically
I
that.
agree. Yeah, I agree.
Well, let me just address one thing you said there. You said that when you're talking about the origin of life, you have to start at the start. You can't start in the middle. To say that we've solved the origin of life, you have to have something that works start to finish. But if you've ever worked on a puzzle before, you just work where you're starting to get a part of the image to function. Like you don't say I'm going to start with piece number 1 because you don't even know what piece number 1 is. And this is the same with origin of life research. We're somewhere, maybe we're at the very start and we've got like trillions of discoveries to go before we can figure this out. Maybe we're halfway through. Who knows? It's unclear, but there's a lot of parts that are really well worked out. But
how? Through intelligent engineering and templates? How?
No. Through understanding how these things work. So when we, for example, for looking at protein synthesis or for looking at the development of amino acids, in the past it was just we don't know how these are created. We thought that it had to be life. Only life could create amino acids. And then we built, there was the Miller-Urey experiment, and that gave us one possible way. But who knows if that's what the actual atmosphere of the Earth was?
No. That experiment was a failure. That showed nothing. That's a bunch of garbage.
No. What it showed is that amino acids can form.
No. That was racemic amino acids and a bunch of tars and garbage.
But what it showed is it was like finding 7 pieces of the puzzle and they fit together and you're starting to get.
No, it's like finding a bunch of bricks out in the ocean that did nothing.
I think John's trying to talk, but he's on mute.
Yeah, no, that experiment is a 70-year-old plus failure. There's no serious biochemist that takes on those spark experiments anymore. That was a colossal failure.
Hey, was John Perry roboting for anybody, or was that me?
That was you.
Okay.
That was me. Okay.
So let's talk about the Miller-Urey experiment. So the Miller-Urey experiment tells us amino acids are easier to produce abiotically than we thought. Then they said, listen to me, Tony. Just listen instead of interrupting me. Then people are like, you know what? I bet you they could form in other ways too. Could they form in space? And people started doing similar experiments, but with UV radiation instead of sparks. Sure enough, they did. And then they said, if these can form in our lab, did they form in the wild? Let's look on meteorites. So they looked on meteorites. Sure enough, those amino acids were there. We made a prediction because of an experiment, a series of experiments, starting with the Miller-Urey experiment, that amino acids will exist on meteorites. And we were right. This is science working. You have a hypothesis, you create an experiment to figure it out. Then we found out that it was happening in nature, abiotically. This is a fact. Amino acids are produced on meteorites, and we found these. And this was the Miller-Urey experiment.
And they're totally stereo scrambled and useless, dude.
Doesn't matter.
No, it's like finding a bunch of bricks in my backyard and say it'll eventually turn into a house. You're clueless, dude.
No,
You've never studied this. No. Have you ever listened to any James Tour?
Yeah.
Have you ever listened to James Tour, John?
Hey, I know James Tour. We've been friends for years. Yes,
okay.
I know who James Tour is.
Okay.
He is completely wrong on the origin of life. He is absolutely, and his buddy even tells him this. The guy who
he's completely wrong.
Yeah, he is.
The 53 Miller experiment was a failure. There's no chemist today that would even. Yeah, no, you're way off, dude.
You can pretend that if you want, but if you actually
can pretend that experiment was actually a success and led to anything, because it didn't.
It led to the discovery of amino acids on meteorites. I'm not making this up. It's
Which are
literally
totally
in the
useless.
history.
Yeah,
Can
and
we,
what?
can we tone it down a little bit? We're having a scientific conversation, and I'll just
Tony, you're
let you
way too
know.
aggro.
I'll just let you all know that scientists can really strongly disagree, but we try not to yell at each other, if you don't mind. Appreciate it.
Thanks. So the reason that origin of life research keeps getting funded is because they keep on discovering things that lead to greater discoveries in the real world that are applicable. And so, the Center for Chemical Evolution ended up with like 7 patents, I think, for new machines that are actually, one of them is now being used to test if herbal remedy treatments actually have the molecules in them that they say they do. And it's a really fast technique for figuring that out. So all this stuff it's applicable even outside of origin of life chemistry. But this question just inspires brilliant scientists to get really excited. And when they do that, they end up spitting out a bunch of useful stuff on the side. So that's why the National Science Foundation is continually funding places like the Center for Chemical Evolution. But I forgot what the main.
Well, John, something you have to also consider, though, like the point you just made about them making additional discoveries. That being a side benefit has zero relevance to whether or not the formation of what is required can occur through undirected process.
Right.
Just because there were, you got to think about this, every instant, what's happening with origin of life research is attempted reverse engineering. There is no other way to describe it, in my opinion. Correct me if you think I'm wrong on that, but I think we're going to be in agreement. It's reverse engineering, period.
Right.
And because we don't know how half the stuff in biology works anyway, right?
Yeah.
We're discovering things on a literal daily basis, right?
Mm-hmm.
So something that we really have to think about is, okay, cool. So there's an end potential benefit of why something might get funded. That doesn't mean they actually have any real plausibility of answering the macro question.
Yeah, so if you ask Ram Krishnamurti how far away are we from figuring out start to finish the origin of life, he'll just tell you, I don't know, 10 generations, 50 generations, who knows? But if you ask him a specific question, like one of the questions he looks into is why is ribose the sugar that is used in RNA today? He thinks that he's pretty close to having answers to that. He thinks he'll be able to really show in a way that everyone will be able to understand, by the time his career.
Right, but is what he's discovered is the question he's answering why it's the optimal component for the function. Okay, so the reason I asked that question is, well, that's like saying, why is it optimal to use lithium in a battery, or rare earth metals and different things for super semiconductors and things of that nature, for processing efficiency? That's the exact same. That's my point of the reverse engineering. And the only difference in this context is you would be laughed out of the room if you made the argument that as you're reverse engineering a Note 10, that's what I got. You're saying the reverse engineering, you come across all these things with the circuitry and such. You'd be laughed out of the room if it was like, well, I'm trying to figure out how this could have all formed without any kind of engineer working on the macro design. That's the whole point.
But Ram's also saying with all the sugars that get spit out of the abiotic sugar reactions, what type of situation would cause ribose to be the one that sticks around, and what sorts of selection pressures in that environment would cause this particular type of ribose to be the type of, because ribose comes in multiple types. So he's trying to figure out, he wants to understand under what situations, abiotically plausible situations, you get ribose forming, so that it's now an ingredient that can be picked up by some system that's starting to emerge. So
why should there be a
system real quick. Guzman, thanks for joining the stream. You've been being quiet. Guzman's a very smart kid. He's, I think, are you 16 or 17 now? You're still 16, aren't you? You're 14?
Yeah,
Oh,
15
Will is 16. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Guzman's got a great channel. Tells a lot of stuff. Loves science. Loves biology and actually a variety of. He likes geology, all sorts, paleontology, all sorts of things.
Yeah.
Guzman, thanks for joining us, man. What brings you to the stream tonight? Did you get to watch the debates? And what questions do you have?
Hey, no problem. First, I'd like to say thanks for for letting me on. I just wanted to say I didn't get to watch much of the debate. I did get to catch brief sections of it, and what I did see was pretty good. But I do want to say, hi, John. First of all, I've watched your channel for
cool.
For 4 years almost now. So, and I just really like the content over there. I do have a question though, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
I've been hearing a lot of abiogenesis stuff. I don't know too much about it, but I've been reading this amazing book, Improbable Destinies. It's a really, really amazing book on convergent evolution and, can we predict the future turns of evolution and whatnot. And in the book, Dr. Losses, who's the author, he states that it is hard to determine in the fossil record to see what I can't speak tonight, but homologies in the fossil record are convergent and which are shared by common descent or common ancestry. I do want to ask you how, if you've read the book or if you're aware of the topic, how do we know, like, say the hominids, for example, how do we know that those aren't just convergent lines, or then if they were just descending from a single common ancestor?
Well, with hominids, I think because a lot of them live side by side, it's like today now we've got chimps and gorillas and so on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you compare your skeleton to a chimp skeleton, the only difference is like rib number, and then and then just the size and shape of the skull. So look, I've got a chimp skull right here and a human skull. They've got the same number of teeth and the same, everything's the same. The main difference is that we've got a big bubble head compared to a chimp. And it's got this sagittal crest that we don't have. But actually, if you look at a baby chimp, they don't have that sagittal crest either. That just develops because their jaw muscles get so big in puberty. So it's very clear in cases like this that this is common descent and not convergence, because they live together. They live at the same time period. They're identical all the way down. I mean, the differences are tiny. The anatomical differences are tiny. So it's a lot of that. I mean, if you look at dolphins versus ichthyosaurs,
mm-hmm.
There's a lot of they both have their front flippers that evolved from front arms, but the way that evolved is very different, and so you can tell that they're two different evolutionary events that led to the aquatic nature of these. These things evolved from land mammals independently, but also you can see in the fossil record the lines that lead to them. Yeah. So also we have intermediates, like with whales, we have lots of intermediates. So if you can find intermediates, you can pretty much be sure that they are related to each other versus convergent. But it is tricky. That can be tricky.
Sure. Okay. So if you don't mind, one last question. Let's rewind though a little bit. I'm not sure if you're as familiar with avian evolution as you are with hominid evolution, but if you look at the paraves in the Jurassic, they sort of abruptly begin at around 150, 160 million years ago. I forget the exact name of the first bird, if you will, but it actually predates Archaeopteryx by about 30 million years. That was published in a journal that was released in Nature in 2011. A paper that was released in the journal Nature. So you have an abrupt sort of thing there, and then you have diversification after that, and all sorts of animals are copycatting from there. You have, of course, the flying squirrels and I was gonna say chinchillas, but not chinchillas, but the names are slipping from my head, but you have all these other animals that are adapting to flight as well, after sort of that, like pterosaurs and all that other stuff. I'm not sure if you're as familiar with that as you are with others. But would that be basically the same thing?
Well, with birds, so you've got these small dinosaurs that are feathered, and that is the common ancestor of birds and all the things that are like birds. And then you have a bunch of different variations that are spouting off from that, that are actually flying in different ways. Like there's one that's flying with a membrane and it's not even flying with its feathers.
Yeah,
so yeah. So you've got, like, one of the things being debated is Archaeopteryx actually in the same evolution of flight as birds, or is it a separate branch? Did Archaeopteryx evolve flight separately from birds? I don't even know if that's figured out yet. But the common ancestor between birds and Archaeopteryx, like modern birds and Archaeopteryx, would have been very similar to both. I mean, it would have been a small flighted theropod, right?
Sure.
But there's always some debate when.
Yeah, I'm aware of a debate that's like, is Archaeopteryx a bird or is it a dinosaur? On that 2011 paper that I talked about earlier, it stated that Archaeopteryx is more related to a dromaeosaurid than it is to any living bird today. But I talked to Michael Benson about it, and he said that it all comes down to semantics when you think about it. How do you define dinosaur and how do you define bird?
Because evolution is a gradual process, you have a bunch of things that it's hard to figure out what they are. I mean, you have to draw a line in the sand somewhere because things are morphing into other things. So
I'd like to have you on my channel, by the way. If you'd be interested.
Did you send me an email today?
Yeah.
I got that right before I got onto the debate. So
John, I had a question, please. Are you just a follow-up of my question a while ago?
Yeah.
Since you are very familiar about the codes and information, are you trying to defend biogenesis and discard abiogenesis? Is that what you're trying to say?
Sorry, say again.
Oh, I will say it again. Are you trying to defend, or are you defending biogenesis rather than abiogenesis by saying that the DNA, for example, has code, something like that?
No,
is that what you're trying to say?
All I'm trying to say is that the genetic code really is. So in tonight's debate, all I was saying is that the genetic code really does function like code in a computer. That's the extent of my argument. What that means is a different question.
Are you a Christian, John?
No, I'm not.
What are you?
You're just trying to say that, like Stephen Meyer, because Stephen Meyer too. Also, I think his main weapon of argumentation in a discussion or debate is information or code, and Michael Behe, his main explanation in science is irreducible complexity. So you're just trying to say to the public that the DNA has a code, and that's it.
DNA has a code, but I don't think that's irreducibly complex. No, I think it can evolve. Like the genetic system can evolve if you have chains of RNA that are replicating, and they're under different selection pressures to cooperate. They could evolve a genetic code. There's nothing in theory.
Which have never been shown in prebiotic environments. And you need to go back and study the Miller experiment because you're way off, buddy.
John, I have a question. Do you think that minds evolved?
That the human mind evolved?
Or just minds in general?
In what way?
Well, that's to say, do you think there could be some kind of set, like a theory or a model in which would give you some kind of ceteris paribus law about how minds come about?
Possibly, except for we don't really understand how our brains work.
Well, I'm not talking about the brain.
Okay.
I'm talking about the mind.
Well, Okay, so there are two assumptions. One assumption is that the mind is separate from the brain. One is that the mind is an emergent property of the brain. I would say that most people probably assume, I assume that the mind is an emergent property of the brain. It might not be. But
when you say emergent, do you mean like cause-effect relationship?
it's like the, like this video is an emergent property of the computer, the computers and the equipment here. So the computer is generating this. So the mind could be generated by the brain, or the brain might be some sort of a receiver for the mind. Those are the two main ideas. So I think most Christians would say that the brain is a receiver for the soul or mind. And then I would say that most people studying the brains would say that the mind is generated by the brain. But we don't know how. And this is the hard problem in consciousness. No one's come close to solving it.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to get into that. And I just have a quick question. I don't mean to bring in the mind body stuff, but I was just curious. If there was something that existed that was in principle something that could not be modeled scientifically, where would that leave you metaphysically?
It would just leave me with a question mark.
Well, but there's a difference between, look, like with respect to a natural law, right? Those are going to be brutally contingent on your view, right? There's no explanation. It's not like there's a question mark, right? In the same way, there could be potentially something like a concrete object, that's to say something that engages in causal relations, that in principle could not be explained, right? No further explanation, right? So I'm just wondering where that, if you were to come across such a thing, where would that leave you?
Well, whenever there's something that doesn't make any sense to me, I assume it's because I'm ignorant. So, I mean,
but I'm not saying that, right? I'm saying when we say brutally contingent, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense or that it could have an explanation or it could be modeled. I'm saying that it's brute. It's like, think of it like a brute fact, right? Something like the laws of nature are going to be brutally contingently true. Okay.
Well, they're axioms, but there might be something below them. We just don't know what it is, and no one's really trying to figure out what it is.
Well, no, they're not. They wouldn't be axioms, because axioms are just not only foundational, but they're unfounded, right? Whereas laws, natural laws, right, are not. If we, let's say, hold to some natural law, that could be in principle justified, right? But in terms of what explains why we have one set of laws over another, there wouldn't be a justification, because it'd be a brute fact, right? So I'm just asking if there would be anything, if there's anything concrete, like that's to say something that exists contingently, something that engages in cause-effect relationship, because natural laws don't engage in causal relations, right? But concrete objects do. So if there was such a thing that couldn't in principle be explained, and it brutally exists or begins to exist, right? Where would that leave you metaphysically? And I'm not talking about the origin of the universe, by the way.
I mean, I don't know. I can't. It's such a hypothetical question. I don't even know how I would respond to it. It's.
Hey, Tangelo, can you tell us about proteins and amino acids, man?
Yeah, I would like to say that my understanding, an information system and transmission system is irreducibly complex, because first you need the information storage system, like the hard disk in the computer. Then you need the software, that would be the information, and you need the language, and you need also the genetic code, which would be a translation system. And then you need also the information transmission systems, which would be, in biology, the RNA polymerase, which makes the transcription, and the ribosome, which makes the translation. If you are lacking one of these, you have not an information transmission system. And what good would be a translation system be for if you do not have the genome with information stored in order to translate something, and vice versa? So I would say that is entirely an interdependent system where all players have to be in place. Otherwise, the single parts, they have no function by themselves and on their own.
Yeah, so there are models that explain how the genetic code could have come about in a step-by-step manner. Just a quick thing. If you have a situation where chains of RNA can be replicated, so you have some sort of a system where there's template-directed replication of chains of RNA.
With the template for the intelligent agent?
Show us that.
Yeah, with a template, you said, in a controlled environment?
And where the template get its information from?
From the intelligent chemist.
No. So forget intelligent chemists. We're talking about a model here. So what origin of life chemists are, one thing that people that are studying the evolution of RNA want to find is they want to find there's a bunch of different things. First of all, like how do you get RNA nucleotides to form abiotically? That would be interesting to answer.
By isolating them and purifying them, and it wouldn't occur in a prebiotic.
Tony, let John finish his point. Let him outline his argument or his explanation.
Tony, you're parroting the very ignorant claims by James Tour. And what
James Tour? Whoa! James Tour is ignorant?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow, Maddox, did you just hear that?
I did, guys. Let John go ahead and talk.
In these talks that he does, he just lets his brain go out the window. It's amazing. He's done really cool chemistry stuff, but he does not understand origin of life chemistry, and he doesn't understand the big picture. Right now, we don't understand how a lot of these enzymes work, and we don't understand how chemicals interact with each other independently. And so we have to use really pure systems because we're just trying to figure out how this stuff works.
No, because it doesn't work under random environments. And he just debated Lee Cronin, and Cronin had nothing, by the way. Did you watch that debate?
So what you have to do to figure out how a complex system works in reductionism is you start to learn how each of its parts work independently. And this requires purification in the case of chemistry. If you look at Ram Krishnamurthy's work, he's now working with progressively dirtier systems. So where we used to work with really clean systems, Ram Krishnamurthy is now working with dirtier and dirtier and dirtier systems. And his goal is to eventually get to a system that's as dirty as you would find in a puddle on some planet that has puddles on it. So, but we can't start there because we are so ignorant as to how molecules interact with each other that we have to start with purity and work our way out to this. We can't even track what's happening in a puddle. We don't have the tools to do it. So molecules are really small, and to watch what's happening and understand what's happening, we have to start with really pure systems so that we can do these they seem like dumb experiments to outsiders. So James Tour is criticizing them, saying they're dumb experiments, but he doesn't understand that the whole point of this is to figure out how the little pieces work so we can then put it together into a dirty system. But we're not there yet. We can't put it into a dirty system yet because we're still trying to figure out how.
No, because it doesn't work in a dirty system. They would never work in a random environment. Things are isolated and controlled so precisely, and they feed into these experiments exactly what they want to get.
Says Tony, the guy on YouTube that's complaining that doesn't actually do any of this research. Congratulations.
Molecules.
No, that's what James Tour says. Molecules don't move towards life naturally. So you're calling him a fool. He doesn't know what he's.
James Tour is a fool. He does not know what's going on. He's not an origin of life researcher. I know.
Okay, Lee Cronin is.
So is Steve Banner also a fool? Because Steve Banner has said that molecules left by their own, they devolve, they do not complexify, and he is an abiogenesis researcher.
Exactly.
And he has pointed that out very clearly in his paper, The Paradoxes of Life.
If you look at that paper, he puts out some paradoxes and then he starts proposing possible solutions to them. He's showing what these problems are, and then he's showing how many of them have been solved, and many of these have been solved. Many of these paradoxes in the origin of life have been solved. I was at the Center of Chemical Evolution when they solved one of them. I'm not sure if it was Benner that had proposed this paradox, but it was the annealing problem in RNA, template-directed RNA replication, non-enzymatic template-directed replication. One of the 7 paradoxes there has been solved. It was solved when I was at the Center for Chemical Evolution. These things are being solved and checked off lists consistently.
What's the? I'm curious. What's the solution to the annealing problem?
So what you have, I think it's called the annealing problem, but when you have 2 templates of RNA, so one was a template and its counterpart was replicated. So now you have 2 chains of RNA that are stuck together. If you have heat cooling cycles, they will separate.
Right.
And then in theory, you could have whatever happened to replicate that first one could happen again to replicate. Now both could be replicated. But what happens is when you cool it down, they're more likely to attach to each other than to attach to single floating nucleotides, because it's just the physics involved there. You've got more matches, and so they're more likely
isn't a huge portion of the annealing problem specifically related to how long the chain is that you're referring to, right? Like the annealing problem kicks in at what, like 30 or something like that? I
think it kicks in up really low, like 7.
It was 7. Okay, I'd seen 30, but if it's a 7, I mean, it's an even bigger problem. But I mean, in biological systems, we've got a protein that solves the annealing problem, right?
Yes. Yep.
So, I mean, but I forget the actual, like, the whole temperature variation to, I forget the term, but the whatever that enables the separation to occur. Doesn't that also prevent or cause a hic? I forget the exact. I'll have to look up this again. But the secondary layers of the paradox. But I thought at the temperature is required for that, you were preventing the replication happening at that point, or something of that nature. There was like a new paradox that kicked in if you're able to get to the temperature that would enable the separation, right?
Yeah. So base pairing can't. You can't get the next one to start replicating unless you cool it down again. So you have to cool it down again before it can actually act as a template. But as you cool it down, it's more, instead of attracting free nucleotides, it's more likely to attract its own complementary strand, and that would then stop the ability of both chains to replicate.
Right, but in that context, didn't they end up ultimately didn't those chains, even if they pulled that off, don't they end up getting shorter?
No. So the problem that was solved is that they found that if you just add salts to the solution, they gum up the long chains, and free nucleotides can just move around faster, so they can actually get to the 2 free chains before those 2 free chains can find each other. So all you have to do is have a dirtier solution.
No, I get that. But what I'm saying is you didn't end up. I thought one of the secondary paradoxes they ran into was that, okay, we pulled this off, but then the chain ultimately ends up getting shorter. So you're not.
I'm not sure which experiment you're talking about, but basically there were, like, I don't know, there was a list of 10 unsolved problems for non-enzymatic RNA replication, and I don't know, I think 3 of those have been solved now. There's probably multiple ways you can solve each of them, but people are slowly working on these. You present the paradoxes so that people can start working on them, and you continually get the environment more and more like it would be in a natural world.
Let me ask this.
It's a very slow process.
Let me ask you this. So,
it doesn't work at all. Keep dreaming, dude.
Now, Jan, let me ask you something. How do you think that the selection of the 20 amino acids happened in the prebiotic curve amongst hundreds that supposedly were available?
I don't know.
And how do you think that happened in regards of the bases? Because the life uses 5 bases, and there were many other millions of possible isomeric configurations for the bases. How do you think was that selection figured out by natural mechanisms?
That it's one of many unsolved questions.
Okay, do you think in principle that there would be some reason that molecules would join together to select themselves to bring up a set of 4 building blocks which are required in life, and then somehow start to interact together to bring forward a life?
If you have descent with modification acted upon by selection, then you do.
But you don't have that at that
You don't have that, John.
So in chains of RNA, once you have RNA replication, then you do have that.
But you are far ahead, Jan. You are not at that stage yet. I asked if you have not a selection mechanism to select the bases, which in the end then for Watson-Crick base pairing, then or even if you don't have that yet, but you need millions of RNAs which are the same and which can from these strands, then you have no mechanism to have these.
So I have a video called "What is Chemical Evolution" that talks about the types of selection that can happen before you have replication. So once you get replication, then you can get really advanced things like the genetic
Don't
code.
have replication.
There's-
They're
there's-
bullshit.
That's
That's
but we are
bullshit
not
argument
there
right
now.
there.
You need
And if
to
you watch
select.
the video that I just told you to watch, it says specifically that we don't know how to get replication from non-replicating entities, and that's
Okay.
that's one of the problems being worked out by Origin of Life chemists.
And
So
so
this
that is basically a materialism of the gaps. We are hopeful that one day science will find out how naturally that could occur, and then the solution will be natural and God can be excluded. But in principle, there is no reason why molecules prebiotically would and should select the right ones used in life.
Exactly.
If you want to say that it's there's two ways to do this. We could throw up our hands and say it was a miracle,
Yeah, why not?
or we can actually just continue looking at it. And
why not say it's
And
a
failing.
miracle if that makes
Yeah.
more sense?
I'll tell you
John,
why.
I haven't said anything, John. John, it's because natural explanations generate predictions, right? Whereas intentional explanations do not, right? That's the response here. It's not that. It's the problem is that every observation that you make in the lab is going to be consistent with God's creation of it, right? So the point is that there's nothing that you're going to observe to show that that it wasn't a kind of creation narrative. So that's why you continue to investigate.
So let me ask you to that, Danny. I hear that very often that people say, oh, because creationism is not science because it cannot make any predictions and it cannot be tested in the lab. And my answer to that is always, we know by experience that intelligence can select basic building blocks for specific purposes, and intelligence has foresight, which unguided random mechanisms do not. So we know by experience that intelligence can make blueprints, can make instructional codes, can make information systems, can make information transmission systems, can make factories, machines, computers, transistors, turbines, energy plants. We know that it is possible by experience, and we do not know of any natural mechanisms which can bring forward all these things. So we don't actually even need to make predictions because we have already the knowledge that it is possible by intelligence.
Yeah, actually, the problem actually here, Otangelo and John, the problem in our science today is that because we don't have a differentiates. We didn't know the difference between intelligence to non-intelligence, or we didn't know the difference between intentional to non-intentional. I think that's the biggest problem in our science today, in our religion today, in our Christianity today, in our old intelligent design today, because they don't have that dividing line. So because, for example,
we have. I think
we do.
We can figure out what intelligent minds can do, which unguided random mechanisms cannot do. And I have actually 10 points, which I can put the link here in the chat, where I point out all things which intelligence can do, which non-intelligent and unguided random mechanisms cannot do. We know the difference.
But the Discovery Institute never used that. And when they vote in the Dober trial, they never use intelligence.
I don't care.
In the Dober trial, they use
I don't care.
irreducible complexity. So in other words, we don't have a dividing line between intelligence to non-intelligence.
What was John's response? Well, let John respond. He's been listening for a while.
I want to say hi to Intelligent Design. Hello, Intelligent Design. Hi.
Hi, hello. My name is Edgar. I am.
Oh my
Mr.
gosh!
Intelligent Design.
You hyenas, John. Go ahead.
Oh, I got to take off in a second here, but what I want to say just quickly in closing is that so the genetic code appears to be the same type of encoding decoding system that we see evolving all the time. If it is, then it would require, so far as we know, there are only two ways to get an encoding decoding system to emerge, and that is to have a brain created or to have two entities under selection pressure to cooperate that can both evolve. We do know that chains of RNA can evolve but we don't know how they would have come about originally. This is an unsolved mystery in the origin of life. How do you get chains of RNA to emerge first? So that's unsolved. And before we really start heavily focusing on the emergence of the genetic code, that will eventually have to be figured out. Like, how do you get evolving RNAs in the first place?
Through intelligent agency. That's how. Through intelligent agency.
John's gonna be taking off. Go ahead and finish, John.
But just the last thing I want to say is that this actually has nothing to do with God. If we find a completely natural thing from start to finish that works, that tells us how life emerged, that doesn't do anything to the argument that you need to follow Jesus or something. These are irrelevant. And I think the hostility that comes from Christianity, or from people like James Tour, who just seems bent on the fact that if we figure this out, then his religion is destroyed or something. I think that's absurd. Like, there's no reason to think that just because there's a natural explanation that has to raise God.
Can I respond to that? Because you first have to establish one thing and then build upon each thing that you establish. And then if you keep establishing your understanding on truths, absolute truths, then you can arrive at Jesus. But you first have to acknowledge that you have a creator.
Yeah, but saying that life emerged naturally doesn't exclude a creator. It's the process that the creator used as a natural process. That I don't really see that these are necessarily exclusive. And actually, at the Center for Chemical Evolution, there's a bunch of Christians that work there, and they don't see this. They don't see these two things being in conflict. If they find the natural pathway to the origin of life, that's not going to affect their Christianity.
But you have to have a creator of matter. You have to have a creator of matter, and then only your creator can recreate you. Only your creator can be your savior. Nobody else can be. So you can arrive at Jesus by knowing your creator.
Well, I think one of the questions that has to be posed in response to what you just stated there, John, is I agree that with what you said, that just because there's a natural process doesn't mean there's not a creator. But on the flip side, if you have to ultimately come to the conclusion that without an intelligent agent, you would not exist, what does that do to your worldview as an atheist?
Well,
because it's what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? What's the reciprocal conclusion? So
here's how I float through existence. All right. If I don't understand how something works, I put a question mark there. If hang on. That's not.
Hang on. That's not the point. You can't. I just stated, if you ultimately through research, right, at some point, scientists will either reach the conclusion that it is not remotely plausible. The inference of the best explanation is that an intelligent agent is required, right? Like, so let's assume that occurs, right? Because those conclusions are reached on all sorts of things in science, right? That, hey, there's no way that X would happen without intelligent agency, right? Let's assume the same conclusion is ultimately reached in origin of life research, right? What is now not, you can't just put a question mark anymore, right? You've reached the end of the road of question marks. And now I'm having to suspend rational thought to conclude that this could happen, and I just don't know how yet, right? Because there's just like giant weight of evidence on the other side, right? We're talking about a hypothetical situation. Well, now, what does that do for your worldview?
Well, if someone were to discover the intelligent agent and like describe the intelligent agent and show why that intelligent agent is the only thing that could possibly have done this thing, I don't even see, like, the intelligent design community, they refuse to even say what an intelligent is or really outline what it can do and what it cannot. I haven't seen anything that's worth even looking at in the intelligent design community. All they're saying is
that's not what I asked.
Complicated.
I didn't ask where we're at right now. I asked you about a thought experiment of if your buddies at the origin of life research lab that you work with on a regular basis, right? They all come out and are like, you know what? We've been doing this research for 300 years, fast forward, 300 years, right? And it's like, yeah, this isn't plausible. right? It's now no longer, oh, well, the Discovery guys, the Discovery Institute guys, and Behe didn't have an argument back in 2021. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a hypothetical scenario. Now, what does it do to your worldview? Is the point I'm making.
Well, I mean, if someone has a better argument, then there's never when there's a hanging question in science, there's just a hanging question. Like, we don't know what happened before the Big Bang, for example. We have no clue what happened before the Big Bang. So that's, to me, that's just a question mark. I don't put actual things. I don't pretend to know when there's not an answer.
Well, no, but the point I'm making is, and I'm not saying you have to make that assertion right this second. My point I'm making is that you're number one, you're directly dodging my question.
I'm confused.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to concede.
I'm not conceding. I don't know what it would look like to say an intelligent thing made this, and I can tell you that an intelligent thing made this. To me, in order to tell me that an intelligent thing made this, you have to introduce me to the intelligent thing. You have to say it was this alien on planet whatever, or it was this god from.
So hang on.
No, but then why can't you show us abiogenesis?
Everybody, this is between me and John. Everybody be quiet, okay? Because I'm going to somewhere with this. So, and by the way, sidebar. Thank you. Cannot tell you the number of times I've used ASCII and Unicode in the conversation. And by the way, sidebar, the reason a lot of people, at least on YouTube, that don't understand this, I've actually been researching this recently. They don't understand that the whole aspect of finite alphabet requirements for the root of coding and communication theory, and they are trying to operate like higher level language. They're like on layer 5 of OSI 7.
Yeah, right.
Of OSI, I'm talking about like the OSI 7 model. They're on like up an application and forgetting about all the layers down below, right? But so that's just a kind of sidebar. But where I'm going with this is if you came across a tablet that had ASCII, Unicode, whatever, and insert whatever other alphabet that it can be representative of, right?
Okay.
Would you ever argue that it was not the rational conclusion that an intelligent agent, even if you don't know who it was, that an intelligent agent was required to assign the arbitrary values of both sides of both of those alphabets that are required?
I would say that we know through direct observation that there are two ways to come up with an encoding, so a character coding system. You have the process of evolution, and you have intelligent design. Those are both processes that can do these things.
Okay, so everything about signal theory requires two
evolving entities,
two simultaneous. You have a paradox. You have to have two simultaneously existing components, right? That can send and receive. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you have to have a communication system that is complete in order for any of that to happen.
No.
Yes, you do.
No.
You have to have a sender and a receiver. Correct?
No.
And you have to have in communication, in everything about communication theory, are you required to have, is one of the fundamental components, do you have to have a key, an adapter, or a translation mechanism of some kind in order for any level of signal interpretation to occur?
No, what I'm telling you is that cues evolve into signals. So I have a whole lecture on this called, well, hold on, I forget the name of it. It's in my slides.
That's a dodge.
I've watched but dude, I've researched signal theory, and I'm rather well educated in communication and information theory as well.
Okay.
So my background is in software and all this. Like I understand this stuff. The point
what you need are two entities. Let me give you the actual model for the origin of genetic code. You have a ribosomal core, so it's a chain of RNA that's able to replicate itself, but it's also able to function as a ribozyme.
Right. I've heard this ad nauseum. Good.
And it can stitch together amino acids, and it's benefiting from those stitched together amino acids because they then stabilize its own body, so it can allow it to exist in increasingly more dangerous environments. So that's why it's evolved to do this. That's why its ability to stitch amino acids together is being favored by natural selection. It can now exist in more types of environments. You've got another chain of RNA that is preying on those. It's also using those proteins. So that this ribozyme core is producing a lot of them, and some of them are falling off. They're sloughing off. And there's another chain of RNA that can also use those to stabilize itself. And then, so now you have selection pressure. This other chain of RNA is now surviving because it can associate itself with this particular ribosomal core, the core of the ribosome. And then eventually, certain types of peptides are better at stabilizing than others. And so if by interacting with that ribosomal core, it can force it to create different types of peptides, that's going to be a beneficial trait for either one or both of them, that they have this specific type of peptide. So you have the core, and then you have the other entity coming in to control what the core is doing. And they're both under selection pressure to cooperate in this case, to get more and more specific types of peptides that they're spitting out. And eventually you get, this multi-coding system, which could have started out with just a single type of very loose signal. And then from that, you generate a bunch of different signals that have very specific meanings. So this is how communication systems evolve. So let's look at a flower.
Can I make a question?
Hang on. Tangelo, I'll shut up in here in a second. Fast forwarding to flowers and bees and colors.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing exactly what you and I are joking about in relation to people who are operating at application level of OSI 7 versus 7 layers down. And the
principles are the same. The principles of how it works.
No, hang on. You have to account. No, dude, this is the whole point, man. You're talking about, and this is the whole point. Okay, so I think in your conversation with Perry Marshall, I think he applied like on like Microsoft Word. I think it was the program example he used, right? You're saying that somehow when we don't even know how the machine code came to be, that, oh wait, I'm just going to use this example of the let's use Google Docs as a better example, because Google Docs has got
I seriously have to go in like 5 minutes, but
as a bunch of widgets, right? All these different plugins you can adapt to it, right? And the overall functionality of Google Docs is increased exponentially by all of these additional components that can now interact with it, right?
Yeah.
But none of that would occur without all of the other layers that are required. And this is the whole point I'm making, is that you're up on this right now with flowers and bee dances and the colors and the representation of sugars and such. That's Google Docs and plugins. And we're back trying to figure out how ASCII and Unicode could form without intelligent agency.
But it doesn't matter for this reason. All you need, what we discovered, because we've discovered how dozens and dozens, hundreds of different communication systems have emerged. What we've learned are the basic principles, and that is that if you have two entities that can evolve, so through descent with modification, and they are under selection pressure to cooperate, they can develop a code-based, a symbol-based communication system. This is the principles that we've discovered in all these studies of these different biological communication systems. And so if you apply that to the origin of the genetic code, you see that, well, do we have systems here that could evolve? The only thing we could think of would be, the things that are actually communicating with each other, it's a chain, it's messenger RNA and it's ribosomal RNA. So we know that the two entities are made of RNA that are talking to each other. And then we can say there must have been some way in which these things were replicating before the genetic code existed. And
how did that happen?
That is an unsolved problem. But it's partially solved. It is partially solved, but it's not fully solved.
No, that's exaggerated. Exactly.
All right, so I apologize for dominating the conversation for the last 10 minutes. John, I know you got to leave here in a minute. Tangelo, you got anything you want to say? And John, if you're open to it, I'd love to have ongoing, hopefully we have good dialogue in the future. I'd love to have more conversation about this. To be honest, for me, the reason I'd love to, not the only reason, but one of the major reasons I'd love to have these kind of conversations with you is I've become extraordinarily frustrated with about 99% of the YouTubers anyway, that the stuff that you and I have been discussing, and Otangelo, tonight we've been discussing, they don't even comprehend it. Like they don't, or they refuse to comprehend it and even address it. That was fully it was on full display in your debate tonight with TJump. I'm like, I'm not even going to admit this is correct. I'm going to read a definition from the Stanford Dictionary that contradicts stuff. So I'd love to have a expansive conversation about this, because I think it's things that do need to be addressed at a high level in terms of information and communication theory, which, as you and I both know, are unavoidable components of biological systems. Like, you can't just ignore it and say, "Oh, it's just chemical reactions." Like, that's the end. That's the end outcome, idiots. Like, that's like saying, "Oh, there's an electrical impulse in your computer, therefore that's the code." Like, no, you're completely missing the entire point. So I appreciate you coming on very much. And Angela, you got one thing you want to say, and then we'll let John have last words before he takes off.
John, do you know how many error check and repair systems are used in the ribosome in the translation process?
Oh, in a modern system, there's a lot. But
yeah,
when
when
we're talking about the origin of a city, you don't say, how many skyscrapers there are now, and you had to have that when it was a little village, a mud village. Like, that's an irrelevant issue.
No, I mean, I would like to see that just from a different approach. So I will answer my own question. There are 11 different error check and repair systems in the ribosome. They had to emerge somehow. And these systems, they communicate within the ribosome. So the ribosome has a known language of signaling, internal signaling itself, and also the surrounding of the ribosome communicates with the ribosome. And these are sophistications which we are not even yet explored yet, how that thing works and functions. And if there would not be the precision of translation through this error check and repair systems, then translation would not produce functional proteins. So this is a big problem.
Yeah, so there is, if you go to the Stated Casually channel and watch the video on signaling theory, you will learn how it is that communication systems evolve naturally. That it doesn't matter how many there are. Like, we know how they evolve. Like, we know that this can happen. It's figuring out the details that has not yet been done. But in principle, we know how these things can happen. What origin of life chemists are trying to do is figure out how they actually did happen. And that is a really hard puzzle. It's unsolved. We're probably generations away from solving it. But there is consistent progress in that field. And that is why I'm excited about it. So,
well, John, I think
I honestly have to go.
Yeah, there's not progress being made. You need to brush up on your Miller experiment as well. That's a colossal failure.
There's a video on the Miller experiment that you should watch.
I've seen them all, dude. I've studied that for 20 years. I was an atheist myself.
All right, I gotta go.
It wouldn't be viable. It wouldn't be viable.
Yeah, that Miller experiment's a failure. The Miller experiment? Are you kidding me?
Hey,
the
John.
Miller experiment? That's a joke, dude.
Long time no hear from you, man. Talk with
What's
you.
up, Joel?
Hey, guys.
Yeah,
Heard you
hello,
talking
Joel.
about software. Couldn't help, but
Oh, dang it. I was on mute there, sitting there saying bye to John and thanking him for coming
It
on.
was
I had myself on mute. I was wondering why you guys kept yelling at him as I was sitting there yelling at y'all to let John have a nice exit. So sorry about that. Sorry about that, John. Joel, welcome to the stream, man. How you doing, man? I'm sure you've been finding all this stuff interesting.
yeah. Especially when you guys started talking about software and such, and I couldn't help but think, like Tony here. I don't know what you've been doing, man, but I've been doing telecom and IT and AI for going over 20 years, and that guy was full of crap, to be nice about it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he had a nice storyboard.
We're nowhere near trying to pretend.
But it was very
We're
good.
nowhere near life and making progress.
I mean, he pointed out many times that we don't know, we are figuring out. So I think it was very good that he actually said that, so everyone heard how much he confessed that we don't know. But I mean, he is full of hope. So
shit.
But he is the person to talk to, though. He is the person to talk to as far as that, because he's the one promoting all this stuff,
Yeah. And that's why I wanted us to have. I'm going to try and get John to come back on in the the reason I'm like, hey, let's have reasonable dialogue with him is he is one of the few, at least the ones on YouTube anyway, that will actually concede that it's not, oh, we're not just on the edge of just of knowledge, right? Like he at least admits that A, there's the conundrums that are faced, right? And B, that we don't have all the answers. I mean, those are two things I have to give John a significant amount of credit for at least being willing to recognize that position, recognize the differences of opinion. Now, in like context of signal theory, I mean, I strongly disagree that it explains the origin of the genetic code. I mean, one of the
and the Miller experiment. You disagree with him on the Miller experiment?
Well, I mean, you're getting into the whole asphalt paradox and everything else with that. I mean, it's a whole other problem. But the thing with signal theory that really cracks me up is like, I think one of the standard, like it's on Wikipedia, one of the standard, and I think John actually used it in one of his videos, but like one of the standard talking points is the gazelles jump high because it's harder, like that makes lions think that they're faster or something of that nature. Therefore, they evolved to be able to jump higher rather than run faster. And I'm like, yeah, in that scenario, awesome. You have a fully formed lion and a fully formed gazelle. Like this is, and you have a modification to action. That doesn't, that does not remotely explain how all of the components that are required that depend upon the underlying information systems that must be in place, period. Like they have to be there before any of that can even take place. And it requires all of these things that we're talking about that are supposedly being explained through information theory. And you're using examples that actually showcase the underlying requirement for the things that you're claiming they explain. And it's like in my opinion, the circular logic requirement of you're operating from the foundational assumption that, oh, this would have applied prior to all of these components being in place. And that's what the PR part just blows me away of like actually trying to look at that from a plausibility perspective. However, guys, I gotta get some food, so I'm gonna let you guys keep going. I'm gonna bow out for a minute. That stupid debate on MDD, I thought I was gonna go for like another 45 minutes. I had time to eat. I gotta get some food. So have fun. I'll be back in my 15 minutes. Don't kill each other.
If you don't mind, before you go.
What'd you say?
So I wanted to ask you, if you don't mind, real quick, if you are able to get that gentleman back on your show, if you could let me know, because as you know, that's been my profession. What he's talking about, just signal processing stuff, AI development, I've all that kind of thing, and so I'd love to hear that kind of information he's talking about. I've got an open mind. I not just to challenge him on it, but I want to hear what he might have to say. I just finished my information science masters, just last spring. So I'm thinking that, I would like to at least hope to presume I know something about that subject, but
yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. That sounds like a great idea.
I appreciate it if you can help me talk with him sometime, but enjoy your dinner.
And the gazelle jumps high after he gets away, and it's a way of getting a visual too, to locate the predator.
Okay, I'm guys leaving to the stream. It's late where I am. Keep having fun and see you next time.
Okay, attention.
Yeah. This is the first time in this channel. Can you please introduce yourself to me, or me to you, so that I could know who's I'm talking to? Is this possible?
I'm Jungle Jargon. I've talked to you before a long time ago or a while back. Intelligent Design. I don't know if you remember me, but I talked to you before. That's all really? I go by. Jungle Jargon. That's me. That's it.
Okay. How about Tony? Are you a scientist or a Christian? Oh.
He's a Christian.
And Tony, if you're answering, you're on mute, buddy.
All are here are Christians like me.
Except for Danny. Danny's still an unbeliever, I think.
Oh, really?
And yeah, I don't know about Martin. Martin's got a cross.
As you can see my picture,
Yeah, he's got a cross.
Yeah, Martin. Yeah, I
I'm
know, Martin. I see your cross, and that's good. Well, because I'm also a Christian, and I'm a freelance scientist, and I've been doing this science from 2009, and I've been talking to Aaron Ra and many, so not many people. But now I'm starting again to go public so that I could share the discovery and help Christianity, help our science, something like that. And nice to meet you here. This is my first time in this channel.
Hello.
Yeah, nice
Are
to
you,
see you. Yeah.
are you the professor that's spoken with Salvador before?
No,
Okay.
actually, I'm different. I am living in Japan right now. I was
Okay.
born in the Philippines, but I've been living here in Japan for probably less than 30 years. And I developed the new intelligent design here because of because I watch maybe I watch too much and I studied too much, not really too much about the argument of Michael Behe and Stephen Mayer and William Dembski, and I'm not convinced about them. So I have my own research. Actually, I submitted for my research to seven scientific journal, but all of them are rejected, something like that.
Okay.
I
Well,
think that the intelligent design, if if the intelligent design uses intelligence, it is very strong. It's very powerful explanation. But now the intelligent design, especially the Discovery Institute, they never use intelligence. They use specified complexity or irreducible complexity or code or information. Those are things that are very hard to be shown, especially if you are a Christian, because someone going to ask you like this: Is life intelligent design or not, or is biological cell intelligently designed or not? How can you differentiate the two if you don't know the differentiation? That's my goal. That's my major.
Well, if there was no code, then we wouldn't be humans because that's the code that determines us to be humans.
yes,
Yeah,
and
It's
I'm
really
the
probably.
that complicated.
I'm the
Prob-
gentleman that you were chatting with earlier in text. I'm SFB mod, but my name is Joel, so it's nice to meet you.
yeah. Are you the one?
Yeah, I was SFB mod in chat. We were
Oh,
chatting.
really? Sorry. Nice to meet you, Joel.
Yes. And our youngest daughter's in the Philippines right now, so small world.
Oh, thank you. I was there. I'm living here for 30 years in Japan, so I don't know the play. I don't know the Philippines. Yeah, but
Yeah.
actually, the society of Japan to had shaped me to discover this kind of topic, the difference between intelligence to non-intelligence. Because even though the Japanese are not Christian, they also ask the question: Are life or the universe designed or non-designed intelligently? Something like that. This one is there's the religion involved. But if you are going to use, for example, the code, maybe I think the code is intelligent design. Intelligent designer uses code, but we need to. I think we need to still define and nail down the topic of intelligence and non-intelligence. Sometimes people hate the word intelligence. I use intentional. The difference between intentional to non-intentional. For example, does the Christian God intentionally created the, for example, in cosmology or in physics, the particle? So that question is unsolvable if you use the word code or irreducible complexity. Nobody, they cannot answer that question.
Well, matter is made. It's programmable, and in order to have a working function, you first have to have the information. Then the information is sent and translated or transcribed and made into proteins that make the directed working functions. And of course, there's multiple systems of information and correction, like Otangelo was explaining, that are essential just to keep the organism functioning alive. Otherwise,
I think. I'm sorry, Jungle.
no. Otherwise, it's not viable. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna offer maybe scientific science, and if you've got a different name, just ID. If you like to go by, I mean, if you have a
Yeah,
preferred
actually,
name.
my old I deleted them. My old channel was named Mr. Intelligent Design, and I changed the name.
Mhm.
Maybe I had to rename myself again to Mr. ID. Maybe because people normally
Okay,
call me Mr. ID.
that's interesting. I'd like to, if you have a link to your channel, I'd like to check it out. But
Yeah,
just to help offer.
you just double click my name. It's my
Okay,
channel.
very well. Thank you.
I'm doing videos about intelligence and why I am here in YouTube, why I am putting myself in public,
Okay.
why I wrote six science book, why I'm trying to contact Bihi and the Discovery Institute people. The reason why I am doing these things because I think we have the best explanation of the origin of life, the origin of the universe, the origin of existence in a species if we use intelligence.
Mhm.
Because that one is universal. We can use intelligence in the topic of in physics. We can use the word intelligence in the topics of chemistry or
Mhm.
education or manufacturing or biology
Yep.
or
Rocketry, space science, yes,
religion.
ma'am, for sure.
Anything you can use the word intelligence if you would like to find the origin, something like that.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and I just wanted to offer kind of to hopefully make a kind of a bridge between what like Ontangelo and Jungle Jargon was kind of hinting at. I think what they're trying to point out is that we can use the evidence of looking at codes, looking at systems, looking at information system processing within life, within multiple things in the natural world as the evidence of the intelligent designer that's not only structured those code systems, but how they're applied, how we can learn from them as intelligent agents ourselves, even.
Well, I think this the way this how Stephen Mayer is trying to do. He was trying to use this code and information, and try to point to intelligent designer. In my approach, in my research, I approach the word intelligence or its variation or synonyms. For example, intentional. For example, how can we differentiate an intentional X or a non-intentional X, something like that. So that's the way how does our brain works, how does our human body works when we use the word intentional and unintentional. So that's how I approach this kind of problem, and I have
Well,
come up with definition of intelligence and non-intelligence. And when you use that to all the topics that I've shared to today, for example, in physics and biology and cosmology and religion and manufacturing, they are you could easily answer all of them. It's simple. It's
yeah,
universal.
I was gonna offer that in basic AI at least, we differentiate that, answer your question through just error rate type predictabilities. We try to create a desired outcome, and then we'll try to teach an AI or a machine language to basically try to pre-process information and see how well it does, or just teach it or give it a pre-solved solution, essentially data set, and then help it to understand how to match that pre-solved set, and that way, and so it'll generate an error rate essentially, and then we'll whatever project we're working on, we'll develop a set of, how far of an error is allowed, and if it's not within that margin of error, then we will say this thing is not intelligent versus if it is intelligent, essentially.
Joe, have you seen the dancing robots? Remember when they used to have the dog that would stumble around and could barely walk?
I think
Now,
so. And then
now they
robotics, yeah.
they have robots, a whole bunch of different ones that are very balanced and able to dance around, and they look
Oh, yeah.
even almost human.
Oh yeah, like the Boston we call it the oh my gosh, what do they call it? I just said it too. Oh,
Because when they first started out, remember the dog was like stumbling all over the place and everything. But now they're like they got a balance mechanism. It's very sophisticated, and they can actually do maneuvers and moves and everything. Which, of course, dance moves you have to have a lot of balance and everything. So it's pretty interesting how
it's Boston Dynamics. Yeah.
Yeah, how far it's developed is impressive.
They got both quad pedal and bipedal machines. Yep. And they got some really cute, funny advertisements too. I don't know if you've seen their recent ones where they're literally beating up the robot.
But even the duck one on wheels is running around, and on two wheels, and it's dancing around too, So
yeah, so that might be a tough one to describe as what Mr. ID is talking about. If that's an actual intelligent system, because that's more of just an error correction type balancing system, maybe. Right. For it to be completely or to begin to be intelligent, it has to be able to demonstrate that it can. And that's what I was talking about in text. That it can not only recognize but accept disparate information, things that it wasn't taught or it's not programmed to deal with, and be able to still try to figure out how to process and do something with it. And the more useful of a process it can disseminate with disparate information, the more we call it, or consider it quote unquote intelligent.
So Joel, sorry.
Go ahead.
Joel, do you in making of the AI, artificial intelligence, do you normally use this definition? Because in my discovered definition of non-intelligent is always problem and solution. When you have a problem and you solve it, you are not intelligence. You are just simply natural. That's normal because you have a problem. You have to solve it. That's not intelligence. But in the way my discovery tells me, based on my experiment too, and my in the way I applied it, we applied it in reality. Intelligence is always problem, solution, or two or more solutions. For example, and one of the characteristic, I think, I call it principles of intelligence. When an intelligent agent uses intelligence, it is always for success, for life, and for survival. So I think in my book, if you have time to read my book, I put I think in biology, I put it in biology book. I put the criteria of an intelligent agent, an artificial intelligence. That artificial intelligence, if you would like to call it intelligent agent, it must always protect itself for safety, for good. That's how I discovered it. Do you agree with this?
I can see that, but I'm also instantly thinking of how not only do we human intelligences sacrifice ourselves, for various reasons, but even military AI is actually specifically developed to not necessarily preserve itself, but to preserve a goal or a mission. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's why I call it a problem solution, because if for example, sacrifice is also part of a solution. Somebody must die. So that, for example, when a father or a mother were going to sacrifice for their baby, they are doing intelligence. They are doing intelligence. They are not doing natural because the normal thing is you don't sacrifice. But if you sacrifice for your pet, for your children, then you are doing two or more solution. That's how I see it. That's why I told you that if you use the word intelligence, if you know the difference between intelligence and non-intelligence, you could basically explain everything.
Okay, yeah, and I think I can agree with that. Way you
Really?
put it,
Thank
it was
you.
just when you said self-preservation is what was a little, yeah.
Well, yeah. In my definition, in the definition of intelligence that I discovered, I pointed out that it is if we use for life, for success, and for survival, and for good, because um, because an evil person can also use problem solution for bad, but intelligence is always used for good. That's how I discovered it. I
Okay.
don't know if you will agree with me or not, but that's how I discovered it.
Yeah, no, I think I do. I just, there's a few caveats, we could kind of discuss and maybe refine.
Yeah,
Of
please.
course.
If we can share science and information. Me too. I am not a perfect person. I need more input from you.
Great.
True. I think he's talking about true intelligence or real intelligence, maybe, as
Yeah,
opposed
because
to.
yeah, actually, jungle jargon. Yes, because we have until now, until my research. Actually, it is not my research. Somebody had researched the definition of intelligence, and it was uploaded in archive.org. And we have 70 definitions of intelligence. One word with 70 definition. If you are studying intelligence and your teacher told you that every definition must have one book, you cannot carry all of them. So the, my discovery tells me the reason why we have 70 definitions of intelligence because we're just trying to describe natural process, not really intelligence, because of Darwin. Darwin should be blamed for this. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Darwin should be blamed for this. Sorry for okay.
The way I see it, when you have, I mean, we have intent of our own. It's obvious that we have our own intent, but then when you have a instruction that makes directed working mechanisms that work as directed, to me, that's a clear indication of intent because it's a directed, because you have the information separate from the mechanism that it makes to work as directed, and to me that shows intent, especially when it's required all kinds of correcting mechanisms just to preserve the existence of the directed working mechanism. There's a lot of
So I can
error
kind of combine
corrections.
both of what you're all saying, I think. So instead of necessarily having a multiple definitions of intelligence, I think I can kind of comprehend how there's several multiple types of intelligence, but they are all each still recognized as whether different varying degrees of intelligence or not intelligent. For example, like what you're talking about, Jungle, you have what's called a finite state machine that can be used to create intelligence, or at least an artificial intelligence that
Intent.
has a
Intent. I think
well, not only
intent
that, but
is
it
a
has a
key word.
pre-programmed set of variability, where that's why they call it finite. So it has it's basically a decision tree type of intelligence where it has not only an intent like you're talking about, where it has either one end goal or a set of end goals, but there are different weighted types of trees or possibilities that it could make different choices, or at least pretend to make different choices to try to see what is the best or most optimum path to whatever desired intent you want.
Which
But
is
they're
what the
generally not considered
genome
very
does.
intelligent to do that, because they're kind of even though there's a variability, they're not able to adapt outside of their decision tree matrix, essentially.
Right, but that's almost exactly what describes the genome, then, doesn't it? Where that
Not necessarily, because
variability,
the
that
genome has
variability.
our gene, the DNA, the language of God, as Human Genome Project describes it, has non or how I put it, has externally coded variability functions. It can be modified outside of itself, versus a finite state machine is always internally pre-codified. There's only a certain amount of decisions or types of decisions it can make. So that's why the genome is more intelligent, so to say, quote unquote, on that scale of intelligibilities, where not only can it follow a preset set of instructions, but when given new instructions that exist outside of the genome, it can still process that and adapt it, and not necessarily quote unquote evolve, in the strictest Darwinian sense, but it can take on new information and do something with it, including, like you mentioned, error correction.
Yeah, it's responsive, and it does store information from the outside. Yeah.
Yes, precisely.
Definitely.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So that would be a more
Guy,
quote unquote intelligent system than just an FSM. what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, Guy, I had to go. So thank you for entertaining me. Thank you for
Sure.
discussing with me. Maybe I will join you again, but I am going to exit right now. Thank you for everything that you
I assume it's
for
daytime for you,
listening.
so hope you have a good day.
Yeah, you have a good day too, and God bless you all. And we hope to see you again in science
Okay.
discussion forum.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank
Sounds
you.
good.
God bless.
God bless.
That was wonderful.
Yeah, so yeah, what you're saying is interesting because it's not only internally intelligent, it responds to the environment and it can record information from the outside
Mhm.
and
Right.
use it. For the example would be the monarch butterfly finding an island way out in some ocean somewhere, and things like that, where it goes, it it goes where it has information to go from the outside.
Well, I would encourage to promote just bacteria as an excellent example where they have what's called horizontal gene transfer, where it can actually take information from even viruses and other bacteria types, and
Yeah.
not only can it use that code that doesn't exist within itself normally, but it can actually kind of test it and say, hey, is this code useful? It can actually reject certain viral strains or absorb them and use them and become not necessarily a new type of bacteria, but certainly something that it wasn't born with.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's, in other words, it's a response to the environment that some
Yes.
other bacteria had that it can use itself.
Right. And that is an extremely intelligent little system to do that. Right.
Yeah.
It has to be able to
And
process it properly or it'll die. Typically, if a virus
but
is too
but you
dangerous
would
for it.
think if you could process DNA from outside yourself and appropriate it, you would think that would be the key to evolution right there. And yet it remains exactly what it was directed to be, which is a bacteria.
Well, right. And not only does it, like we were saying earlier, it also does error correction. It'll test to see what it can use, what it can't use, and if it fails, then the external code will actually kill it because it's an extremely precise machine to begin with. But not only that, but when it quote unquote evolves or when it procreates, it doesn't always transfer the horizontal genes. It'll transfer epigenetic markers and whatnot, but not necessarily the original genome usually gets preserved.
Oh, okay.
through-
Yeah, yeah, okay. I see. Well, so that's a definition of reproducing after your kind.
No, exactly. Yeah, it's very, very difficult for life to speciate, quote unquote, I think is the word.
Well, because for one thing is that each different living organism is very, very different from what it was directed to be.
Exactly. Exactly.
And it's just you would have to have like vast amounts of information for it to have some kind of a modification or any kind of a modification. Like they said, for a seal or a dog or something to turn into an aquatic animal, everything about that animal has to change in order for
Right.
it to be aquatic.
And rapidly is the catch. You
Yeah,
can't have a half seal, half dog thing and expect it to survive on either environment,
right. And it has to change rapidly. And obviously, the flipper is like extreme modification.
Mm. Yeah, and then there's the case for hybrids, and typically hybrids are within the same range, I guess, of adaptability. But I
Well,
think there's a lot of problems with that too. But
a hybrid is basically I don't know if you say a recombination of the same information, basically.
well, simply certainly of similar information. So, and it does produce a different type of species, I guess, or a combined species, but they don't
But it's
stay that
basically,
way, I guess.
but it's basically the same. It's basically the same system. If you're going to
Well,
another system, you need a lot more information.
right, and that's the thing. Because they can procreate back into the original genome, and if they were truly speciating, turning a new species, they would not be able to do that. Would be the theory.
Right. Yeah, and that's the other thing is that they revert back and forth,
Mm-hmm.
from modifications and stuff.
Right. Which is
like I always said that the little green grasshopper, turns into a monster locust, but it never turns into a cricket. Why is that?
Yeah. So intelligence is, I think, fairly well defined. It's just there's different levels of it. Just like there's IQ tests for humans, for example. There's different levels of how intelligent a system is versus how unintelligent it is. To help answer the question.
Well, I think that IQ is how much basically, a validate or a grading of the kind of education you had, basically.
Not necessarily, because there are people that have very little to no education that have high IQs. It's really just a matter of testing processing ability, because that's why it's broken up into several sections. You've got pattern recognition, you got language testing, you've got math testing, you got reading comprehension. So it's kind of like a miniature SAT, but it's just ability to see how well you can process different things.
Yeah. Well, that's what I think they're trying to differentiate, is what that ability is. But I mean, you could have like twins that one has an education, the other one doesn't have an education, and they would have different IQs, basically.
Possibly, and I guess it also depends what you're defining as education versus, because I mean, people can learn a lot more out of school than they can in, certainly.
Oh, definitely.
And then again, there's people that are extraordinarily well educated, might even have multiple PhDs that can't process squat.
Right. No, that's true. I agree with that. Yeah, but I mean, that's why I'm talking about the quality of education. What kind of education that the person actually had, and how effective the education was.
Yeah. Okay. So again, we have to define education. Like Einstein, I love Einstein. He said, "Education is what remains after one has forgotten everything they learned in school." So that's how he defines it.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about education, is that it's not much of an education if you forget everything you learned.
Yeah.
But hopefully you retain something.
Yep.
And I guess it's the ability to retain the information and use it determines your IQ.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they say the school of hard knocks is the best teacher, something like that.
Yeah, and it's better if you learn through, like you said, hard knocks, real life, than learning rote, or what somebody else had you memorize or something.
Right. Yeah, I like how Elon Musk puts it, that school is just for fun. It's not for learning. You can learn anything for free, he says. But yeah, no, I think you're essentially right, because again, just generally speaking, or the overview, the summary of it is that intelligence is typically or more easily or summarized as the ability to process something. And so if you are well educated, you've got a wide range of skills or education, then typically I think that a person can process things faster, more quote unquote intelligently.
Yeah, because it's also true that the more, I don't know, the more, sometimes it depends on the more tutoring that you have, because a lot of education is better if you're being tutored. And for example, in math, if I had more math, I would be able to comprehend more. And if I had more science, I'd be able to comprehend more science. And I would be able to figure things out, or more things out, than if I didn't have any education. That's basically what it was. So I guess it's a combination of both.
You're reminding me, and I forget his name, unfortunately. There's a guy from India who went to school in Britain. The man and they made a movie about him, but he was a supernatural genius at math. He had no education, and was, hey, welcome back. He was solving problems that the greatest minds at like Oxford and such just couldn't even begin to touch. I wish I could remember his name.
Yeah, and you have to have interest. You have to be interested in the subject matter.
Yes, thank you. Welcome back, John. That's how I like to summarize it, Jungle, perfectly. I say that everybody in the world is equally intelligent. We all have the same amount of intelligence. It's just some people are more interested in different things than others. So thank you.
Yeah. And that's maybe a good thing that we're not all interested in the exact same thing.
Absolutely.
I guess that would kind of depend on your definition of intelligence.
That's what we're going after, trying to figure out how to define it.
Yeah.
Ramanuja. I forget how to pronounce his first name. I'll just type it in.
Well, I think a big portion of this really depends on there's the capacity, right? And to comprehend things. And, you know, one of the things they have been able to quantify is like people, at least that score higher than on IQ tests and such, their brains actually do process faster.
Can we agree to distinguish between intelligence and wisdom?
Well, of course. That's what I said.
Okay.
Did you listen to a word I said?
When?
I said
now?
I said capacity.
That's kind of why I brought it up. I just wanted to clarify.
I'm messing with you, man. But no, in all seriousness, I think intelligence, the intelligence quotient is all about the capacity to process, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And the speed, and I think this kind of applies to what you were talking about, Joel, of a lot of people could ultimately learn the same thing as somebody else, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But how fast they can, or how deep, or how many layers of the ramifications and the implications and the potential uses of that information, that knowledge, et cetera, I think that's what varies, right? Yes. And then going back to applying the interest component, right? So there was a time in my life where I didn't find biology remotely interesting, right? Fast forward to now, I find it extraordinarily interesting.
Or history.
There's also a time in my life when I thought chemistry was like, ugh, I don't want to learn that crap. Why would I ever? Now, if I knew what I knew now, back in college, I probably would have pursued something in biotech because it is the most mind-blowing, as we've talked about many times, it's the most mind-blowing technology that exists. And the premise of reverse engineering that,
I gotta say,
would be amazing.
Yeah, I was not interested in chemistry as a kid. I'm more interested in it now, but it's still basically magic to me.
Yeah.
It's chemical bonds.
Well, and here's the irony, though. Like, for me, really, when you think about and this is why I always refer back to the whole aspect of the technology piece of, like, there's very few people who don't find, like, the cool little gizmos that we get to play with in modern society. We don't think they're cool. Like, pretty much everybody thinks they're pretty cool, right? Like, oh, my phone, I don't want my phone because that's just boring, right? Like, we have literally people who are literally addicted and going to rehab to, like, get away from their cell phone, right? I mean, like, we have a problem with tech, okay? You get into VR and all this other kind of stuff. Like, no. We have a problem with binging on tech, okay?
I think there's a problem with gaming, too.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, people get addicted. I mean, heck,
that's my advice.
I mean,
hey, just because everybody tells me I have a problem with gaming doesn't mean that I have a problem with gaming.
I mean, when there's new issues with, like, gamer's thumb and, you know, texting thumb and all that kind of stuff, like, that's a real condition. Like, it's not a joke anymore. Like, it's actually happening. My point is that I really, going back to my original point, which was, like, 20 years ago, I didn't find biology as interesting, right? Well, how was things being taught back then in, like, high school and undergraduate college, right? They weren't teaching you about the ridiculously cool crap that we've been talking about for the, you know,
right.
Right. It was it's reactions. It's like, okay, so I got to learn all this chemistry stuff to have, and it's like, wait a minute, what's going on? Like, there's communication systems, all that kind of stuff. That's a totally different dynamic, right? And when you think about how many kids what are they doing? They're teaching themselves how to code in high school. They're creating apps. They're learning about it, you know, all these different pieces of technology and Internet of Things and 3D printing, and they're doing all this cool stuff, right? if it was being presented to them like, hey, kids, biology, your very existence makes like you're obsessed with creating your next 3D scaffolding for your next 3D printing project, right? You think that's super cool? Okay, awesome. Your existence is dependent on like stupidly high level technology that does that. There's going to be plenty of kids in like middle school. They're going to be like, what? Really? Show me.
Scaffolding templates.
The second you show them that, like, here's how this works. This is what happens. This is what protein synthesis is. This, right? I agree. I'm not saying it would apply to every kid, but I wager a whole boatload of kids would suddenly be like, I want to learn about that, right? And then they are able to grow up with the understanding and the utilization of that knowledge in the neuroplasticity portion of their development to really be able to start thinking about those kind of things in ways that people like us who've learned about it late in our adult life, we don't have the same level of flexibility to think about those things. We can try, but we don't have the potential that they could have if it was being presented to them in that context versus, oh, everything about your very existence from a biological perspective is a result of accident. Like, get out of town, man. That's not interesting. Anyway, enough to diatribe. I can see. I yield.
Yeah. I was gonna say I do agree with everything you just said, except for I want to caution about relying on schools for that, because I think we've shared enough about like my life, for example. I was that kid that did love growing up chemistry, physics, computers. I was the quintessential heavy metal nerd guy, and so I'm getting all these fancy jobs. I get interviewed like, wow, you already know this stuff. So with even before I finished my first degrees. And when I did go to school, all my engineers were like, hey, finish your degree, you'll get paid more. I'm like, okay, things in school are still 20 plus years behind what we're actually doing in the field. So it's not about trying to, and I agree with you 100% that I wished schools could challenge children more, or just kids, everybody, including, us as adults that go to school, challenge everybody more to want to learn how to learn, much less give that kind of information, that content to learn from. But I think it's going to always be something internal, something that it's got to be a personal drive to want to know. Because even if the schools did present this higher technology innovation, and if the student doesn't want it to, like you were saying, there's nothing you're going to be able to do to really.
That's why foreigners, when they come to the United States, they do well because they want to learn, they want to achieve, they want to, succeed.
Right.
Well, they also have a different. They understand the dichotomy between the opportunity that's presented to them here in the United States, as an example, versus the third world hellhole they came from, where they
we take it for granted,
which we absolutely take for granted. We don't even like. To me, when you really, and the whole point you just made, Joel, about the learning drive for it, like the fact that we've talked about this before, but like the fact that at the click of a button or a tap on my phone, I can be listening to the lectures from Harvard, Stanford, MIT, Oxford, Cambridge. Like I can watch the lectures and listen to and have access to the exact same knowledge for free. Right. And I can even put it on, 1.5 speed and accelerate through the knowledge download. Right.
Yep.
Or slow it down, rewind.
And then pretty soon we're going to have that stuff streamed directly to our brains, gentlemen.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like I'm talking about in the content in terms of these like macro level arguments and like these confrontational. And I'm like, you guys don't think that where I'm actually directing on this is the idiots such as like Soldier of Science that's been coming on Neff Stream lately I don't know about that. No, I've never researched it, but you're wrong. I don't have time. He kept, in one of my arguments with him, he kept saying like, I don't have time to do that. I don't have time to research that. I'm like, dude, in this world that we live in, and the irony for me is he claims he works in big data. I'm like,
really?
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You mean like the NSA?
Huh?
Like GE?
Like the NSA?
No. Anyway, my point is that I'm like, so you're claiming you don't have time while claiming that we're wrong, but then giving yourself an excuse to not take access to the free information. It doesn't even cost you anything except time. That's it. Like you're telling me you don't have any time when you're driving to work or laying in bed or whatever to be listening to that information.
Time, I think, is more valuable to people now than it was before.
Yeah, and I'd like to
I mean, there's a lot of problems with society. Technology, I think, has. It's not evil in of itself. Like, I'm not arguing for that, but there are problems that have arisen because of technology. Just look at, like, you've got YouTube, and then what you used to watch TV, and there would be like 5-minute span of commercials, and then YouTube came out and Netflix, and then you didn't have to watch commercials at all with Netflix, and then when cell phones started really hitting hard on being like the big thing, then TikTok comes out, and those are actually limited. Like I think you can't post something more than a minute long. My wife is addicted to it. She watches TikTok like all day, and I think it destroys our attention span.
Well, it's actually very interesting. I started looking at this in 2009, I think it was. First study I saw on this, but back when I was heavily involved in web apps and development, all that kind of stuff, I was constantly doing research and reading different studies on like the latest and greatest of what was happening in that arena. But anyway, your point about the attention span drop. So I actually got to the point where I was being able to predict what the next report was going to say the reduction in attention span was over that previous like 3-year cycle, right? And here's how I did it. Which company on the planet do you think has more access to analytic data than any other company on the planet?
Google.
Yep. So I noticed that there was a direct corollary between the length of time of the explainer videos for their different apps, like their different functions, right? That always seemed within a second, literal second, to correlate directly with whatever the next study that came out and said what the attention span had been reduced to. And so I remember the first one I saw, it was at 1 minute and 52 seconds. And then it dropped to 1 minute and 29 seconds. And then it was 1 minute and 6 seconds. Like their explainer videos just dropped and dropped. And guaranteed, like within the next year, our study would come out and be like, average attention span, this, right? Anyway, the other portion of this was the hook time, right? So like somebody lands on a website, right? How long do you have to hook them?
Oh, yeah.
And get them in that Z pattern, right? Of their eyes going in the Z pattern across the screen, all that kind of stuff. But I remember the first day I saw on that was like 17 seconds. And then it dropped to like 12. And then the last one I saw, it was 6. And I was like, holy crap. If you're at 6 seconds to get somebody's attention, how much, you can't really do that much analysis, right? So now the substance.
Can you?
I mean, you can.
Well, but it depends. What are you analyzing?
Well, true. But I'm saying the substance with which you're going to be able to process any kind of information on a high level, I'm talking about a high level, right, is minuscule, right? But anyway, another thing I noticed was there was a direct correlate with this attention span reduction with the average scene time in movies and like the cuts between angles of the cameras, right? You actually always, if you go back and look at this, you will also be able to observe a direct corollary, not in every movie, obviously, but the big ones and like the overall trend of the amount of scene time was getting shorter and shorter and shorter. And you compare it to like a 1930s movie, right? 1940s, 1950s, and there's like much longer dialogue and the scenes and character expansion and overarching, might have multiple story arcs and like character development, all this kind of stuff, right? Fast forward to now, and for me, one of the reasons I stopped going to the movie theater most of the time was I get the end of the movie and I'm like, how in the flying what did we get from character introduction to climax in this period of time? And there was like nothing happened. Like there was no development, and there was just like jump, right? And same thing's happening in TV.
Look at the first Star Wars trilogy and then the second Star Wars trilogy.
Yep.
Character development is just like gone in the second one.
with the cartoons, I really noticed it. With the cartoons, it really annoyed me so much that I just stopped watching cartoons because they were just jumping from one thing to another thing, and the cartoon characters were hardly even moving. They would just do a little move and that was it, and would jump to something else, or would jump from one position to another without even going from one place to another. It's just so annoying. So I just quit
There's
watching.
also a lot of like subliminal messaging in almost everything you see nowadays. I mean, like crazy amounts of it. There's a group called Little Light Studios that kind of goes through the different Gnostic and different message types that you'll see, like occult symbolism, things like that, through all types of Hollywood productions and shows that are being put out right now. If y'all haven't checked them out, they're pretty good.
Gnostic stuff?
Yeah, they were talking about what was it, the Truman Show, that movie with Jim Carrey, where he's like the whole world is watching him. Yeah, so that entire movie was basically like a Gnostic gospel, and even the names, like so you have to watch their production on it, but he goes very thoroughly through each different scene, things that were on it. There's even like a passage. What was it? There's a number on the boat. Remember how like he tries to escape the city? He goes boating out.
And he runs
so
in. He rows himself into the wall. Yeah.
Yeah, eventually. But before all that happened, before that, there's I forgot the guy's name, that like the production, the producer or whatever. He's
the actor was Christopher, I think was the actor.
Yeah. I think his name was Christoph in the movie or something like that. So he's supposed to be obviously God essentially, right, in the situation here. And notice like he's like extremely violent toward him, things that he allows him to go through, and the whole point of it is that he can like overcome God and what God is doing, and that's why it's called Gnostic. But anyways, whenever he goes to raise the sail, at one point you'll see the number 134, and if you read, I think it's Psalm 134. Let me pull it up here.
Thank you for that. My cable likes to pull.
Okay, hang on a second here.
Behold, bless ye Lord, all ye servants of the Lord, which by night stand in the house of the Lord. Lift up your hands in the sanctuary.
I'd have to pull it up so you guys can see that production, but I'm pretty sure this is the one that was showing. And he gave full context as to what was happening during that. And why that number was showing, but I was like, wow, okay, that does make a lot more sense. And they posted this like a few days ago, actually, talking about the Truman Show on that one. But they do this for like just about everything. They did it for like DBZ. They did it for stuff like in all types of animes. They did it for stuff, kids shows that you see, like the Owl House from Disney. They went through all kinds of different Disney productions showing comparisons between the gospel and how it correlates to like the Lego movie. Like they did it for all this stuff. It's pretty crazy.
So you're basically trying to say that they're brainwashing people?
Yeah, it's subconscious, obviously. Like you don't realize a lot of it. It's like a New World Agenda kind of thing where they're trying to get us to accept the Antichrist without realizing it. Does that make sense? That's why we have all this sorcery and stuff like that in all types of different shows now, where people are like, seeing magic left and right. They don't even care. It's not something that bothers them anymore. Even though maybe 50 years ago, it was like, what the heck is that?
I mean, think about the what was the I have a brain for Bewitched, that the show back in the early 60s, probably mid 60s. That show had a lot of controversy surrounding it. Like now we look back on it and just laugh, like it's cheesy and funny, but at the time it was controversial. Same thing with I Dream of Jeannie. I forget what the two channels that had those shows, and you try to copy her basically, but
she just wiggles her nose, right?
Yeah, they. I mean, the show I liked watching them when I was a kid. I thought they were funny, and overall it's pretty. I mean, compared to what we have now, it's like. Very, 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 very tame, right? Yeah. It's like almost a church service compared to some of the shows.
Oh yeah, they had morals. They had morals in the stories,
right? And now it's like in the shows now, it's like, is morality subjective? Is it okay if I killed this person? And we're going to sacrifice this, and showing the like disembowelment and all this other kind of stuff. And
Yeah.
I mean, it's
You know
like
that show,
Saw movies.
what was it, Sabrina the Teenage Witch or whatever? The original one?
I liked the original series.
with the Melissa Joan Hart.
Right.
Back in the
Yeah,
90s.
the original one. So they remade it on Netflix, and they were putting all kinds of like actual ritual stuff in there, like legit. And it was so serious that the Church of Satan went and sued them for their production because they had the Baphomet, they had all the real stuff there going on, and it was like basically like looking into the lives of Satanists. Like it was just crazy. But
that was the one Disney show that I actually did not let my kids watch growing up, not because of the magic and all the witchcraft stuff, but because it was the one show that glorified kids literally having bad behaviors. It wasn't just that they were showing, whatever, secular stuff. They were in most Disney shows, most kids shows, they try to teach some sort of moral, thing, good behavior. But that was the exact opposite. They were trying to make, they were laughing about it. Oh my gosh, you guys can't watch this.
Which show?
The Sabrina Teenage
Witch. Yeah.
Well, a while back they would be showing kids. The cartoons were always kids eating something. It was always eating something. They're like and it's like, why are they always eating something? That's all they do is eat on the cartoons. It's like they're trying to sell products.
They want us to get fat and lazy.
Yeah.
Mission accomplished. I don't know if y'all saw this since Bob, you and oh crap, Pig. I'm sorry, brain freeze. You're Matthew.
Yeah.
Matthew. I knew
Matthew. Yeah.
That was my instinct. I was wrong. The both you guys being in the military. Oh, and heck, and Joel. What am I talking about here? Did you guys see the and Jungle? Good lord.
And the
man, 4 out of 6.
I'm not in the military.
Yeah,
or ever was.
Give us okay. So ultimately, I'm going with this. Did you guys see? Did you ex-military guys? Did you see the announcement from the Pentagon a couple days ago that they are significantly concerned that
there's going to be an uprising?
No, well, probably that too, but no, they were concerned that in terms of recruitment, that people were either too fat or too dumb to be good recruits for the military.
Yeah, I
haven't seen that.
This was just a couple days ago. This came out. I'm like, that's a significant problem. If you're both too fat and too dumb, that's a problem.
Isn't it like more than 30% of the United States population is obese right now? I think it's something crazy like that.
Well, there's a correlation too between obesity and intelligence.
Actually, there's a very interesting study.
Correlation between obesity and what?
Intelligence. Yeah.
Well, a very interesting study that came out a couple years ago that obesity actually lowers your IQ.
Yeah.
So now you can potentially regain it. It's one of those interesting things. Like if you get back in shape, your brain can kind of return to its processing speed, if you will, and capacity. But they've actually been able to show like people are literally, the fatter they're getting, the dumber they're getting. And they're actually being able to have a starting point too. Like measure, they were able to study people at IQ tests before, back when they were skinny, in college or whatever. Now fast forward, they're fat, and it's like, wow, they're literally dumber. This is the problem. And then hey, exercise. Then, lose. But no, I'm not saying it was necessarily like this massive deal. Like you went from now you're borderline special needs. That's not what I'm talking about. But like if it's something that's quantifiable, like you're actually getting a little bit dumber here, that's a problem. And they actually also were able to literally measure. This goes back to the point I was saying, lower IQ people, they've been able to measure their processing speed is slower than somebody who is measurably higher in IQ. But the same type of thing was being able to be displayed in the fat you versus the in shape you. And
you guys remember that movie Blade?
Yeah, the vampire hunter?
Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah. So remember, there's that one vampire. He's super fat. I think it was Blade 2 actually. When that one, it has Deacon Frost in it.
Okay, yeah.
And there's that really fat one that was like his data guy, but he was really just sitting there this whole time, and he was like spoon-fed blood or whatever. Just reminds me of this. I'm like, wow, this is like perfect correlation.
That just reminds me of the opposite. So we're binge watching the old show Monk. because my wife's got OCD tendency, so we're having fun with it.
Yeah.
Hey, you just can what? You like living? Yeah. You admitted it with the whole one. What was that thing earlier today?
These are things you admit privately.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Anyhow, one of the arch nemesis, the guy he suspects killed his wife. He's super, super fat, and he's like this mastermind, super intelligent guy. But I don't know.
Well, that's like fake fat, dude.
Well, it's all fake. I don't know.
Maybe he was just so intelligent that by the time he got fat, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, what I find extremely disturbing about what's happening in modern society, and I think this, not to be too conspiracy theorist, but
let's go.
There's dramatic. To me, there's very obvious attempts to make people dumber, to be able to be manipulated.
Yes.
And case in point, right? Like, we know beyond doubt that no less than 60% of all cancer is caused by obesity.
Huh.
And yet we are spending who knows how many billions of dollars, right, on cancer research when we know how we could prevent 60%. Like the majority of the cancer diagnoses are all like these same strains, right, of cancers. And those cancers are caused by directly tied to obesity. And I'm like, so we could solve this. Right?
Can you? I mean, how do you convince somebody who's got nothing better to do to eat less?
Well, let me take it the next step further. Right? Okay,
around.
So number one, people don't know this, right? So that's a problem. Now think about this in the context of COVID. Okay, one of the top 3 comorbidities is morbid obesity, right? Mm-hmm. Magically, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, if you paid attention, but magically, even though this hasn't been talked about that much, you might have seen a whole boatload of fat people walking around your neighborhood.
Uh-oh.
Magically, they're like all of a sudden out there. I've been noticing this. They're like they're booking it because what happened? They found out that their diabetes caused by obesity and or just their obesity in general puts them at crazy risk of dropping dead from this pandemic, right?
Yeah.
But
there were a couple of people running around. I don't know if they were obese.
But where I'm going with this is, these people have obviously found this out without it being a high-level talking point from the government. Like, why? To me, why in the heck every single government announcement isn't like, hey, if you have diabetes, if you're morbidly obese, you have this, and this, go do these things, which we know how to solve. Like 99.9% of all cases of diabetes are caused by obesity, right? Like,
they're trying to depopulate the planet, though.
Economics.
Maybe there's a lot to stay at home.
Have you guys heard of?
We'll get some fresh air.
I don't know if, because last night you were like, "Don't talk politics," but do you know about the Great Reset?
Oh yeah.
Which one? The one that Hillary did with Putin?
Now that was the easy button.
You know what I'm talking about, Argatha?
Easy button.
He's talking about the recent one.
Yeah, when Obama appointed Hillary and they went to Russia. This is back when Obama was colluding with Russia before Trump was. They had this big literal reset button, and they held it up in front of the cameras. And
okay, do you remember the Office Depot? Who had the easy button? Was it Office Depot or? I mean, she literally took.
I remember that.
It's like a Home Depot button or something.
No, I think it was Office Depot. Because remember, it was like the easy button, like in all their commercials. She literally took one of those stupid easy buttons.
Or Staples. It might have been Staples, yeah.
It might have been. It was either Staples or Office Depot. It was an all.
Which reset button?
Oh, man, when she did that, I wanted to like. She pulls it out. They're at a conference. They're at a giant conference table on camera. Like press is there, and she pulls out an easy button, sticks it on the table, like we want to reset everything. Like, wow! I'm like, is this like are we in kindergarten right now? Are you like pulling this out for the little kids and be like, hey guys, we're just gonna forget all the bad stuff that happened in the past. Just push the button. Like, really? You're doing this, and like you're the Secretary of State of the most powerful country on the planet? Are you kidding me? I can only imagine what the Russians were thinking in that context.
But if Trump says hi to Putin, then
by.
Just by uranium one scandal, though.
By manipulating the elections.
Guys on their side would say it was a symbolic statement.
Yeah, but
Well,
I
truth and all.
you only interpret it as a symbol. It's not actually a
I
symbol.
would point them to the Georgia guy.
Well, what was your point going to be here, Doctor? Now that we understand there's multiple reset buttons. Talking about-
Oh, I mean the stuff that you were talking about, like John was asking, like, why aren't we trying to fix obesity and all this stuff? And I'm just like, dude, the great reset's coming. They don't care about us. The people that are in
Yeah,
power are pushing for an agenda, and
Well,
I think it's going to happen
Yeah, I'm
soon.
gonna.
And then we're out.
You guys,
Because they-
both you guys, John and Argazi, both of you all are talking exactly about 1984, right? George Orwell's book. It's exactly
What
what
about
you're
it?
talking about.
Oh, dude.
The idea
Okay.
about the language changing, the idea about different, the news speak he described about it, and that was the end goal. Argazi was to literally get people to not think. They say that in the movie that their goal is for intelligence to come from the heart, for people to basically not even think anymore, just to do what they're supposed to do. That's it.
Do what the government says and just trust them.
Hey, so did you guys ever read Soylent Green?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my brother-in-law was a psychology professor, right? And so he would have them like occasionally he would like get old episodes of like the Twilight Zone and things like that, and had the class watch them and then try and get them to like actually think and analyze the scenario and what the implications were and stuff like that. Right? Well, then he did one. There was one that was like basically a spoof of the Soylent Green premise, and in the episode, of course the people are being given pills to just be placated and have their emotions flatline basically, and then ultimately it turns out they're being eaten, right? And he's like he asked the class, like, so what do you guys think about this? What struck you the most? Yada yada yada. And he said the number one response I got was, "Oh man, I would love to have those pills." And it's like, what? Hold the phone. Like the culmination of this is the people are being food, like
Eaten.
people are
Yeah.
food, right? And you want
Have
the
you
pills? Like you,
Yeah,
and
but
you
they were
want
hungry,
the
John. People
There's
starving.
so I want to say it's Mark
Pill or blue
Zuckerberg
pill?
or yeah, I think it's Mark Zuckerberg. His wife in California, she owns a chain restaurant, and I think it's called the Cannibal Club. And supposedly they're making like what do you call synthetic human meat that they're selling the product there. Yeah, and I was like, first of all, where are you going to get that? Where are you going to get this meat? And apparently only like specialized visitors get to come in there and eat. It's like a special chain and like 5-star restaurant, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, just look it up, dude. Seriously, it's crazy.
Well, what's
That's
crazy,
messed up. That's
what's very
messed up.
interesting is there's a huge thing, and this is like it's a known deal of a lot of the rich, let's just say, a lot of the California types are one of their latest and greatest little fads is they literally pay 18, 19, 21-year-old people to give them blood, literally. So there's been studies that show, like, basically when you're in that age grade, you still have some different different proteins, different components in your blood that are directly correlated with youth. And so what they're literally having these kids, I mean, 18, 19-year-olds, and probably let's get real, some of them are probably younger than that. Come over to their house, get hooked up to, have blood drawn, and literally have their blood stuck in their arm. And I'm just like, I mean, okay, each to their own, but like, let's not talk about there isn't some weird crap going down.
Dude,
Like, I'm not.
Yeah,
it's not paranoia when you're literally taking the blood of kids and injecting it into yourself. You're weird at that point.
Yeah,
Okay?
that's not the
That's
worst of it.
weird.
So Pig was already reminding me about it. I was going to say it before you brought that up, but there's a huge human rights violation stuff, international, whatever you call it, drug violations from China, where they and I apologize if this is going to be too whatever descriptive for some people. So close your ears. But they harvest fetuses, unborn children, and dry them out essentially, and convert them into powder form. And then, so like South Korea right now, that's one of their biggest trade violation problems is trying to prevent other Asians from trying to import this literal human dried flesh, blood, everything, their bone, and they for that same reason they use it as fillers for their pharmaceuticals and whatnot. For what you just described, that there's this huge cult out there, this ancient cult that thinks that if they can get the essence of the young, and they're getting it from fetuses, then that gives them some sort of mystical whatever nonsense.
If you guys check out that link I posted here, the cannibalclub.org, just read the first section here, what it talks about.
But I'm not really surprised.
It says directly here, the first statement, specializing in the preparation of human meat.
Reminds me of Fallout.
There's a restaurant. There's a restaurant in Japan where one of their specialties is they cook a fish, but they don't. They cook the fish while it's alive, and they deliberately keep the head alive so that while the person is eating the fish head is still going out.
It'll be biting. Yeah, I've seen that before. They strip the skin off of it and they eat it like sashimi.
I forget to do that.
Some people just
okay, guys, hang on one second. Okay, collaborating with visiting cooks from around the world, Chef de Cuisine Sophia Lafitte something or other regularly updates our menu with new and daring culinary experiments. The meat we serve is selected from the young and healthy, consistent with the practice of cannibalism in many primitive societies. We view as homage to the dead, who are reborn into the bodies of their consumers. Each dish, therefore, is a study in taste and elegance.
Okay.
What the?
Demonic.
Child cannibalism.
Straight up.
That's atheism. You can thank atheism for that.
Yeah.
Well, Jesus said to drink his blood.
Okay. Isn't okay, listen, guys.
I'm going to do a segue.
Okay, but Danny, that was symbolic.
I know. I'm just messing.
On their FAQ question, on their FAQs page, isn't cannibalism wrong? Cannibalism, as traditionally practiced, usually shows respect to the deceased, who is desired to be reborn into the living or offers a worthy sacrifice to some deity.
That's nonsense.
It is never our practice to debase or objectify human life. Arguments against cannibalism are typically grounded in ignorance, cultural prejudice, and nonsensical spiritual beliefs. So the Aztecs, they were cutting people's hearts out while they were alive and then throwing them down the steps, and the Mayans and stuff, they're doing the same thing. Like, no. That was just cultural prejudice.
Out of respect, yeah.
What the?
Great reset.
Yeah, no. Well, there was something else I was going to pull up here. Oh, crap, I forgot. I was literally about to type it in there.
Prion diseases of the nervous system, such as Kuru, are not associated with the consumption of brain tissue, which is not.
That's what it was.
They're eating brains. Okay, this is Raiders of the Lost Ark. Or sorry, man, what was the second Indiana Jones movie?
That's what I was going to say. I was about to pull up Kuru so you guys could see that. But yeah, it's a disease that comes. It manipulates your brain, and eventually it degenerates your. You basically die from like a brain-eating disease, basically.
God will not be mocked. You reap what you sow.
Are you talking about atheism? Just kidding.
No, Kuru.
So, Danny,
atheism is pretty close, though.
So, Danny, do you think that it is objectively immoral to eat Kuru?
He doesn't think anything is objectively immoral.
Well,
we had this talk.
Do we want to have this conversation? Because you're going to get frustrated at me. I'm predicting, right? Because
I don't think I will get frustrated.
It's not immoral. It's just something that would not be good.
Because I think
By the way, Danny, real quick, man, my wife was impressed. She recognized and she really likes your what was it again, Kelly? Pardon? Danny's picture.
Oh, the White Tree of Gondor.
Here you go, White Tree of Gondor. Yep, she recognized it. She loved it.
Nice. No, because
actually, John, I wanted to ask you something, Danny.
Okay, well, one second, John. If you have this conversation, you're going to hate me. Okay, I think at the end of it. But what are you saying, Bob?
No, we already know.
If you don't have a reason in of yourself to not rape somebody, is it wrong?
So there's something called a normative reason. So like if I want to drink like some wine and I don't know if it's been poisoned, then there's a sense in which we could say that I ought not drink the wine given the counterfactual that if I had known there's poison, I would have not drunk it, or I would have decided not to
Okay.
drink it. So
Why would it be wrong to drink poison?
well, based on the counterfactual, it's the idea that like I just don't want to be poisoned, or I don't want to die, I don't want to hurt myself, that kind of thing.
All right, let's put this in a different
So is
context.
morality
like a
based
challenge,
off of
right?
what you desire?
The reasons are in terms of desires, yes. And so if we understand what's moral as what we should do, and as what we should do in term is kind of generated by a reason to do something, then I think that
I don't think
desire.
John wants to have this. I don't think John wants us to have this conversation.
Well, I mean, I think it's going to put it in a different context. So you're not going to starve. You're just fine. You're not going to die. Is it objectively moral or immoral to cut somebody's skull open and eat their brain?
Well, you see, this is why you're going to hate me, because I think that the notion of an objective moral is incoherent. So when it's like asking me, and this is how I really do feel about it.
Okay. Well, hang on.
Are you a non-cognitivist?
No, I'm not. I'm a cognitivist.
Hang on. Okay, then please come up with a hypothetical where you are at no risk to yourself. There's no risk to anybody else. If you don't do this, what's the subjective justification to cut somebody's skull open, cut the top of their skull open and eat their brain?
Well, you see, I don't think there's such thing as objective justification. To me, it's like.
No, I'm asking you to subjectively justify.
Oh, subjectively. Oh, well, I'm
claim there's no objective reason not to. I want you to explain to me what's the subjective justification when there is no reason, right? There's just person just sitting here, right?
If there's no reason,
you decide you want.
Yeah. Oh, if there's no reason, there's no desire, right? So a desire is
What
already.
if you have the desire?
Sorry,
You can have the desire to do it, but you don't have any reason for self-preservation or anything.
Joel is noise trolling right now.
The Hannibal Lecter.
Oh, okay.
No,
what were you saying, Bob?
No.
Okay, so you have a desire to do something, but you don't have any. How would you justify it? I guess it's kind of where.
How would you justify? What do you mean by justify there?
How could you sleep at night?
Here's a better question, in my opinion.
Done?
Danny, are there shoulds and oughts? Do those things exist?
Yes.
Should we do something or should not do something? Okay.
Are they objective or subjective?
Well, I think it's only coherent to say that they're agent dependent.
So they're subjective.
Yeah.
Subjective. Yeah. Okay. But if those things exist, though, the mere fact that there is an ought or a should relate to the fact of there being a moral premise that is objective. Okay.
What do you think of argument?
We all have some sense of morality as human beings, and even some animals have a similar standard to a degree. And so if you just take a look at those two things, you have to realize that if we're looking at things from like a perspective outside of humanity, what would bridge the gap between all of us as humans?
Signal theory.
Okay, so let me understand. let me make sure I understand you. You're saying we all have a moral sense. Is that kind of what you're saying? And that, how do you reconcile that?
Even the most vicious, barbaric of criminals will have a moral standard. They'll think that they're better than somebody else to some degree, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but how's that? Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. What I'm trying to get across is that if there is a moral premise amongst all of us, right? If even one thing is actually good or actually evil, then there has to be an objective standard to say that those things are such. Does that make sense?
I don't really think so. But it is true that what explains why we find something valuable, I think that's objective, and it's not going to be a physical fact. So when we predicate goodness of something in the world, right? That's going to be a value property that's not a physical or natural property, and I think that is what's going to explain our motivations that eventually.
Right, but value is a subjective term. Just to clarify that, so you and I can have very entirely different things that would be valuable to us, right? But if we place value on one object comparatively, and then say that is more valuable than this other thing, or at least I would say that compared to you, then that doesn't really make any difference. In other words, I can put your life beneath mine, right? And that wouldn't really have any causal effect on how we view reality, right?
Okay, let me make sure I understand you. So some people think they're better than others. With maybe like let's just take a race realist that thinks that like the white race is better than all other races,
Sure.
right? Now you're saying that sort of establishes a standard, right?
Yeah, it's like a moral premise to begin with. Like, I mean, so most atheists, if they're subjective, they'll say that we have to start from some set point, and then that's how we gauge where our morality actually stands.
I don't
But
think
if
I'm
you
gonna
take a
say
look
that.
at that, okay,
I'm a moral particularist, and I think even Christians should be moral particularists, right? So I don't really think I think that. So what the idea of a moral particularism is that what's good is contextualized, right? It's contextualized. So like
correct.
asking someone, is slavery wrong, is kind of a misunderstanding of what it means to say something is wrong, because
Correct.
wrongness will be understood in terms of the particular situation you're in. So I think slavery in the context of like, let's say, the antebellum times in the United States, that
Okay.
seems obviously wrong. But then there's some kind of like the sorts of slavery that are in the Bible, like the kind of servitude that where you have to pay off a debt. There's a
Right.
sense that doesn't seem like it's wrong, and so
Well, actually, I'm not trying to cut you off there. Sorry, I was just
no,
going to
I don't
say,
mind being cut off. I really don't, because presumably you're doing it for a good reason, so you should.
yeah, I'm just trying to provide further context for anybody listening. I mean, if you actually pay attention to those verses, they're actually there for the purpose of actually providing, laws that protect slaves rather than allow horrible things to happen to them. Because in all the other countries, other nations that were surrounding them, that's why it said that they could purchase slaves from outside nations, but they could not. They weren't allowed to go and steal somebody or kidnap them and then go sell them. Because that would literally get them killed. I mean, that was the whole point of the law there.
Yeah, that's fine. The point is that asking
Right.
someone, is slavery wrong, sort of depends. I mean, that question seems to depend on what location, what's going on. You have to understand the facts of the situation to answer the question. So that implies that there's something about every circumstance, right, that explains the motivation or explains the ought in that case. So what I would say is that those facts are non-natural. I call them value properties, right? But it's true that ultimately, right, what it means to say that I should do something is going to reflect on my reasons, right? Now, you could take certain view. I think this could be compatible with Christianity in the sense that like God could create value properties and create moral cognitive faculties to recognize value. So let's say you're going on a run and you see a drowning child, and you feel the motivation to save the child, right? That I think that's perceptual, right? There's something about the circumstance in which motivates you to do something, which is to say that there's a sense in which you ought to do something. So like if you're running and you see this case, right, and someone else runs and sees what's going on and they decide that they have more reason to do something else, right, let's say continue on the run. If you're a Christian, you might say something like there's a kind of a misperception, like sin. This is something like what Plantinga would say, although this is not his ethical theory. The point is that God would give you moral faculties, right? And these are perceptual moral faculties, and so you can misperceive the good, you can misperceive value. Now,
hey, Danny, just to interject, man.
Of course,
you do realize that right now you are doing what a very large percentage of atheists do in trying to circumvent whether or not there is objective morality or not.
But to me,
with dramatic amounts of over complication of the question. Like let's dumb this down. You're running through the park. You see child drowning. Is it the morally right or wrong thing to do to go and save the child?
Well, for me, I would imagine that it was the right thing to do. To
Okay, and would you say that 99.999% of people would say that going and saving the child that's drowning would be the right thing to do?
Yes.
Okay.
Why?
So, Zach, go ahead.
Why? Because they're perceiving the value of the life of the child.
Why is the life of the child valuable?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question.
You can put him in that guy's
All right,
stew.
so John,
Well, see,
so
this-
here's the thing that I see this in two different ways. I think there's two different categories of atheists as far as the. I think it's obvious. Like there's people that will either accept the ultimate end of naturalism or non-theism, that their lives have no value unless they somehow come up with value that they create themselves in their imaginations. You do have a camera.
Yeah, I don't like showing my face.
Danny,
Danny,
so in case you guys
It's all
don't
good,
know
man.
this, Danny is actually an exhibitionist
Uh-oh.
and occasionally likes to flash people, and then, but then hide and make sure you don't get any. You don't get to see any.
Is he the one that was trying to take down your channel?
Dangerous skin. No. I'm kidding. But the point where you're going with that,
Just playing.
when you're going with that, Bob, I agree with you. But here's the thing: I actually, Danny, earlier tonight, I was having this thought about you.
Wait, no. What I wanted to point out,
man.
I wanted to point out something, that I have more respect for somebody who will take their worldview to its logical conclusion than one who will hold a worldview and then remain in cognitive dissonance, denying the logical conclusion. I mean, at least you can reason with them.
I agree with you. I agree with you. The point I was going to make was earlier tonight. I was thinking about this, Danny. So I have great deal of respect for, and I enjoy actually listening to you because you oftentimes are steel manning the other atheists on the streams to a good extreme. I mean, tonight you were doing it too with John Perry to an extent. However, I was thinking about this. And I was like, I think that Danny is actually attempting to find a way to convince himself that I don't know what your experience was, but I know you mentioned the experience that you had. You are stuck in two paths. You're trying to both rationalize to yourself that yes, God does exist, and simultaneously convince yourself that it's okay to cling to atheism, even though you know it's not the actual logical conclusion.
Oh dear. Well, I don't know about that psychological analysis, but
well, yeah, I'm just saying, man. You steel man all of these arguments on a very Mike almost fell on me.
Which are like atheist arguments?
Yeah, dude, you steel man people all the time.
I love how honest you are about.
Yeah, I mean,
you'll jump against anybody who's being dishonest, and I respect that.
I really hate dishonesty, but the point is, going back to let's go away. I don't want to be in therapy here, okay? But as John is attempting.
Oh, I got him.
Okay,
it's always trying to make excuses. Always.
I'm not your shrink, man. No worries.
The point is,
I don't know if he's trying to make excuses. I think he may be lost in a sea of logic.
Oh my god!
I think what's actually going on is Danny likes to be the person. He likes to be Freud behind the desk, and right
Danny,
now
I'm
trying to put him on the couch right now. Danny's being flipped onto the couch.
Well, then let's just ask him a question.
Yes,
so,
ask me.
Danny, if you could look in on yourself and be honest,
oh my God.
I imagine that you would. Could you stop saying that? What would be the single greatest problem in your mind for accepting our worldview?
Bless you.
Okay. Well, I have to think about that.
Okay.
I think it's a lot of. I will say something to that. I think I left Christianity before I felt like I was justified in leaving it. So I will say that.
Okay.
The justifications for atheism came on later after I left it. which bothers me because and sometimes I ask people that left Christianity what their reason is for leaving Christianity, and they cite some, horrible justification or no justification, and that bothers me because it bothered me when I did it, right? So I think that what explains where I am now is not so straightforward. Like, I have a complete rational reason, like set of reasons for leaving Christianity.
Justification.
But now I think it's changed. But it kind of haunts me that I left for other reasons, I think. But because like I'm I guess like I don't know if my girlfriend's around. I hope she understands what I mean here. But like I really like doing sexual things with guys. Like I'm a homosexual and kind of half, like 60%, maybe 55% gay. But like and that had a lot to do with it, I think.
Justification.
And so I think that's one of the things that started to precipitate the kind of leaving of Christianity. But so yeah, I kind of, that bothers me. But late now, I think I'm really confident in the philosophical arguments against Christianity. Now, so it's not so easy to like discuss in one night, right? All of those arguments. And
so, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So the you like the D and the P, got it.
Well, no, actually, I don't. Yeah. My sexuality is really complicated. But
I'm joking in this context, right?
Okay.
I'm saying like, hey, let's get down, right? And that provided I'm talking about in terms of the religious perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
That catalyzed guilt and feeling like, am I sinning, right? Which then led you to look for reasons to
how do I get out of it?
How do I get out of it in order to remove this weight that I'm feeling in relation to things that I enjoy?
So you have to believe me that it wasn't this way, right? I'm saying that it did have something to do with it, but not like that. Like what happened was my girlfriend broke up with me after 4 years. This is the girl I thought I was going to marry. And I was just kind of like, screw it. Let me do what I want. And I felt so guilty. It's true. I felt really guilty to a point where I stopped identifying as a Christian, but I would tout that I believe in Christianity. Right. So I was one of those people that like thought that, yeah, I guess like the demons believe, and I'm in that category where like I'm just choosing, not Christianity, not the way of Christianity. I'm choosing my own way because I couldn't. I don't know. I take responsibility ultimately, but I think even you could even say in the libertarian sense. But like I just didn't really care, right? I just cared more about what I immediately, my perceptual faculties, what they wanted in the sexual encounters and stuff. But
how old are you again?
I'm 20. Oh, I'm 28 tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, happy early birthday!
Congratulations.
What you're saying sounds familiar to me, and I think that I still have hope for you. Basically, you can always come back, and I think I think everybody has their time of rebellion, and I don't know how long your time has been, but I think everybody goes through a period of time where they find something that they want that is not cool in God's eyes, and they know it, and they find some way, and I'm sort of generalizing, but they find some way to justify it or whatever. They just do it anyway, and they feel bad, and then that sounds like where it's going with your story.
Well, I want to say really quickly, and then I'll let you finish. If you could see my mind, so to speak, if you knew all my beliefs and all my feelings, I think you wouldn't say that. I think I'm pretty confident I'm far gone, but I'm glad that you express hope.
Why do you feel like you're far gone?
Yeah.
In the sense that like I don't really see myself being a Christian At least not the kind of, and not, I would have to be a different person right now.
Well,
But I guess that's what it means to be a Christian, is to be a different person, but to be like this reborn thing, right? But I would have to be very, very, very different. Something would have to.
You're in a unique situation. Okay, well, it's not that unique, really, but you're in a situation that a lot of Christians don't like to talk about, I think. So now I think you heard me before, and I can show you the verses. But when you believe, God seals you with the Holy Spirit, right? Do you remember this?
But it doesn't
You're
have
muted.
hope.
No, you're muted in.
Muted. Oh, it's fine. Could you repeat? I lost my train of thought. You're saying that, yeah, no, the Holy
God
Spirit
fills
is
you.
the kind of thing that gives you the knowledge of where you stand with God, right? The idea is that, like, you know Christ, you know God, in virtue of knowing the person that is the Holy Spirit, because He sends Him down when you've accepted the sort of.
I think there's a lot that we don't necessarily know about how the Holy Spirit interacts with us. I think people make a lot of assumptions. I will state what Scripture states as far as I can remember it, and if you challenge me on it, I'll go find verses. But I don't want to go out. I don't want to go beyond what the Bible says. So what I'll tell you is that Paul tells us that after you believe, you're sealed with the Holy Spirit of promise until the day of the redemption of the purchased possession. So, and I think you heard me talk about the circumcision without hands, where your body is cut off from your
Like
soul.
spiritual circumcision? Is that what you're talking about?
The circumcision that is performed without hands, which is the cutting off of the flesh of the sins of the body. And yeah.
Where
So
God convinces you to do what's right.
it doesn't say that.
Well, it does say salvation is through sanctification by the Spirit, believing what's true.
Is Tanny
And we are cleansed by the Word of God too. It's the Word of God that cleanses us.
Sure. But see, Danny has gone into what I would call rebellion.
Hopelessness. Because it's also going away from God's word, and if you want hope, you have to come to God's word and be convinced by God's word.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. I really think that I think really
I'm not your
Christianity
man.
is false now. I really do think it's false now. I mean, I will admit that I did not leave it initially for philosophical reasons. That came later. And
Right. I think the philosophical reasons came in because you could not cope with the cognitive dissonance because you seem like a really reasonable person.
well, it's either that, right, or it's either that they actually are persuasive, right? Now, whether they're good arguments or not is a different story, but they could just be persuasive arguments, right?
I think they might be more persuasive if you're more inclined to believe them.
Oh, I'm pretty inclined. I was pretty inclined. Trust me. Like, but no, I'm just saying that don't rule out the fact that I'm actually persuaded by these arguments. I don't think you should be so quick to jump to that conclusion.
I'm not trying to say that I'll accept that you think that the arguments that you hold in your head are persuasive.
Okay.
What I'm suggesting is that a lot of people will accept arguments that they may overlook certain flaws in it if the implications of the argument are favorable to them.
Yeah, that happens, but I'm not aware, so you would have to point it out, right?
That would take discussion.
Yeah, but no, I think I'm pretty far gone. I think it's pretty much over for me in terms of.
You think that you can lose your salvation?
As long as you're hiding from
salvation.
God's word, from God's word, you're not going to know what your philosophical errors are or irrational thinking points are.
If he's confused in such a way that he believes that the way that I understand his current worldview, that advice isn't going to do anything for him.
Well, what I'm saying is, as long as you stay away from God's word, the less that you're going to be able to understand.
I just want to say that I respect what y'all are saying, but just keep in mind that what it feels like to me is when atheists psychoanalyzed me when I was a Christian. Oh, you just want some kind of feel, you want to be secure after your death, or you're just doing it because you grew up with it. I mean, it's just like the psychoanalysis to me. I mean, maybe it's just interesting to talk to
Danny, your position is you're too far gone. Therefore,
I'm more far gone than you think. That's what I mean, right?
Well, okay. That is subjective.
No, I have access to my own mind.
Now, hang on. I will not publicly state all the crazy crap that I've done, but I don't want my daughter to ever know this stuff. But
my
look,
kids are gonna know everything. It's all on the internet.
The extremes to which I have engaged in debauchery are of epic proportions from anybody's context. Okay. Mm-hmm. Maybe in private, I will explain to you what I mean by this, but the fact that I still walk this earth is a outright miracle. Like no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't mean that just from like how did I survive this stuff? I mean, there are multiple instances in which I should have died.
Not just your brain surgery, right?
Well before my brain surgery. God gave me so many wake-up calls well before that. I was just too blind of an idiot in having way too much fun. Did
you see them at the time, John? The wake-up calls?
Briefly, and then I kind of flushed them. And I was like, yeah, I'll get back to that. And it literally took me going all the way to the edge of death to finally realize that this was it, right? And I have, you might not be able to see on this camera, but you might be able to see that scar right there. Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
I can see this every day now, right? I've got a titanium plate in the side of my head, right?
Wow.
It's like all the way to that extreme for me to finally recognize that, okay, I've been given a ridiculous amount of chances I've had giant flags waving in my face for a decade of like, don't be an idiot, stop being an idiot, stop being an idiot, stop being an idiot. And then ironically, you're 28, right?
Yeah.
I was 28 years old. So let's see. A month from now will be actually one month and 1 day from now will be the day. It'll be 8 years exactly from when I fell out of my chair in my office with a billionaire and woke up in an ambulance. And that morning, I was on a radio show announcing a prize my company was doing. We were going to give away, I think it was $20,000 and stuff. Anyway, I go back to my office, having a meeting with a billionaire. My world fades to black. I wake up in an ambulance. And then not too long after that, I'm finding out I'm having a massive brain hemorrhage. I should be dead. Right. The point I'm making in all this is up until that moment, and even after I recovered from my brain surgery and all that kind of stuff, I still did some crazy crap after that. But in 18 to 28, I engaged in more debauchery than a whole boatload of people put together. Okay. I'm not trying to act like, I was this bad guy. I'm like, I did a bunch of ridiculously stupid crap. How I survived, no idea. After all this stuff happened, and I look back on it now, and even after, I kind of look and people wonder, like, John, how do you not go and do any of this stuff anymore? Like, why are you not chasing a lot of the sex, drugs, and rock and roll that you engaged in during that time frame? I'm like, well, there's a bunch of reasons, but one of them is like, when I look back on it, I'm like, good Lord, I engaged in so much crap. Like, I don't need to keep doing this stuff. Like, I'd rather focus on other things. My 20s were ridiculous.
There's a Bible verse like that too.
And in the context where you're talking about of like the I'm so far gone, all that kind of stuff, dude, I was every bit as far gone as you, bro.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's impossible.
But you are still in that position of you are mentally justifying all this stuff to yourself, and that there's no way that God could accept you, or that God would forgive you, or He'd allow you to do all this stuff. And you don't want to give up any of the different things you're engaged in that you are questioning in this whole context. And you're also, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but you're also at the same token, don't think that God would accept you because you've done these things.
Well, I don't think there's a God.
If you're still living, you still
I
have a
understand.
chance. I mean, if there was a
Okay.
chance for David Berkowitz, there's a chance for everybody, you know.
But I mean, like, I just can't stand new atheists. They just drive me nuts. So yeah, I will always like be biased on your side because that's where I came from. I understand your culture. I love your culture, right? I mean, I don't know if you've heard me conduct myself, but like, I don't smoke, I don't drink, I hate to curse. Sometimes I do it, but I hate to curse. My best friend here is a pastor, right? I love the Christian. I love Christians, like authentic Christian, right? Whatever that means, right? I like people that mimic that kind of conduct.
That objective morality.
Well, I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying the Christian cultural Christians, I suppose. I don't like vulgarity typically, and yeah, I might indulge sometimes. But
so to quickly quote the one and only G-Man. Subjective, objective, opinion.
I can't talk to G.
I had a question about the objective morality.
Well,
if you get a chance.
It won't stick, man.
The therapy.
No, I mean it's unrelated to what we're talking about now.
Yeah, no, this is a
I
therapy
wanted
session.
to ask
We're
a
almost
question
done with
for
the
Danny
therapy
too.
session, but
before we move on.
The point is that like I will look. I'm actually, in a sense, very dangerous with respect to like I will seem like a Christian sometimes. I will argue for I will even argue for Christianity if they're annoying enough, right? But I mean the reality is that I don't think that what's holding me back now is anything but the philosophical arguments, right? Now, I just wanted to be honest and say that I didn't leave Christianity for those reasons, right? But that's the story, I suppose.
Well, I suppose I can
want to say
understand you a
two
lot
things.
better now.
Hey guys, let's let Jungle make his point because we've been talking over him, and then Bob, you can go ahead. Jungle.
Yeah. My question was, is there a difference between the biblical slavery and the slavery, for example, that we had in the United States?
It depends on what you mean by slavery, but I would say that if you understand slavery as like some kind of coercive institution that puts people to work without any kind of repayment, then go ahead.
So would that difference between the biblical slavery and the slavery we had in the United States, would that be an objective morality difference?
In the sense that there could be difference in value, but not in the sense that it's not like our reasons for implementing one institution over another is going to be objective.
I mean, because
I have a complicated view, but
well, it seems clear to me that in the Bible, people were not slaves against their will.
You don't think so? What about the prisoners of war?
Israelites
well,
were.
I mean, they became, servants or whatever for the sake of basically their survival in many cases, and it worked out. It was like an economy.
Yeah, I don't have
that
anything
worked.
against that. Now, if you don't want to call that slavery, that's fine. Then what you mean by slavery, I would say I'm against, and what you mean by servanthood or these kinds of positions, I'm not against, right?
What I'm saying is that the slavery we had in the United States didn't seem to be that kind of slave, that servitude or whatever.
Okay, sure. Then we're just using the terms differently. I don't mean
right.
So what I'm saying, there was a difference between the two. So would that difference be objective morality?
I mean, like I said, right? Maybe in terms of the value, but not in terms of the reasons.
The semantics claim doesn't really change the value of it.
It's not semantics; they're different concepts, right? Something may have value, and you could be misperceiving it, right? Reasons are internal, okay? So if I have a reason, that's a reason internal unto myself, right? If I have a reason for obeying God, let's say, that's something to do with my motivations. But it could be that God is worthy of worship, or something else is valuable to where it, there's some value out there, but I might not be perceiving it. That could be a frame. I mean, I'm just using this as a way of explaining what I believe, right? So if you look at a cake, it could be valuable, and that value property motivates my reason to eat it, right? So, like,
Bob, do you mind if I take?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I'm not trying to
I don't mind.
I'm going to give you an analogy.
I really don't mind interruptions, please. Okay, because I really don't care.
There's a movie on Netflix called The Ballad of Buster Scruggs. I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen that before. It has like a 6-part series. It has different segments, and they're all different, unrelated events. One event in there is just supposed to be set back in, I guess, like the 1800s, when the Cowboys and Indians situation is going on. There's a guy played by Liam Neeson, right? And he's like a traveling, I guess he like sort of like a circus, but not really a circus. He only has one person that will go out on the stage, and that person in question is actually has no arms and no legs and no family. So he just recites things that he's heard before in like a certain way, and he's only valuable to the guy because he makes some money, right? So that's really what's going on there. In the end, later in the movie, Liam Neeson comes across another circus act, and he buys it's a chicken that can count, basically. It can like do mathematics, and so he tosses the guy into a river. Obviously, he can't do anything. He just dies, right? In situations like that, would you call that evil, or would you call that, just say that it doesn't really matter? Like, what would you think about that?
Well, evil just means that which you should not do, right? If something is evil, you shouldn't do it. Okay.
Right.
So if it was so the truth conditions for that is going to, once again, if it's the case that something is evil, it should be avoided. Something should not be done, and that's construed in terms of a reason to avoid it or a reason not to do it, which are internal to subjects, right? So that's what I mean when I say something is evil.
Doing the dishes.
Well, the reason why I brought this up is because you were talking about placing value onto things, and clearly Liam Neeson didn't see value in this.
Oh, I wouldn't say placing value. No, that's Hume's view. So Hume thought that, like, when we looked at a cake, we put value onto the cake, and that kind of explains our motivations or something. But I don't think that view works, right? It's going to be something like there's already value independent of my subject in the world, or in, let's say, in the that's kind of coextensive.
So then the question would be, where does that value actually come from? It's not internal from us.
It's definitely not a scientific endeavor, right? So I don't think it can be explained scientifically. I think there are good arguments to support that. So in terms of why they're value properties, I have no idea. Don't have an answer.
Well, that's what I was wanting to ask, Danny, was what about the scientific aspects and the proofs for God? I mean, that's what I'm big on.
Well, you see, y'all are gonna, and both the atheist and the theist hate me for this, but I don't think God has anything to do with science.
Oh, right? Absolutely, he does. God made science, and God made science for us to understand him better and his creation, like Einstein detailed, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think there's some good arguments.
I mean, Einstein was a pantheist, but to be clear,
no, Einstein specifically said he was not a pantheist. But regardless,
the last thing I knew about was that he was.
I just wanted to make.
I'm sorry,
I wanted to ask about
that.
Right? There is solid scientific discussion about not
like
just
for me,
the evidence for God and
sure,
the creation,
there's a discussion there. But for me, when y'all argue about against the evolutionists and they argue against you. Sorry, what?
Yeah, no, evolution is that's kind of an irrelevant topic as well. There is every single field, not just evolution, but all fields of science.
It doesn't matter what kind of field of science. The point is that when there's a scientific discussion that has implications of whether God exists or not, to me, both sides of the dialectic, it's like they're arguing how many sides a circle has, right? I just don't. I'm like, why are you? Their circles don't have sides, guys, right? Like y'all are arguing for 1, they're arguing for 5, and I'm just like, what? But
that's not how science works, Danny. So is that a no? You don't want to consider that?
No, I'll consider. I can give you arguments for why it's not something that can be empirically.
Oh yes,
verified.
it is. Oh yes,
I mean, you
sir,
could say that a circle has an infinite number of
Everything,
sides.
everything came from God. Everything comes from God.
Yeah, the entire scientific method that Bacon started was predicated on the same what are you going to call it? The predication for understanding God from the Bible, from 1 Peter 3:15, to always be ready to give an answer for what you believe. And so that and then the whole Hebrews 11 thing about what faith is and the hope of what you know to believe is to be true. All these things that is predicated all of the scientific endeavor.
Yeah, I understand. I just gave a claim. I didn't give you anything that supported what
right, and that's fine. I don't necessarily wanted to go into claims together. I just wanted to ask that it sounds like you're going based on everything about just subjective morality and personal stuff, and and your.
I haven't given any arguments against the existence of
God.
No,
you're talking about the stuff you've been talking about for the last half hour.
We're talking about like my history and my
right. That's what I'm saying. Personal stuff. And,
yeah. So the point is.
I was curious if that was something you've considered before. That there is.
I studied out as a young Earth creationist.
Again, that's not important.
Well, the point is that I considered the science as a potential kind of thing that could just.
That's all I was curious.
Never laugh.
You are interested in the scientific discussion of God?
Well, I just don't think there is such a discussion in the sense that I don't think it's anything.
Well, that's what I'm trying to understand. So everybody else that I've studied in science says the exact opposite of you, and we could talk about that. Okay. So that's all I'm curious about. If you're interested in that stuff, and if you've already made the conclusion there's not, then you've already confessed you've left science.
Well, I'm just saying there are good philosophical arguments for
which is irrelevant to science.
Right.
Science is what you can know, what you can verify, what you can determine.
I'm not trying to go into any particular discussion with you, man. And I apologize if it sounds like I was just curious if you were interested again in quote unquote the scientific facts of God.
Well, let me give you this picture, and then you'll understand how this is going to sound very, very crazy. Okay.
I got it.
Okay.
I've heard it all, man. Go ahead.
Okay. I think that you could grant every empirical claim to any theist, including all the empirical data of the Bible, in any way that they want, and that will not get them to a justification for the existence of God.
Why?
Right?
That means that you just confessed that you're going to reject science on purpose with that statement.
So, because he's spirit.
Exactly. Right. The point is that if you, listen to what I said. Right.
But.
Okay, if you want to interrupt, then
go ahead. Go ahead. I just said
feedback. Okay, Danny, are you okay with being interrupted or not?
I'm stopping. Apparently,
go ahead.
Guys, listen.
I shouldn't have done that, but I just said but
right now, we are helping Danny to perpetuate his 60-40 gayness split. Okay, because right now, it's five guys on one. So we need to be a little bit nicer to Danny right now.
Well, honestly,
I agree.
I
agree. Hey, Danny, for the record, I think you're a great guy. I think you've done a lot of awesome work here. I have nothing against you. I'm just trying to level with you.
Yeah, no, this is nothing. Y'all are very nice to me. I'm not even close to being.
I don't think it's about being mean or nice. I think the problem is I feel like I'm the only one actually listening to him.
Oh, I've been listening all the time, and in fact, but I do need to get going pretty soon. I just wanted to ask that, Danny, for a future conversation.
I will discuss with you. Yes, absolutely. Why I think that it's not a scientific question in terms of whether God exists, right? And
trust me.
I know we disagree. I'm saying there's a big conversation there, right?
Yeah.
But before you go, I want to say one more thing. That if young Earth creationism, I know you said it's irrelevant, but I'm just giving you my psychology. Sure. If all of these things were verified, I'd probably be a Christian, right?
Okay.
My girlfriend's here. But yeah, if I were all these things were verified, I probably would be a Christian. But I think it would just cause me to be a Christian. That
would be a wonderful conversation then someday.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Because I can tell you all of that has been verified, so we can go into the verification later.
Yeah.
But thank you. Thank you for answering my question.
Yeah. There you
go. It's called knowing the truth.
Well, we got relativity, we got the ringwoodite discoveries. Not just the evolution stuff. We got all kinds of evidence for all of that stuff. But I just was just curious if that was a topic worth having later. So thank you.
I think so. I'm very ignorant of it, so I'm not going to be able to really disagree with a lot of the empirical claims. I'm just prepared to grant them for sake of argument.
Okay.
Because every physical thing is contingent, right? And
yes,
what is it has to be contingent on what is not contingent, which is not physical, right?
Well, not necessarily. Like I'm a contingent being. My parents are contingent beings, and there could be. So you're just giving a contingency argument or something?
Yeah, well, both in biology and in physical matter is contingent.
Well, I think mental events could be contingent as well, right? Like Richard Swinburne and Peter Van Wagen think God's contingent, which is an unpopular view. But
on what? On what is it contingent?
I don't know. I don't know what they would say. I think it might be some kind of brute contingency.
So he's contingent on a greater power, but God is defined as the greatest power, as the greatest.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I just meant contingent as in it could have not existed, right? So
source. The greatest. Yeah, the greatest source of everything.
Pix, what were you saying? Did you say something? I thought I heard your voice.
Yeah, I was just going to ask. Because I want to get your perspective on quantum mechanics and how it actually supposedly brought about, material matter in the universe and space.
Have you done that stuff as well, man?
I don't know.
No. I just wanted to get his opinion on it.
I don't think. I think that if the universe had a cause, it has nothing to do with quantum mechanics. Right?
Yes, it does.
But
the reason why I bring this up is because I found out recently that whenever they make the claim that matter came from this quantum realm, supposedly, it was supposedly that matter pre-existed that realm, and then it pops into existence and out of existence within that realm.
I think that's my view, right? That's kind of
that is your view.
Yeah, the deposit quantum mechanics as a cause for the universe is to say that part of the universe existed to bring its own existence, right? And I that doesn't make any sense. That seems contradictory.
It's called the coherency versus decoherency properties. Guys, I do my own live shows on occasion. Just look up SFB mod if you like. And like Pig, for example, if you guys are into quantum physics and whatnot, I'd love to be able to talk with you guys later. I used to do that professionally, and I love those topics.
That's awesome.
I'm interested in learning it.
Yeah, I don't really think that if the universe had a cause, it could be anything that could be modeled by science. I just don't. That doesn't make sense to
Everything could be. Yeah, no. See, that's a science denier concept.
That's why.
Einstein wrote extensively about how God is the first cause. We can codify this.
God can be modeled by science?
No, God made science.
Yeah, but it can't be modeled by science.
Well, you're right. You can't be modeled by something that you made.
Right.
But God made science. God made philosophy. God
that's
made
Danny's
everything.
point. That's Danny's point.
Want to know Him through science.
Science leads to God.
I think I'm just saying that whatever caused the universe can't be modeled by science. That's what I said.
Fine. That's why God is the first cause.
Well, that's a different. But I'm just saying that that would technically fit, right? Just prima facie, right on the glance of it. But it doesn't make sense to say that the quantum physics caused the universe or some kind of physical or natural thing caused the universe, because I think that's contradictory.
Well, you're right. That's why quantum physics goes into supernatural. But I do need to go, guys. I was going to ask John if he's still there. If you had any other comments or questions about software stuff, that was the main attraction that they brought me here tonight. But
hey, Joel, before you leave, can you put your channel name over here in the private chat?
Yeah, let me see if I can just
SFB mod.
Yeah. I got a link somewheres.
And Denny, again, we're not hating on you or anything like that. I just wanted to seriously inquire.
No, I've been through so much abuse, you don't understand, right?
Danny loves being. Let's get real. Danny loves being the center of attention. I don't want to hear any. Oh, you guys are just pretty nice to me overall.
Yeah. Y'all are very nice to me. Y'all love me, right?
So
I love you, Danny.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I actually, as you guys know, I like Danny. He's a good guy. We have good conversations overall.
Yes.
Danny is like a sane version of the Cosmic Nine Tails or whatever that crazy person is. You know what I'm talking about?
Like Karuma?
Is he in the community or is he like a public figure?
No, he's been on Modern Day Debate a few times. I made the mistake Okay, so myself and I forget who it was. We had a tag team debate against this like Cosmic Nine Tails or whatever her name is, and Brenda, I think. And oh my lord,
Oh yeah,
I did an after show, and it turned into the ultimate dumpster fire. And
I
that
remember
person
that.
is the biggest prima donna of all time.
Brenda, right?
Brenda,
Well,
wait,
no,
Brenda,
no. This person I'm talking about,
the pie
Cosmic,
person.
The Nine Tails.
Cosmic
I didn't see
16,
that
whatever
one.
it is.
I don't know
No,
that
it makes Brenda look like a normal person.
Brenda and I are friends, so
Okay.
I'm not going to say anything negative. We've yelled at each other very loudly, very, very loudly. I've called her an idiot before, but somehow we always get back to being friends. I don't know how.
Hey, so sidebar. So Danny, the chat thinks that you are Dorian Gray.
This is just my nice angle. I had to like when
All
I
right,
like,
now you have to shift.
after what?
You have to shift.
Shift the camera angle?
Yeah.
No.
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 You have a hideous scar or something?
No. I just don't like the side of my face.
Okay. But what you said that so first off, if you were willing to walk through it, I think I can present a good argument that the Bible states that it has nothing to do with whether or not you're good enough. I mean, you understand that at some level, right?
Wait, so repeat. So it's not. I don't really have an issue. Like I understand the fact that like it doesn't really make sense to say that once you've accepted Christ, that there's some kind of other measure of whether you entered the kingdom of heaven or whether you're with God after physical death. I don't really have a problem with that, right? I don't think I am barred from if Christianity is true. Let's just grant that. I don't think I'm barred from being with God. I think that let's just like it. Grant.
So you said that you were too far gone, or you thought you were.
Which means that okay, I thought I clarified that. I just meant I did say that, but I think later on it's not as simple as like I'm wanting to go back to Christianity. That's what I mean.
You
Like
said it's not impossible.
yeah, it's not well. That's not saying that
You
much.
mean that you feel like you desire your current state
I just don't feel
too much?
I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't feel pulled back. I don't feel like I'm being pulled back into Christianity.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
So you said that there was a philosophical argument for
They're two
multiple
big ones.
paragraphs.
There are a lot of little auxiliary ones, but they're two big ones that really, really bothered me when I was a Christian that I think I fully accept now.
Which are?
Well, there's the problem of intentionality, which is a kind of a novel argument and would take a long time to kind of get through. But then you're gonna roll your eyes, but I actually think that the problem of evil, the logical problem of evil, and the evidential problem of evil is a good argument against the existence of God. I didn't think at one point I thought that they weren't very good arguments. There's other auxiliary arguments that kind of shake certain propositions like God is good. For instance, I think the Euthyphro dilemma is a dilemma for those that want to say God is good. But I think you can give up certain properties of God. So to kind of make sense of all this, number one, if you give up God's infallibility, all of the problems are solved. Okay, so you have to you might want to if you can
define infallibility.
Well, yeah. If God is,
go ahead, Jungle.
If God is fallible, He would self-destruct. Well, see, that's the dichotomy. Is that we see evil, we see bad things, and yet, if God was evil, nothing would exist. So
it's not that God is evil, that He can fail, right?
So we have what we're seeing is evidence of a perfect provision for all the evil that we see. That's what we're seeing.
Yeah. So the point is, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to give you this heads up because I did put this in the chat like forever ago. There's over here in the I have a link at the top of the private chat here. It's a link to a video from Chuck Missler. I don't know if you've ever heard of any of his work.
Yeah.
But it goes over, this is a pretty amazing fact. This is just simply a fact of the Bible, okay? The Torah in Genesis has the genealogy right there from Adam to Noah, okay? And they took the context of each word for the names and they translated it and they formulated the actual gospel from this. the gospel message is found in just the top 10 patriarchs, the first 10 patriarchs in Genesis. So obviously this is written thousands of years before the New Testament. And there's no way this could be, so that they could have collaborated on. This is from different authors from, vast periods of time that had no way of contacting one another. So just to clarify, I mean, I know where you're coming from, but just take some time to think about that. And this is just one of many, many evidences that they have that kind of corroborate the Bible within itself.
But you said the top, very top.
Yeah, I think it's chapter 6.
It's not the very top.
Genealogy.
It's the last.
Oh, sorry. The
video
link.
that
I'll
he
repost
posted.
it right here. I'll repost it. Sorry, it's right here.
Now,
But yeah, he just goes over and he shows you how it's broken down. If you just look at just the names themselves. Yeah, I think it's. I'm trying to remember. It's Adam, Seth, Lamech, and then he goes. He just explains to you what each means in their original context, and then he puts it all in one phrase so that you can read it all, and it perfectly aligns with the gospel message. That to me, that's miraculous. Okay, I'm sorry if it seems irrational, but that's I can't think of any other way to describe that.
I wouldn't make such a claim.
Matthew,
Irrational.
The first word.
Yeah, it does kind of seem far-fetched, except that if it's actually saying what the gospel is, it's pretty striking if it's actually saying what the gospel is.
No, seriously, watch it. Just watch this. Like I said, Chuck Missler. I watched this stuff for a long time, and I was like, "This is some pretty crazy stuff." But I mean, he does stuff for numerology in the Bible. He does stuff. I think he went over the first word of the Bible. I think it's what was it?
Rhesystometer.
It's amazing.
Bereshit. I think that's what it say. Bereshit.
Bereshit.
Whenever they break it down, yeah, Bereshit. That's right. If you break it down just by the individual characters, you can also get something very close to the same biblical message
It's the
as far as
message of
the
the
gospel
cross.
goes. It's crazy. I mean, you can do it multiple ways.
Yeah,
So that's just again, just for your reference.
I did it myself. I've been studying Hebrew, and I can attest to Bereshit. I can also attest to the lineage of Adam to Noah and what the words mean.
Just to give you some perspective, I mean, like I said,
Matthew,
I understand where
I
you're coming
mentioned
from.
John Caustic. That's who I heard it from. I later got interested in Hebrew, so I paid to take a course at Israel Institute of Biblical Studies.
Awesome.
And then they said something similar that reminded me of his video, so then I went back and looked into it myself. And it's true.
Hey guys, real quick, I'm taking off for real. John, I just wanted to I want to thank you for having me on tonight, and also remind you if that other gentleman you talked about comes back to your show, or certainly if that big data guy you're talking about, soldier of whatever.
Oh
if
man, you don't want to deal with dude, soldier of science. He literally drinks while he's doing he gets schmammered.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
And he can't understand anything.
Listen, guys. Listen.
Wouldn't you agree?
Hey, if you call someone a nerd, let me know. Okay.
Oh man. Oh, yeah, it's ironic, but yes, no. If I get, I'm gonna actively go after John Perry and see if we can get more.
Yeah.
With him. It's interesting.
Well, and again, I'm not. I don't want to be hostile. I am genuinely interested in whatever research or active projects he's talking about. I guess it sounded like he was talking about self-aware or self-creating intelligence or something.
Yeah, he was saying that there's so much of this stuff has been proved and observed and everything, and
he was making a lot of claims.
Yeah, I wish
I asked you to bring up the law of
that's what we're trying to do professionally.
John, I want to make a criticism.
You guys have a good night. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Have a good one, Joel. It's been a pleasure.
John, you need to be nicer to my people, okay? They're I know they're a little behind, okay, but you're a little too aggro, okay? Me and my fellow atheist, you're just a little too aggro, man. Okay.
I think John was good tonight. It was Tony.
Really good tonight, but I don't think this is going to be a pattern. But I think y'all are a little bit ahead.
Hang on, Danny. Hang on. So in the after shows, I'm usually very nice, accommodating. I like to invite people in, have open mics. That's how we got to know each other, right? You came into one of my after shows, I think, and
I try to let people have different conversations, do round robin, have good dialogue, right? Now, at least until like late night, and then it may get, once fatigue starts.
DNA is not a code, and then it's over for you, man. Like, it's like,
no,
no,
actually, Danny, here's the thing. So it's actually not over. But after the fundamental basics have been outlined, and you either lack the IQ points to comprehend it, or you refuse.
You started them. You did this, Danny.
Hey, I'm not being a jerk yet. I'm explaining. I'm explaining the process.
What
right?
is that? IQ points. Okay. Sorry, go, John.
Okay, so if you're going to reject well-established principles and then claim that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, when it's well proven beyond all doubt this stuff is true, then I'm going to be a jerk. Because at that point, you are just arguing from ignorance while literally claiming that's what I'm doing. And at that point, gloves come off, and I will do everything in my power to embarrass you because you're an idiot.
Yeah, well, look, like I talked to Leo today, and he said, he said that rape was defined as wrong, which is, I know that if you don't know what that means, it just means like that's like defining a tree in terms of having leaves. You can have a tree without leaves, right? It's an accidental property. Anyways, I said, well, what about in the hypothetical where I raped someone to save like your life or something? And he said, his reply was something like, if you can't rape them, I didn't give you that consent. I was like, what?
He's talking to you in the private chat.
Hypothetical went right over, right? Oh, he's right here. Okay, yeah. But anyways, I was very patient, right? I was very patient, right? And I think that you should be patient to people like that, right? I don't know, like I get it, but like you're a little too aggro. I think you're just a little too aggro.
Well, okay, so in my own quasi defense, I am actually going to do I'm going to do multiple videos and additional videos in the code argument discussion. But I'm actually my next one is actually going to be a quasi apology / exposition, because after doing some research, I've realized that the incredible shittiness of modern United States education and global education in general has removed fundamental basics from our education in disciplines that are literally dependent upon it. There is, Bob and I were talking about this the other day.
Yep.
Literally everything about modern tech in terms of information technology in any form or fashion is dependent upon these principles that we're talking about in the code argument. And all the higher layers that they go off on these tangents about, like, are dependent on the lower layer. And it's like, I'm sorry that you don't understand the lower layer. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And it is not a prerequisite required for the higher layer that you're arguing that it is not.
There is a word for that, John. It's called fundamental.
Yes.
The foundation.
The fundamentals. And it's like, just because you don't know them, that's not my problem. However, in the context of my next video, I'm going to do a very dumbed down exposition on the basics of the concepts in question. And I'm going to apologize for operating under the assumption that things that are the fundamentals are not being taught in a large percentage of our education institutions. So I'm going to make a quasi apology on that for being too much of a dick in that context. You made me feel guilty. You made me feel guilty, Danny. That's what's happening.
He's talking to Leo.
I think you should change my bit, but it's still kind of funny to me that it's just so abusive, but I love it. It's kind of funny.
All right, so in light of my jerkiness, I'm gonna sick Leo on you. Leo, go! I've put you in the den with Danny and everybody. Go ahead, man. I want to hear more crap. I've let you on streams.
I still did want to hear what Danny's.
We have to do that tonight. with the problem of evil and all that stuff will take hours, man. Because that could potentially take hours.
Maybe.
Is Leo here?
Yeah, he is in the yeah.
Okay, so let me give you the timestamp where Speed actually did agree with me.
He didn't. He mentioned that it's just a problem of lesser of two evils, but that what you're proposing is still evil, so you can't still argue that it is moral.
Well, that's incoherent as well, but
It's not.
Yeah, I
but
don't know
go
what
off.
you just said.
Well, okay, so like there's this idea that if you are presented with two options and they're both undesirable, which means that you're being forced to choose between one of two options. So let's just take the 2016 election, right? You're forced between Trump and Hillary. Trump is the lesser of the two evils. Well,
I already disagree.
It's a hypothetical, Leo.
Oh, no, let him. What did you disagree? I was just setting up.
That Trump is the lesser of the two evils. A better example would be you have the option to kill somebody or to rape the same person. Which one is better?
Sorry, what was that?
A better hypothetical is you have the option to kill an individual or rape the same individual. Which one is better? I would do neither.
Myself.
I would do
myself.
Where to get those options?
If there's only two options and you can't kill yourself because Bob is cheating, okay? Bob is cheating, okay? No, obviously I would rape someone.
I would do neither.
It's logic.
That's the third option.
That's the third option.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Okay,
I
so
would do neither. No,
Okay,
there's
so
the two options, and I'm saying that I don't care about the options. I would do neither because I put my morals before hypotheticals. That's the entire point. And not only that, Brainbug pointed out in the
Wait,
chat.
did I give the right answer? Are you telling me I gave the right answer?
Rape is so wrong.
Yeah,
you
we
have
got
to
the right
compare it
answer.
to Murder.
Look, do you think there could be a hypothetical in which you had to choose between rape and murder? Or it would be murder?
No, I don't. I don't think.
I don't think there's a way that you could come up with a scenario that is.
Then there would be a
plausible.
contradiction, right?
What do you mean there would be a contradiction?
What it means to say something's impossible is that there's a contradiction within.
I didn't say impossible. I said I don't think you could come up with a plausible situation.
Well, yeah, very unlikely, sure, right? Probably won't happen, right?
Give me a second. I'm going to move downstairs. I'm still listening.
Okay, so sidebar.
I like what he said. But I mean, it's the funniest thing I've heard in a while. If you had to raise somebody to save someone's lives, like, well, what is that? Who comes up with that?
It's a thought experiment. We do it in ethics all the time.
John jumped in to say something.
So we know that we're about to jump off the deep end because Sunflower has joined us. He hasn't been in a while. He's been listening. He's been dancing around, coming in just into chat, making little comments here and there. But now he's decided to join a stream. So apparently all this talk about rape and murder has gotten Sunflower catalyzed enough to come on the stream. Welcome, my friend. Haven't seen you in a while. How you been?
Thanks, man. Been good. I'm not fully. I'm trying to just sort of listen in on the conversation. I thought I don't want to derail. Like, what the hypothetical was if you had to choose to rape or murder someone.
I would rape them.
Yeah. Wait. And then why did Leo object to that?
He said he would do neither.
Leo considers that his morals would take precedence and that he would do a third option.
Can I answer for myself, possibly?
Absolutely.
Because I don't honestly draw a distinction in the morality between rape and murder. They're just
why
more moral than, because there isn't one that's more moral than the other. They're both just inherently.
There's not. So wait.
If I had to choose, I would say murder.
That's insane. Like, there's rape survivors that say they're glad they didn't die and aren't suicidal.
Wait. Okay, we need somebody to moderate. So I guess I'll do it. So Leo was making a claim.
The alternative.
You were stating that. So last thing I heard was that you stated that rape and murder are equally wrong. Is that correct?
No, I said that it's hard for me to point out a distinction in the level of wrongness you could ascribe to either of them. Some other people might be able to, but for me, I'm speaking for just me, I can't. They're both.
So, and then Big Bang had a response.
I want to do this between Leo and I.
I have a very simple response though.
Well, because y'all might get him. We might change the subject because Leo and I have a fundamental disagreement of what it means to say that something is defined as wrong or right. The point is Leo's this, right? Maybe you're using the terms differently than I am. When I say something is moral, I'm saying you should do it. Okay.
Well, that's not what I mean. I don't think most philosophers would accept that definition.
I study this stuff. What are you talking about?
So does Nicola, who you've had exchange with, who's told you he specializes in ethics and meta-ethics.
No, that moral is commonly...
And he would not agree with you.
Look, okay, but first
Good
of all...
for him.
We're both
you guys are taking over the conversation, but that's okay. Keep
does
going.
know his philosophy, right? And I guarantee you that it's very standard to say that which is moral is that which you should do, right? Very standard. That's not that controversial.
I can't, but there was actually a discussion because I had mentioned him after you'd left the room, and everybody in the room is well acquainted with Nicola, and they all said he most likely would not have agreed with your assessment on the matter.
Well,
oh no, he would have agreed. Wait, Leo, let's try to have this conversation without appealing to any kind of authority.
Hang on. I just heard people said that if he had been there, he would not have agreed. That's like that's a hypothetical hearsay.
Let's
talk about
in terms of what some other dude might have thought was moral.
If something's immoral, we all agree that you should not do it.
I agree.
Yeah, so how is moral's the opposite of that? If it's moral, then you should do it.
That's very common, very standard.
I just think there's more nuance there than that.
Okay, the only nuance that I'm aware of with respect to moral is that it's with respect to action and not belief. Okay, so for instance, if I believe that it's raining outside, I ought not believe that it's not raining outside. Right? That's a rational.
Well, now you've moved to oughts, not shoulds.
Okay,
the same thing.
So here are the two relevant definitions of moral. Okay, concerned with the principles of right and wrong behavior and the goodness or badness of human character. That's one. And then a person's standard of behavior or beliefs concerning what is and what is not acceptable for them to do.
Right. So when you're talking about rightness or wrongness, if something's the right thing to do, you should do it. If it's the wrong thing to do, you should not do it. Moral is construed in terms of what's right and wrong with respect to action. I gave an example. There's epistemic norms. For instance, if I believe in P, I ought not believe in not P. But most people don't construe that as moral because it's not with respect to action. So moral is what you should do, doing action. Okay. Immoral means what you shouldn't do. Okay. Now, it could be that we were just talking past each other. I don't really mind if you have a different notion of moral, right? But if you said that, probably what explains our disagreement, okay? Well, it wasn't actually disagreement. We're just using the terms differently. I'm just saying that if you're deciding between killing one person and killing 5 people, I think you should kill the one rather than kill the 5. That means it's the moral thing to do there. If you're only deciding between those two choices, is to kill the 1 rather than the 5. This is if you're, let's say, I can stipulate that you're, we're kind of
about killing people a lot and raping people.
Okay,
I'm following Danny. I think everything he said makes sense to me so far.
Yeah. So
I think the reason that they go to such horrible acts is because it forces you to think.
Yes, horrible thought experiments. Maybe I'll mild them down. But Leo, what do you mean by what you do not mean? I'm fine with saying that I have a proprietary definition. It really doesn't matter because we're just trying to solve our disagreement, right? It could be that I'm using a proprietary notion of moral. So what do you mean?
What, Big Bang?
Nothing. My girl was just saying that I'm gonna make sure she never goes around these people.
Okay.
I was cracking up.
That's pretty funny.
So Leo, what do you mean when you say moral?
Yeah, that's the question.
Something which is moral is that which can be attributed to the health or the well-being of an individual.
Okay, so well-being is a very tricky word in ethics because it already has, well, first of all, just prima facie, the well is a synonym for good. If I'm doing well, I'm doing good, right? So sort of begs the question as to what well-being
That's kind of the point of something.
He
well,
disconnected.
Leo.
Okay, wait. I actually think I can clarify Leo's position here. Give me one second.
Okay.
Danny, what if we just say that, and maybe I think I understand Leo here, is that he's saying that the moral thing is the thing that one ought do when the other option is just non-action.
I think I don't think that anything about that is something I'm going to disagree with. I think that's very that's
Right.
in conformity with what I'm saying.
I don't think so, though.
Yeah.
Leo defined. It sounded like Leo was defining morality, or
In terms of
what
well-being.
is moral, in terms of well-being of another person. Which that brings you into another.
Well, but I think
there's
Leo was
one
getting
thing
at-
that I would ask for clarification on.
But wait, think about this.
Is that only in respect to immediate well-being? Does that include long-term well-being?
Okay, but think about this. When we talk about the killing 1 versus killing 5 person example, we would both agree that both of those are worse than non-action, right? Non-action is preferable to
he's
killing
back.
1 person.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to
All
try
right, so
Strawman?
Leo.
I mean, Steelman? Because
Yeah, so I think what Leo is saying is that if we invoke some kind of neutral or standard of non-action, I think what he's saying, the moral thing to do is only the thing that is preferable to non-action. So if we think about killing 5 people or killing one person, killing 1 person is still worse than non-action. So in that sense,
No, not necessarily. But I'm also
I don't understand.
the major difference between me and Danny is I do not believe Danny is a moral subjectivist, whereas I am. So I think the thing is I don't think there is a right or
layman.
wrong answer. So
What is a moral subjectivist?
it's somebody
If I
who
were
believes
to-
that morality is not objective, that it might be intersubjective at best, where there's a very, just a case of humans, a very large group of people that tend to the same moral values, but that there is no objective standard of what is morally right and morally wrong.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm a
so
subjectivist.
you are
with respect to
stating
odds.
that you're claiming that Danny is morally subjective and you are not.
No. I'm stating that I did not know I didn't think he was a moral subjectivist, but he has corrected me and told me that he is in fact
Yeah.
a moral subjectivist.
Yes, he
There's
is.
a difference between how we establish some kind of event or some kind of thing as a good thing or a bad thing versus what it means, right? So
Wait. Sorry, I'm sorry, Danny.
Okay.
But Leo, are you a moral objectivist?
No, I'm a moral subjectivist.
Okay, so going back to what I said, the question about how something is right or wrong, or how it's something we should do or shouldn't do, how is a normative ethics, but what it means is a meta ethics, right? So I am disagreeing with you on a meta ethical level, right? Meaning that what I mean by saying something is moral is saying that you shouldn't do it. Okay. Now, in terms of how that is, might be in terms of subjects or in terms of some other weird theory about moral facts. I'm not one of those, right? But the point is that all I meant was when we're saying we don't want to define rape in terms of we ought not do it, because there are extreme cases in which I or many others would rape, right?
Yeah, but it's still wrong.
Okay, but wrong just means you should not do it.
You still shouldn't do it, even if there's a situation in which you're forced to.
Okay,
Why?
so that
Still shouldn't do
you
it.
might be a
You said
generalist.
you were a
then.
subjectivist.
Well, now it's either that you're a generalist or
That's
you're
what I'm saying, is that in a situation where it's either you can murder this person or you can rape this person, which one is the better option is going to differ between who you ask. I would argue that for me, there is no difference between which one is better. They're both bad.
No, okay, look, you and I are subjectivists, meaning that what it means to say that
I know what moral subjectivism is. I am a moral
I'm not trying to
Hey, Leo,
patronize you.
okay, first off,
I'm not trying to patronize you.
for Danny to clarify terms, that's helpful to us who don't do this exclusively.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to patronize you. I know it came off that way, right? I know what you know. We talked about this before, right? So what it means for me to say that I should do something means I have a reason to do it. I take desires to be reasons. So if it's true that I ought to do something, it's either that I have a desire to do it, or that if I knew all the relevant facts, I would have some desire to do something. I should do it, right? So the point is that in my case, let's just take my personal case where I'm faced with raping someone or killing 5 people or killing a person, killing some kind of person, right? I know that I would have a desire to rape rather than to kill. Okay, that could be explained, but it's not that interesting for the sake of argument, right? The point is that if I have greater reason to rape someone over killing someone, right, then that's what I should do. That's what I mean by that's what I should do. That I have the most reason to do that. Okay, so that means that I myself could not define rape in terms of what I have most reason to do because what determines that is the situation I'm in, right? It's not gonna be based on how I use the word rape, and that was my point.
Well, then I guess that us both being moral subjectivists will just have to disagree because I don't look at it the same way.
Well, you mean we use the terms differently, or you think
No, I think that there's subjectivity in how we're defining this, and we disagree on that, which is inherent to the fact that we view morality as being subjective. You have different connotations between what one ought or ought not to do in a particular situation than what I do.
Look, I'm not disputing that sometimes, John gave a good example. Sometimes we use the rape to mean what's wrong with something, right? If he raped me in the debate, right? That's saying there's implying something wrong, because you're right. There's a lot of agreement about rape being wrong, okay? But I'm just saying that what the reason, what explains why rape is wrong, right, in a logical sense, is not going to be how it's defined, right? I mean, now there's an empirical.
I have to say,
well, I mean, I would say that we have defined rape to be wrong.
Okay, do you think there's a consensus about that? Because we can just appeal to the dictionary if there's a consensus.
I believe that there is a consensus that rape is wrong, and I personally feel like the word rape has been said too many times.
It's a cultural thing, you know. I mean, and I'm not saying that
there needs to be a clarification. I'm not disputing that rape is wrong in most cases, right? And the normal everyday cases that we encounter. But I'm saying that it's not defined as wrong. Rape is wrong versus rape means wrong are two different claims.
Well, I would argue that rape is both. Rape is wrong and it means wrong, and it is wrong because we have defined it as being so.
Wait, so
guys,
what about
guys?
Well, how would that make it subjective?
Let's talk about evolution.
This is going to go. We're going into a black hole.
Right.
Black holes for real.
Subjective.
And there's a difference between the sin of rape and the sin of killing somebody. There's a difference between the two, and I don't think you realize what the difference is.
Wait, here's the thing, guys. So when you have two subjective people who view morality from a subjective perspective, you are guaranteed to cross the event horizon.
Wait, can I have to go soon? Can I ask
black hole?
Can I ask
Black
Leo
holes are
one question before I go?
Black holes are fake.
I want to ask Leo one question before I go. Leo, what would you call this? This kind of event. What do you think occurred? Someone was raped when they did not desire to have sex.
Oh my gosh.
What would you call that?
I would call it what you just called it.
You wouldn't call it rape.
But you just called it rape, so
no, I didn't say that. No, I
said
you
did. You said they were raped.
Then I misspoke. Look, let me say it again. That someone was forced to have sex. God, there's so much noise. Okay, I'm trying.
I don't like it when you say that.
I'll try to be more careful about that. Then I'm sorry. What I said is that someone had sex against their desire, against their will. What would you call that?
Rape.
Where in that did I say it ought not be done?
The fact that it was non-consensual.
Do you think non-consensual means it means it literally the same thing as it ought not be done?
Yeah. Those
are two different meanings.
You might disagree, but I don't.
Wait.
Actually, Danny,
it doesn't mean the same thing. If to say Danny, that I don't
to you it doesn't mean the same thing. To me it does.
Yeah. See, that's the problem. Danny, that's the problem. See, you define morality differently than Leophilus. So
Leophilus. You
Leophilus,
just call me
correct me
Leo.
if I'm wrong, but sorry, Leo. I'll call
It's
you
okay.
Leo. It's easier. So it sounds to me like Leo is defining morality as what we define it as. So, so when you were saying that his definition, which he originally gave, I believe, was that if something is wrong, if it hurts somebody else. Therefore, whenever he hears this hurts somebody else, that means it's wrong. Is that correct?
For the most part, yes. Yeah. We'll just say yes. Yeah, that's good.
I don't know if I'm breaking up or if it's Leo.
Well, there's just
I
a
do have a
problem.
question, if you don't mind, real quick.
Yeah, go pick.
For you, Leo, I mean, I understand where your position is and everything, but you did say that rape is wrong, both in the sense that we define it wrong and just that it's simply wrong. But you claim to be a relativist as far as morality is concerned. It almost seems like that's not the case. Does that make sense? I just wanted to get some clarity on that.
I would say that rape is wrong because that's how we've defined it.
But only because of that? Because you made the distinction before that it is both wrong, but it's also how we define things. So that's why I kind of had the question there about that.
Well, I mean, it's because we define it as that, but then that gets into why we define rape as wrong, which I believe stems from our evolutionarily developed skills that we have, being a social species, having empathy for others, and believing that something called bodily autonomy, which I believe is inherent to all humans, that we believe that humans have bodily autonomy, and when that's violated, that is
Do
something.
you know what analytics?
If the foundational premise is replication, there is no rational conclusion that says not having the autonomy in which to perpetuate my genome is in correlation with evolution.
Evolution is so big.
If you're working from the premise that propagation and developing progeny is the only outcome, I would argue that it isn't.
So you're
Wait, what do you mean the only outcome?
Well, I was just working from what John said, that if
the only purpose
our
of evolution.
No.
purpose
You
is to make off
it being defined as wrong somehow developed because of evolution.
Yes,
You said,
well, it did.
Okay, well, you that's your claim. What I'm saying is, why would it be the remotely rational conclusion that rape is wrong when the primary reason to do it from an evolutionary perspective would be to go drop your load and have a replication event occur to perpetuate your genome? Like that is what I'm being very crass about this on purpose, because this is the kind of stupid crap that I hear from evolutionists when they don't think about the actual real world ramifications of their hypothetical scenarios.
His answer would have to be because it's defined that way. He defines it that way. It's not interesting.
Can I actually answer the question that was posed to me? Number one, it's not that I don't understand it. It's that's just not what evolution states. Evolution doesn't state that we should just fuck. That's not.
Oh, okay. Okay.
There's so many other factors.
Okay, so Leo, because that word isn't used, what the hell do you think what do you think that replication entails, bro?
Creating
sexual selection creating
progeny
and the different. You're right. And how is progeny perpetuated?
Through reproduction.
Right, and sexual selection, all those different things of evolutionary theory, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm supposed to so you don't think that, given the fact that your the whole perpetuation of your genes and all these different things, right, that are discussed ad nauseum in all of the literature, are all about who gets to replicate the most, and that is what ultimately ends up getting passed on, correct?
In specifically, well, no, I think it's a little bit more nuanced.
This applies to everything in evolutionary theory.
Okay, well, I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that.
Why is it more nuanced?
Because that's not. I don't know. I'm just repeating what I said to other professionals. I'm not an evolutionary biologist, so I can't comment to the technicalities of
What do you
evolutionary
think the
biology.
foundation of the selfish gene of Richard Dawkins is?
Because I've heard a lot of biologists say that that's not really something that should be
Well,
taken. I'm not in a position to comment on that, John.
Okay.
Okay, so pigs, I have ducks.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I have ducks. I've seen what they do, and it just looks that way. That's just what they do. So
No, they have.
I think that guy. I think that guy was projecting, or not necessarily projecting, but he was looking at what ducks did, and then thought about what if I did that to a human being, and that's why he came to that conclusion. I don't think it really follows. I don't want to go into details, but there's, when you're intimate with somebody, that, there are things that you can do that in normal context would seem, I don't want to go there. I don't think he makes a good argument. I don't want to go there.
I think they're comparing apples and oranges anyway, because a sexual sin is a sin committed in the body, inside the body, and every other sin is outside of the body. So they're not really comparable sins.
I never got
There's a scientific argument that I want to bring up to that point that I heard recently, but it also reminded me that so Leo and Big Bang, I've never talked to before. I don't know if you guys have, but I was wondering what their
Leo, did you get that?
What?
Question,
Leo, did you get that? I just sent the timestamp. He says it directly.
I missed the question, Agata.
Yeah, no,
what is your worldview?
Oh, I think the Earth is only about 6,000 years old. That God flooded the Earth about 4,400 years ago. Noah's Ark is real. They found it in Turkey. Ron Wyatt found it. Well, it was found by the U.S. government, but then after earthquake, whatever, then Ron Wyatt went and explored it. And Jesus Christ walked the earth about 2,020 years ago. And here we are 2,020 years later, waiting for Jesus to come back in about the next 7 or 5 minutes or so. But yeah, that's only recent. I think. Oh, plus I'm a geocentrist, bro. Where I think
Leo, did you get it?
They lied about NASA, fixed everything basically, and
you're going to respond to this guy?
Okay, so you believe that the Earth is? Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Yes, I did, Danny.
Oh, for sure, bro. We don't measure.
Did you watch it?
Motion. We don't count for a curvature, and it's definitely as flat.
I was there.
So do you follow the
clarifications?
It's only 3 seconds. It's like 10 seconds.
I actually enjoy Leo's debate that he did with George Sejenis.
You're misremembering.
Robert Sejenis, yeah, the other day, last week or so, bro. And this guy, he's a geocentric, so he doesn't think. He still believes on not the spinning ball, but on a ball that we live on top of the ball. I hold more to that we live inside of a ball, and the sun, moon, and stars are inside that ball on the firmament, which got made on day 2.
Do you follow the model that Antarctica is the wall that is at the edge of the entire planet, and then the sun goes around on the inside? Is that the model that you follow?
That's my favorite model, but there is 3 other models as well. It's a debate within the community, I guess.
I'm wondering which one that you accept.
I prefer that one. Yes, I prefer the one that they put in plain sight. It's the UN flag. It's the World Health Organization flag. It's everywhere, bro. It's the AE azimuthal equidistant map. If you have a planisphere, you can put it on top of a flat Earth map, and it works perfectly. So yeah, that's the model I prefer. But
I think the flat earthers have some really interesting arguments, and a lot of them are good. And if you're willing to accept a conspiracy, which on some levels I am, then it can be very difficult to decipher whether or not the Earth is round. I would ask you. I can't remember what the name of the documentary is. There was a documentary. I can't remember it. I'll try to look it up.
You know what's going to happen.
It was about flat Earth. There was a documentary about hold on.
Behind the curve.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
it.
Yeah.
Yes. So
They
in that
falsified their own
documentary, there were some flat earthers that were trying to do a legitimate, very intelligent scientific experiment where they took a very expensive electronic gyroscope that they had spun up, and they had this thing running, and they were
don't even
testing.
need to do that.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Big Bang. What?
They never showed that. They never showed them running this this $20,000 gyroscope. Which if you put a gyroscope that measures movement on the aircraft, is useless. So
No, it's
this,
not.
I looked up this gyroscope, bro. It's funny. This gyroscope looks like the flux capacitor from Back to the Future. If you look it up, that's what it looks like. It's like the flux capacitor from Back to the Future. That's what they
They
claim.
use it for guidance.
Like, I don't know what you mean, because a flux capacitor is not a real thing.
Exactly. So I got that. One more thing. Netflix, ABC, CBS, NBC, they're all controlled by the same 6 corporations that control our media. So it's very biased. And I listened to Jaronism, and he said that the video was edited out of context. So, I'm glad you saw the film, because it does sense the points. But if that's all you've seen, then you only
It's
scratch.
not.
Okay, well, I'm saying then you know.
Hey,
That's all you
so
see.
I agree. I think what's actually happening right now, I think Bob is trying to prepare himself to come out of the closet as a flat earther. Is what's actually happening. And
No, I already did, and then I came back out.
Leo, you owe me $1 billion.
Oh, we should have a debate about that. I just got my streaming capabilities back.
Can I ask? Starbucks and call it even.
I'm not kidding. I found out about flat Earth, and I heard the initial arguments, and I was like, "Whoa!" And I looked into it, and I looked into it, and I looked into it, and ultimately, it's got flaws, and I don't see it anymore. I don't think it's correct.
Can I ask one question?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Leo.
But I've never met anybody that's been a flat earther. And
hold on, Big Bang. Leo wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Leo.
So, Iger, you said that the sun is inside the firmament, correct? Or on the firmament, whichever one it was. One of those.
Right.
Two.
We don't exactly know, because nobody has gone past the firmament. NASA lies about it.
I have a question. Would you agree that we are capable of measuring the electromagnetic output of the sun? How much light it gives off?
We can measure it from Earth, but we don't. I mean, you can't put
yes.
Even on the heliocentric model, you can't put a probe on the sun and record what the sun is actually doing. So that's kind of
well, of course, that doesn't really answer my question. Can we measure can we here on Earth measure how much light the sun emits? Yes or no?
For sure, yeah, you can measure.
Okay. So would you agree then that we can determine from that mathematically how far away we could put the sun and still see it?
I disagree with that 100%. Just like
wait, how?
How far is the North Star?
How far is the North Star? The North Star is Sirius, isn't it?
No.
I believe I could be wrong. I think it's Sirius.
Well, obviously, if we're actually moving
Polaris
based on the heliocentric model.
Polaris, I don't know off the top of my head how far.
All right, measure that light and tell me how accurate that is.
Polaris is 433 light years away.
As of when?
And how accurate is that measurement? Is what he's asking.
How accurate is that measurement? Well,
right. How do you know?
Given the parallax of the Earth, it's very, very accurate.
Well, they changed their mind about. I think it was
parallax.
Yeah. 23 light years away.
Leo, you're arguing from parallax.
Of
course. 100 light years, which is another non-sequential theoretical number, because light doesn't have a constant anymore. Now even the speed of light is not constant anymore. So all these different measurements that you're putting here, and you're trying to corner me into saying how far is the sun if it's 93 million miles away, when even the heliocentric theories have expanded, just like they did with the age of the Earth when they went from 6,000 years old, now it's 4 billion years old. Same thing they do with the sun, same thing they do with the North Star, same thing they do with all the stars. Leo, how come the stars haven't changed in the 5,000 years of written history?
I didn't fully hear that question. Can you ask it again, please?
How come the constellations haven't changed in the 5,000 years of written history? Why are all the constellations?
Because the stars are extraordinarily far away, so their positions, just like if you have a pole. Hold on. Let me explain.
Leo is answering the question.
If you have a pole that's say 10 meters from a car moving at 60 miles an hour, it's going to look like it goes past you like this. Now put it at 2 kilometers away from you. It's going to go past you slower. The further away it goes, the longer it is within your perspective. It's the same thing with our star. This is just a fact. The same thing it is with our star. The stars are so far away from us that they don't look like they change much with the position of the Earth. However, we can detect very, very slight variations in their change from June to December when the Earth is at 2 different points in its orbit around the sun. That forms sort of a right triangle. We can calculate parallax from that and accurately calculate the distance to that star. The astronomers
I agree with you, Leo. I agree with you, Leo, 100% on that.
Listen,
but I mean, I used to do navigation on a submarine, and I had to, of course, navigate by stars. I had to do all kinds of different navigation. Okay. When we see the constellations, those do change. I'm not sure who told you that they don't, but they do.
Well, they move every hour. They're like a clock. Just like the sun is moving constantly, so are the stars. They're moving constantly. But the constellations themselves, like Orion, hasn't changed in the 5,000 years of written history.
Okay, good night, guys. I gotta go.
Right, I'm not.
Y'all have a great one. Leo, you can send my check in the mail, okay?
Well, we'll have a discussion tomorrow.
I get off at 4:30, so I'm not so sure. Maybe.
Just for the biblical reference, Job actually talks about the book of Job talks about the belt of Orion loosening, and so of course those stars are moving. They're moving away from each other. But aside from that, like I said, if you're looking at for Polaris, that star isn't always there. The whole point is that I'm trying to make is that you can't always rely on that method. Does that make sense? It's not like something that you can just have on your whenever you need it. You know what I mean?
Polaris is always there if you're in the northern hemisphere.
Okay, guys, hang on one second, guys. Okay, so I'm gonna step away for a few minutes, and I'll be back, and then we're gonna wrap up. But while I'm gone, Leo and Iger specifically, do not let this turn into a shouting session between the two of you.
No, sir, I like you a lot. I actually enjoy his debate, honestly, with Sir James.
Can you guys accept me as the moderator while John is gone?
Yes,
I
Bob
can.
Is, Bob is the moderator. You guys do your thing, but don't go crazy. And in about 30 minutes, I'm going to wrap up the stream. Okay.
Can I share my screen before you leave?
No screen share. Not a chance. The last time I did that, some jackass was showing his dick. So that's not.
I don't even want to know that stuff. All right, so I want to make a point, and then we'll go back to me not talking since I'm the moderator. But Big Bang, since I feel like I was where you are as I was looking into this. So I would ask you a question. Given the understanding of the flat Earth model, where the stars are a dome, right, and then they are rotating, right?
Just like a planet.
Yeah.
It's like a planet.
So,
that we use
right. So if they're rotating like this, right?
Faster than the speed of light.
The speed of light is irrelevant, Jungle. I'm sorry, Gata, go ahead.
No, it's not.
It's irrelevant. Gata, finish your question, bro.
Never mind. It doesn't work.
Go ahead.
See, no. See, the question that I was going to ask, I thought worked, but in their model, it doesn't work.
It's all this.
The thing is, so what you guys need to understand, and I'm going to go back to letting you guys talk, but what you guys need to understand is that the flat Earth model is tricky. It's slippery. And I'm not saying that it's wrong, I'm not saying that it's like bad. What I'm saying is that you have to. It's similar to an atheist trying to look at Christianity, because there are so many things that when they look at that thing, they go, you'll say one thing and you think that they understand what you mean, and they'll respond in a completely different. You don't even think they're answering your question. So just be careful. It's difficult to communicate with somebody who has a different worldview. I think it's a fun experiment.
In my defense,
so easy to disprove, but whether or not they can understand what you're saying is another thing.
in my
You
defense,
think
I will
it's
say
easy
that
to disprove because
our astrophysicists
Big Bang.
didn't know what the North Star was. So you guys got to take that into account.
We do now.
Well,
Look,
let's not.
no,
Let's
several
not.
years ago, they didn't know what it
Wait,
was. They didn't know what stars were.
I'm the moderator. Remember? Okay, so let's not insult let's not insult each other when somebody doesn't know something. We're trying to learn each other's point of view.
I have not.
And then critique it. Okay, so let's just be fair and cordial to one another.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, so
I goes my buddy. I goes my
what's
friend.
up, Jungle? Me and Jungle go back, bro.
What's up, I
For young Earth creationism for a while, bro. He's one of the wisest young Earth creationists I met. But whatever.
So, Iker, how would you explain the transit of some of the planets across the sun? How would you explain the orbit of the moons of Jupiter around Jupiter?
That's funny because all we can do is actually make observations. We can't say what the planets are.
Yeah, that's kind of how science works. We make observations.
Right. So that's all we can do is make observations. And they just like Ptolemy, right? He was around in the 1500s. And he held to a geocentric cosmology. You just did a debate on geocentrism. Robert Sergeant still holds to the geocentric cosmology. He's a very clever man, bro. There's still a lot of people that hold to geocentric. And even on the debate that I was watching with you and him, you could say the stars are moving, or you could say, just like your car example, you don't know if the cars are moving or the road is moving.
We do. The equivalence principle of special relativity says that mathematically there's no difference, but obviously your car is the one that's moving. It's the one that's under power. So as you have a car going past a pole at 60 kilometers an hour,
you're adding in variables.
The car is the one that's moving, but there isn't, from a mathematical perspective, there's no difference from the car moving past the post at 60 miles an hour or the post moving past the car. But the car is still the one that's moving.
But I think you're critiquing his analogy instead of what he's trying to get at.
Yeah, and it's fine. It's fine. But the other thing is we can see too far. We can see 700 miles away from, we can see Baja from Texas, 700 miles away on an aircraft, which would be impossible on the ball. You wouldn't be able to see.
Did you say on an aircraft?
Straight out your window. You don't have to pan down and try to look down for this.
On an aircraft. Like on an airplane, you can see.
Bro. We can see too far. It's the best proof I found for the Earth.
But you said on an aircraft. We can see it.
We don't account for motion. I just debated a pilot like 2 weeks ago, Paul Kamish, and even according to him, if he's coming in from the east at the equator or the west where the Earth's spinning 1,000 miles per hour, you don't take any of that into account. If you landed on New York as opposed to the equator, you don't take any of that into account where New York is spinning like 500 miles per hour because you're halfway to the North Pole. And you don't take any of that into account.
It depends, because we don't need to take the Earth's rotation into account in most senses, because the Earth is stationary relative to everything moving on it. It's
right. It's
again that's relativity, but that doesn't mean that the Earth is actually stationary. From the frame of reference that we're measuring, it's stationary.
If you guys haven't seen that debate,
just like if you're in a car that's going down the road at 60 kilometers an hour, if you're in the car is not moving relative to you, but relative to somebody outside of the car. Obviously, the car is moving. That's relativity.
You could try to brainwash. You could try to brainwash yourself as long as you want.
I don't need to brainwash.
Big Bang.
I actually understand.
Let's not attack each other. So he made a point. He's trying to hear what you're saying and explain it away. So how do you respond intellectually?
Obviously, even he's saying that mathematically it all works the same, and that's the whole debate that whether the Earth is moving or the stars and the sun and the moon are moving. You couldn't explain it all equally mathematically.
Mathematically, yes, but that doesn't mean that either one is on equal footing. That's
which one makes the most common sense.
The Earth moving, because it does actually somewhat simplify the math, because it accounts for things that we otherwise couldn't account for if the Earth were stationary.
You didn't say anything there. Can you repeat that?
Just like the transit of the planets across the sun, the fact that the Earth or the moon orbits the Earth, many other planets in our solar system have moved, and the biggest one is just general relativity. I mean, a flat earther cannot account for general relativity in any way, shape, or form.
Well, because pretty much when it comes to all the Einstein theories and all these other theories that we had, it's like we're being pushed to believe that ever since I don't know when big tech, big media took over, but we're being pushed to believe everything opposite of what the Bible said. They're teaching us that we come from fish, that the fish evolved into a rat. The rat turned into a bird.
I mean, that's not true, but it's worth mentioning that general relativity was proven, well, not proven because science doesn't prove things, was demonstrated to be accurate in our observations in 1917, back when the big media wasn't big media.
That's around the time they came to power, but how did they prove it?
How did they prove? Well, they didn't prove it because science doesn't prove things. They demonstrated the accuracy of general relativity in making predictions by confirming one of the most central predictions it could ever make, which was that light bends around massive objects because it's following the curvature in space-time. So you have the sun, and there are two stars that are behind the sun. But if the light bends around the sun, then tracing that light, we should observe them further out than where they're actually located. That is exactly what Albert Einstein and Sir Arthur Eddington observed, vindicating general relativity.
So it slows down light. It slows down light when it goes
light.
down.
It doesn't slow it down.
Well, it also slows it down.
I'm curious, bro.
Okay.
No, general relativity does not slow down light.
It's
Leo,
gravity, right?
Leo, to be fair, if it bends light, it changes its velocity. Is it impossible that light can slow?
It does not change its velocity.
It slows it down.
Velocity in four-dimensional space-time is a four-vector.
It slows down time, Leo.
Well, yes, three of those vectors change. Light is not affected by time dilation because light always moves at the same speed. That goes back to special relativity.
Well, if you're going by the speed of light.
In four-dimensional space-time, like what we use in general relativity, light is a four-vector.
We're talking about our perception of the speed of light.
Three of those arguments change.
No, Leo, you don't even know what the point was that I was going to make. And you're running off trying to explain something.
Yes,
you don't know what it is that I don't understand. So what I was asking,
velocity changes, but it doesn't.
Well, what the reason that I'm asking was why what if was I was about to get to it. Can you let me ask the question?
Yes, go ahead.
How does a black hole work if the velocity of light can't go in reverse? Does it not necessarily slow down?
Because it slows it down to a stop.
It doesn't slow it down.
It slows it down to a stop.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't slow it down. It's that space-time is curved back. The away from direction off a black hole
space-time
essentially does not exist. Light always travels at the same speed, but the direction that it's going in, it can't go in a direction that doesn't exist. And the away from direction off a black hole doesn't exist. This is curvature in space-time. It has no bearing on the speed of light. It has a bearing on the trajectory that light takes in space-time, not its speed.
Can photons not leave a black hole? Can or can they not leave a black hole?
They can't, and I just explained why. Were you listening?
They can't. Oh, they can't leave. Okay.
I want to ask something real quick, Jungle. You guys are arguing about black holes like they're real, like they exist, but we've never seen a picture of the black hole.
We have. In April of 2019, we took a picture of what was it, M50.
Hey, let me finish.
But that's not inside the black hole.
Hey, can I say something real quick? So
yeah, let's let Big Bang make his point.
All right. My name's Iger Television. I got a YouTube channel, Instagram page. I put the hashtag Big Bang Hoax because I've been putting it in a lot of my videos. If you guys,
I read from left to right.
Cool, bro. If you guys want to find me, put hashtag Big Bang Hoax on YouTube and Instagram. and or Iger Television, and I should come right up. But I've been a flat earther for about since 2018, so about 3 years now, and and I've been putting up hashtag be my host. But my point was, yeah, you're right. There was no pictures of black holes, and we were complaining. All the flat earthers were complaining about it. There's no black holes. It's all a theory. They're theoretical. They don't exist. So in 2019, like Leophilia said, they came up with a picture of a black hole, and I encourage you to look it up. Just put black
that's
hole
not
picture.
the black hole, though.
That's the only
picture.
It's light from out around the side of a black hole. It's not
And
from the
we
black
also
hole.
have a picture of the shadow of the black hole, the place where light
The
can't
shadow.
escape.
The
So
shadow
hold
is
on,
in light.
Leo.
what
Hold
is
on,
there
Leo.
causing the curvature in space-time?
Leo. Hold on.
All right,
Iger's
so
making a point. I was allowing Jungle, and I'll allow Pigs to jump in when they have random stuff because they almost never talk, and it's a debate between you two.
Can I finish with the black hole? So there's only one picture of a black hole. It was taken in 2019 by 6 different radio telescopes. And you can look at this picture. It comes right up. Just put black hole picture. It's the only one ever in existence because too many flat earthers were complaining about it. So they came up with it, shut it out real quick, and they said they took a picture with 6 different radio telescope data. So for you to have a picture with 6 different radio telescopes, that's not a picture. That's not a picture when you're taking data from 6 different radio telescopes. That's not a picture, but you can look it up. It looks just like a Mario Brothers fireball. Checkmate.
It was 8 different radio telescopes, and it was a picture. And we've also theoretically, like you said yourself, black holes are theoretical. The problem is I don't think that you understand exactly what a scientific theory is.
Yeah, it's basically a theory. So somebody's best guess with the worst.
No, that's a hypothesis. A scientific theory is a well-substantiated, rigorously tested, and repeatedly confirmed explanation of some observed phenomenon.
Big tech,
which doesn't describe evolution.
Big government,
which is not what we're talking about.
Anyways,
wanted to say something
right now.
Question, I think.
Well, I was just going to chime in to say, to be fair, for both sides here, I've never actually seen like anything that had to do with the black holes, so I can't really speculate too much on that. But just to be clear, to my knowledge, it is specifically just theory. It's not something that they've actually physically witnessed. They've never actually had an observation that they could pull up with a telescope and say, yeah, that's a black hole.
Yeah, we have.
Okay, hey,
we did.
You can
they basically have observed
right here. If you can prove that to me, just put it right here in the
they
chat.
They basically have observed black holes. I mean, if you see stars whipping around an object that you can't see in space, there's something there, and they have photographs of stars whipping around the black hole.
The only pictures you can see from Earth, I have 2 telescopes, is the only thing things are whipping around is the North Star, bro. That's the only thing things are.
I'm talking about Sagittarius A.
You're talking about
Sagittarius A star, and it's at the center of our Milky Way galaxy. And the trajectories that stars take, the orbits that stars very close to it take, are predicted by general relativity, given that black holes exist. Not only that, but we've observed the gravitational waves from black hole mergers.
Right, but that's the first time they measured distance dilation with the gravitational.
You mean length contraction?
Yeah, the same thing. Distance dilation.
It's not a dilation.
Yeah, it's a change in the distance. It's a change in the distance.
Dilation is not the length isn't
getting contraction, longer. Expansion, and contraction.
No,
it's both expansion and contraction.
No,
it's a wave. They're detecting the wave, the gravitational waves from the black hole mergers.
Well, I do have a quick question,
but that doesn't have anything to do.
So it's an expansion and contraction. It's an amplitude, contraction, and expansion. It's called a wave.
Jungle.
Okay.
But that has nothing to do with length contraction and time dilation.
Yes.
No.
Expansion and
we use
contraction.
General relativity to measure these, not special relativity.
Quick question for Jungle.
It's general relativity that causes it.
Question for Jungle.
No, special relativity. And
okay, Iger,
It's explained by those.
Hold on. Iger has a question for Leo.
No, it's for Jungle Jurgen.
Oh, for Jungle. Okay.
So we agree on the young Earth. We disagree with the heliocentric, geocentric biblical cosmology model. So Jungle, have you ever seen a black hole with your own eyes? I've been trying to get him to learn the constellation.
No, you can't see a black hole, but you can see stars whipping around it, and you can detect.
When you say
let him answer.
They have detected, like I said, gravitational waves from black hole mergers, like Leo was describing, and from neutron star collisions.
When you say they have detected, do you mean like the Jesuits, Masons, Rasa Jackson, NASA, and all the other 6 government space agencies?
It's confirmed and agreed upon in the scientific community that they have made an interferometer that was able to detect the very, very minute changes in distance.
Again, I'm saying, so you're taking your information from NASA, Raxa, JAXA.
No, NASA has nothing to do with LIGO or Virgo. NASA has absolutely no connection to either of the gravitational wave observatories that we have.
It was a question for Jungle Jurgen and Leo.
But it was a very hard thing to do, and the fact that they were able to detect gravitational waves from a neutron star merger and to see the explosion because they put out an alert for everybody to point their telescopes to the location where the gravitational waves are coming from by triangulation between different interferometers, and they saw the explosion.
Who's they again?
So I do have
the astronomers
interjecting here.
Is it NASA, Jackson?
Higgs, did you have something to say?
Well, I was just gonna. So this is actually for Leo because I mean he's the one that sent me this link here about the black hole, the Virgo A or Alpha. So when I take a look at the picture there, I just noticed that what you see is basically a black silhouette, and then there's a light coming from behind it.
Yes.
And I can understand where you're coming from as far as suggesting that that's possibly a black hole, but is there not like any other? Okay, right. But just give me a moment here. Are there no other, ways to determine this could be something else? You don't think that's at least a possibility? Because looking at the picture here, I would say that it's possible it could just be a dying star that had already exploded or something like that in a different phase.
It's not only a picture.
The structure of the light doesn't indicate supernova. Not only is the light the result of the infalling, so that light band that you see is the friction. It's essentially it glowing, it releasing electromagnetic radiation from the intense friction as a result of the intense gravitation of the infalling matter onto that black hole. That's not what supernovae do. You can also see where I think it's either at the bottom. I think it's either the bottom or the top. It's a little bit brighter and then it gets dimmer. That is the reflection of that band as a result of the curvature in space-time. That can only be explained by a black hole. It's also worth mentioning that black holes were directly predicted by Einstein's theory of relativity, which is
it's like you're seeing the backside.
Look at the link. I like
Leo. Hold on, it was Pig's question.
But
I was going to let Leo answer it and see if
further.
I was going to let
it's not just a picture. It's not just a picture. There's actually a video of the black hole. A video.
You just post me that link and I'll check it out, man. But just to expand on that question though.
The link Leo Phoebus posted is on the side chat. We should Leo, can you post that in the regular chat as well? So other
Nope, I don't have a wrench, and I can tell you right now, John will not give you one, which is fine.
You guys have a wrench on you guys?
All right, so Leo, did you fully explain your point? Was that everything that you had to say?
Sort of. There was a little bit of interruption at the end, so I don't know exactly how much. Did you guys hear everything?
Yeah, and I do appreciate your response. That was a good response, I think, personally. But just to make sure I was expanding further on my position there on that, because so you said that the light is being bended and there's a lot of friction with that movement. That's where we're seeing that light come from. But my understanding is that when a black hole is formed, based on the theory, it's supposed to capture the light and then absorb it into itself. Is that right? It's supposed to become part of the black hole.
Right,
Yes, but
because
that's
so that
past
light's not
the
actually
event
coming. It's
horizon.
not actually
So
coming from the black hole.
the band of light that you're seeing is outside of the event horizon, so it is still
Right.
capable of moving. It's only
It's just something
so
that
if this
is
is
pulling
the
you,
event
and we're just
horizon
seeing the
on
effects
this
of it.
side of it, things can still escape.
Right.
But on this side of it, which would be sort of
Right.
the inside of the black hole, nothing can escape. So
Because
and
there's a
another
lot of activity outside
another
of the black hole. There's a lot
When
of
you guys
activity.
talk while other people are talking, it makes it not come out very well on the video on the end. So
We're trying to
when we keep
explain it.
interrupting each other, it's difficult when somebody else is actually watching to
August,
understand what anybody is saying.
Let's do like a minute per person. So you're the moderator. So give Leo a minute. Give me a minute. Give
we're doing a
we
want to do a full round robin now.
I was just asking questions.
So another reason that we know that black holes are real is, well, it's not only like all of the predictions that they've made that we've actually observed and them having been predicted before being observed in the gravitational waves, which I just want to mention for Iger really quickly. NASA has nothing to do with LIGO, the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, or Virgo, which is like the I want to say the Japanese version of what is in America. I haven't finished. NASA is not affiliated with either of those two. It's independent scientists, but also we can look out into the universe and see I mean, we're talking objects that can be literally hundreds of trillions with a T times brighter than the sun. The only thing that has the capability of creating something that bright is what's called a quasar, which is a supermassive black hole, which is millions, if not billions of times the mass of the sun, and you dump a bunch of matter onto it. That matter accretes onto the black hole, and the friction causes it to glow. And what happens is only roughly 40 to 60% of that material actually falls into the black hole. The rest is beamed away from the black hole from its poles in what are called relativistic jets. We've actually measured those jets. This process comes from the electromagnetic fields of the black hole, indicating that the only thing that can wind up an electromagnetic field to be capable of doing that is a rapidly rotating supermassive black hole. So they just meet all of our observations. One can say they don't exist, but then they would be hard pressed to come up with a better explanation for our observations than that.
Okay.
So
Okay.
aren't
I will
those jets moving?
Wait, Jungle.
Aren't
I think
those
I think
jets?
Big should be able to ask a follow-up question if he has one, and then we'll go back to you.
I think we should all get a
No, I
minute.
was just gonna appreciate. Yeah, I was just gonna say I
We're
appreciate.
gonna go like in a circle.
Yeah, let's go in a circle, bro. Leo,
All right,
Leo,
so Jungle.
I want to respond to Leo, but
I want to talk to Leo a second. Aren't those jets actually going faster than the speed of light? So that would that be an indication that it's dragging space along with it?
No. So what happens is, because of relativistic effects, if you're obviously I'm speaking a little bit simplistic, if you're looking directly down the jet, it's pushing the light in front of it, but it doesn't exceed the speed of light. So it will appear slightly brighter than what it is, which is why we call them relativistic jets. But they're moving at
they
roughly-
have measured it.
Can I respond?
They have measured it going faster than the speed of light, from what I understand.
Those beams are not beams of light. They're beams of high energy protons and neutrons and alpha particles, what have you, which cannot travel even at the speed of light because they have mass. And that mass is sort of like pushing the light, but not faster than the speed of light. It's just kind of like bunching the light up in front of it. There's more light there, so it looks brighter. It
I'm
looks
just saying
like
their measurements
it's traveling faster than the speed of light, but it actually isn't.
Their measurements have indicated that they're going out faster than the speed of light.
I would need to see these measurements because everything that I know from the data that I have seen and the professionals I've talked to indicates exactly what I just said.
So what I'm thinking is that it's dragging the space along with it, which I think is a possibility.
there is an effect called frame dragging, which black holes do. When you have a black hole and it's rotating rapidly, the space-time around it will rotate around it. I mean, if you think about it, if you had like a little pool in your backyard and you put like, I don't know, like a basketball in it, if you spun that basketball fast enough, all the water in the pool would start to rotate as well. It's the similar effect with the black hole.
I like how Leo said water because according to the flatter geocentric model, there's water up there. And that's what we see. We see the stars twinkling because there's water up there. Back to the black holes. The only picture that Leo posted a very good link from Britannica. That's the only picture of a black hole from 2019. It was done by 8 data. So it's not a picture. It's a composite made from data of 8 different radio telescopes, according to Leo himself.
It is a picture.
So it's fake, guys. Wake up. These people are getting
transference of radio waves into
cartoons.
Picture.
That's what propaganda is. They're giving you cartoons as propaganda. That's all space.
So can you turn? Can I ask you a quick question? Can you turn electromagnetic radiation into sound waves?
I believe in Yes, for sure.
So can you also turn electromagnetic radiation into an image?
I respond.
No, you can't respond because he's asking a chain of questions to reach a conclusion.
Well, let me respond to his the frequency thing. Everything is a frequency. Sound is a frequency. Light is a frequency. Even matter is a frequency. Slow down to a solid state.
Yeah, so everything's breaking down quantum field theory.
Okay. So Leo,
what is it? Light particles are a wave and a particle, right?
Hold on. I think Pigs. Did you have a quick question?
Yeah, I was just trying to confirm. My understanding is that light particles can be both a particle and a wave. Is that right?
Simplistically, yes. Technically, no. What you can do is you can take the wave function and reduce it to within a level of standard deviations. So it's always a wave, but you can reduce that wave down so that you can essentially say with a level of confidence that this is, you can localize it to a point where you can say, well, this is where it's located, at which point we call it a particle.
So it never actually is a particle?
No.
Because I've heard that, and maybe I should be asking questions, but I've heard that it behaves as both a wave and a particle.
Yes, and that's the particle behavior is the localization of a wave to a degree of confidence where we can say that it has like a definite position or a definite momentum or something like that. I don't know if I think definite. We're very confident in the quantity that we get for its position or its momentum, but it's always a wave. We can just reduce that waviness to a point where we can say, so the position, if it's a wave, we could say, well, it's here, but maybe it could be here, or it could be here, it could be here, it could be here. We can reduce that and say, well, we're really, 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 really confident that this is where it is. So it's like a particle because it's at a place.
Well,
what would be a photon?
But what
is that? What a photon is?
Yeah.
Is a photon?
Does it hit something and make any? Is there any reaction when light strikes an object? Isn't that the principle of solar sails?
Yes, and that is due to the result that electromagnetic radiation, as all forms of energy, because matter is fundamentally energy equals mc squared, is deposited in technically discrete quanta of energy or tiny little packets of. So the best way to put it is, if you could take just a light wave and you could measure the input of energy that you're getting, if you looked at it on your computer screen, just classically, you'd get a continuous input of energy. But the more you zoomed in, so to speak, on it, you would realize that the energy doesn't come in continuing. It goes blip, blip,
it's a frequency,
blip, and the energy comes in packets. Those packets are what we call photons.
Okay.
Yeah, just for clarity, I heard that from, I think it was the double slit experiment that I read about, and so it's like they tested it where they shot a light. I don't know if it's a light beam or I remember they shot something and then they shut off. Yeah, electrons, and so they shut off the one slot. Of course, it went through, but on one side, the other side where it was blocked off, they noticed that of course there's no effect coming on the outside of it. They reset it, put it back, and then of course, whenever they did that this time, it was a wave, and then they didn't just have the one particle coming through. So that's why I was curious about that.
Yeah. So to explain that, when we're not observing the electrons either before or after they go through the slit, before they interact with that screen on the other end, they'll form an interference pattern as you would get if you took a single wave and put it through two slits. Where it splits, some of the waves will interfere constructively, some destructively, and you get an interference pattern. And you seem like you know a bit about science. I'm sure you know what an interference pattern is. But so the wave function there, damn it, I can't share my screen. Not that John would probably let me, because drawing it's just a lot. It gives
Hey, I really
you would have,
appreciate your input, though.
yeah, you would have like, so if you can imagine me drawing lines, it would go up, 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 then like that. With the higher that wave is, the higher the probability of that
So
electron.
it's like having a frequency within a frequency, right?
Yes.
Like you have one, so there's a normal frequency which would go straight, but it'd have similar effects, and then you have one that's on top of that wave pattern. Basically, what you're saying.
In an essence, yes. But when you observe it, you still have a wave function. It just changes. So if you have two slits, it changes, and it'd be going straight. High probability around one slit, then it drops to 0. High probability around the other slit. So it looks like it went through one slit or the other. So it's just changing the structure of that wave function is all that the double slit experiment shows us, which is why we know we can say it acts like a particle, but
Right. It's like the whole Schrodinger thing, right?
fundamental, yes, at the most fundamental level, it's still a wave.
I love stuff like this. This is one of the best conversations, honestly, when it comes down to it. But
quantum mechanics is just amazing.
It's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, very, very interesting.
I heard someone
Have
say
you ever
that.
have you ever seen a wave pattern or made a wave pattern yourself with a laser?
Yes, actually, I have.
You can do that like with a laser and a lead pencil.
Mm-hmm.
You make
There's
wave
a couple ways you can do it. It's really, really cool to see how you can shine like a laser at two slits and you get an interference pattern on the other side, and you're just like, okay, now that's just cool.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? Well, this is like completely off subject, but like when I was working on a submarine, I had to be helm, and we were like controlling the order planes and everything. There's a guy named Dive that sits right between the two people that drive the ship, right? And they have this monitor that shows you our depth meter, right? And it's all red, so like the it's like a little gauge that you put in there, but it shows up like digitally, of course. I would mess with him sometimes because you could shift by using a laser pointer. You could shift the red to turn on automatically. The photons would, the LEDs would turn back on, and he freaked out so many times because I had it saying like we were like 2,000 feet, and he's like, what the heck is going on? And it was just straight funny, man.
Yeah, that's.
But he got so mad at me. He ended up taking it. He had to confiscate it from me because I was messing with him so much.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my god.
Completely off subject. Sorry about that. That was just
But hey, that's a funny story. I like that. I like that.
So I want to go back to. So we talked about I think Iger's main thing, and I was kind of wondering like what's your worldview? Why do you come onto these things?
Iger or me?
Leo.
Me? Well, originally I joined when Danny had said something that is not necessarily true. I can get it if people want, but I just enjoyed. I don't want to live in a confirmation bubble. So if I can go on streams where I know there's people that might disagree with how I look at the world, I want to do that, see things from a different perspective, because you never know what that say one thing will be that might change your mind. Even if it doesn't fundamentally change your worldview, it might change your mind on one thing or another thing or something like that. It's good to get an array of different ideas on things like, philosophy, theology, science, things like that. I think it's really good.
Hey, Leo, and I'm not trying to block you guys or anything like that. I'm just letting you know there's a comment in here from Lena Paul. She was requesting she had a question for you about determinism.
Oh, yes, I see it. Does Heisenberg's uncertainty principle disprove determinism?
Can you explain what is Heisenberg's uncertainty principle?
So Heisenberg's uncertainty principle tells us that when you have two contrapositive, which means if you have more of one, you have less than the other. If you have two contrapositive properties like position and momentum, the more you know about or knowledge you have of one, the less you have of the other. So the reason this is because of how we measure a system quantum mechanically. It's something called wave packets. So it's essentially taking like a bunch of different wave functions from a bunch of different observations and kind of putting them together. The more you, so if you can imagine sort of, let's just take simplicity. Imagine my hands, it looks a little funky, but it's making a parabola on like a, the paper that you use in math for coordinate spaces. As you hone in on position, it's going to get narrower and narrower and narrower. Well, you're honing in on its position, but you don't know anything about its momentum. But as you remove those wave packets, it gets wider and wider and wider and wider. You're learning more about its momentum, but you're inherently destroying information about its position. So you
Something
can't
inherently fallible about the measuring system.
Well, it's not the measuring system. It's actually the way that nature works. Like this isn't something that's wrong with our measuring system. This is the way that nature works. Nature.
That's why you want to have like a dual system there, where you have one that's automatically doing it just for the position purposes, and then the other one that's there for the the expanding rates and things like that.
Well,
they had similar things like that on our ship.
You could do that in quantum mechanics. If you had like a system that measured the position of a particle and one that measured the momentum, you might say, well, we know the position and the momentum, but the thing is, as you learn about the position, you're changing the momentum. So the momentum will not be the same and vice versa.
Right.
So it's, to Lena's question directly, yes, but there's more to it. It's more Bell's inequality shows the non-locality of quantum mechanics and shows that it's fundamentally indeterministic, as well as what's called the Born rule, which states that to know what a quantum mechanical system is actually doing, to actually get some quantity that tells you essentially tells you what the quantity of position or momentum or what have you is, you have to take the wave function, then you have to take its absolute value, which is, so if you have like 3 and -3, the absolute value of that is just 3. So if it's essentially, if you have a quantity and it's exact negative, you just go with the positive. That's what absolute value means. So you take the absolute value of the wave function, so you know it's going to be positive, and then you square it, take it to second power, and you will get the quantity that you want. This shows us that reality is fundamentally indeterministic.
So I have a question.
Go ahead.
Is it deterministic how the wave collapses as you observe the particle more closely?
No. Wait, hold on. Can you try to expound on that to the best of your ability? Not undercutting your ability, but just.
Sure. Okay. So my understanding is, as you try to focus in on where any given particle along a wave function is, the way you explained it, it sounded like the wave, I said collapse, but what it is the frequency increased, at least the way that your hands moved when you were describing it.
So like it goes spread out to a set of probabilities.
Right,
And then
so a low frequency,
more.
and you look at this particle right here between my fingers, and then the frequency increases?
Simplistically, yes. So essentially God, I really wish LPP was here, because sharing my screen, I could draw this on my like little drawing app that I have, and it would really help. But
I mean, I've dealt with frequencies before, so I mean, I can get where you're coming from.
I was a radio repairman in the Marine Corps, so I understand this stuff.
Well, you know what I got to say, Argatha. Tell me if I'm pronouncing this correctly. Argatha?
Yeah.
Okay. I did want to say I appreciate your service to this country. I have a lot of friends who are in the Marine Corps, and I know that
Pig.
that takes a bit.
Everything sucks, Pig.
But
Pigs was in the Navy.
Pigs was in. Oh, and so as well do you.
Hey,
Pigs.
no worries.
I appreciate your service.
I appreciate it though.
So yeah, you could say that you've got like a wave function. So, and it can look a lot of different ways, and there's some ways that it could look that we can just kind of rule out because they're so unlikely that it's just, they don't need to be considered. And so you can have one that looks kind of goes up, then it goes up higher, and then like that. So that could be a wave function. If you kind of picture what that would look like drawn out. when you make a measurement on the system, what happens is one of the possible positions or momentums or whatever quantity it is that you're trying to measure will collapse, which means that it goes from whatever the wave function looks like to essentially being centered on that axis over one of the quantities on that axis, which then would be the quantity that you associate with whatever it is that you're trying to measure, the position, the momentum. So you could say that, yeah, it instead of looking something like that, it looks, that's where it is. So it'd be almost like a straight up and then a straight back down. And then you would say, so the wave function is just very, 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 very narrow, indicating that this is where it's at.
Wait, are you
Go
saying that the wave becomes digital?
No, I don't know.
Does it become a square wave?
What do you mean by square wave?
Well, when it immediately goes from one voltage level to the other instead of a gradual incline.
I don't know that much about voltage, but in quantum mechanics, it's more that.
To be clear, I don't know how much you know, but voltage is how far away it is from center, up and down.
Okay. Well,
so if it immediately goes up and then is up here for a while and then goes back down in a straight line up and down, that's a square wave.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So that's digital.
Quantum mechanics would be a little different because voltage isn't described quantum mechanically, to the best of my knowledge.
God, does it look like that? I would like it if you would stop saying that. But does it look like a line up this? Does it look like that at some point?
No. So if you can imagine a line going straight and then it just goes up and then comes back down in almost the same spot and then so let me do you know what
okay.
So I when I ask this question, I'm not asking it to like insinuate that you guys don't know the answer, but just to actually gauge what you guys know. Do you guys know what a function is, like f of x?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so okay, awesome. So then you know that like you can have like you have an axis and then an axis, and you can have something that looks like a function, and then so because there's a lot of calculus involved in quantum mechanics, taking
I did
derivatives of that
calculations
at points. So you could really say that the position, and I'm going to be quite simplistic here, is just a derivative of that function at a particular point. So you're only measuring at that point along one of the given axes of the function for whatever quantity you're observing.
To go back to Lena's original question, was it yes or no?
It's hard to answer it directly.
It's hard
because the uncertainty.
What would be your gut instinct? Would you say a yes or a no, and then
my gut instinct would be yes, but that's the best way I can put it.
She
did have another question.
As a
with
follow-up
that was kind of like a follow-up on that. It was said, would you kindly ask Leo if the indeterminism in the micro world leads to equals indeterminism in the macro world? Is a question there.
No. So indeterminism in the macro world is generally defined in math by something called chaos theory, which is fundamentally deterministic. It's just that the ability for us to calculate what's going to happen is just really, 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 really hard because there's no way we could have all the possible variables. And then the inherent question I get is, well, how do we know it's not the same for quantum mechanics? And I just say, well, the Born rule. But a lot of people look at me like, I don't get it. And then I have to explain things. But there is a fundamental difference between classical mechanics and quantum mechanics.
Is it possible that it is not quantifiable? Like, is it possible that you can't know all the variables?
In the macro or the micro?
Macro.
Is it possible that you can't? Oh yeah. It's possible that you can't know all the variables. But the difference between quantum and classical is, where in classical the variables are there, but you just can't know all of them. In the quantum world, the variables, you don't know them, but they're actually not there. Where they are there in the classical world, but you just don't know them. In the quantum world, they're not even there. They're just not at all.
Okay,
And that's one of the divides between the two.
I hope that answers Lena's question. I wanted to go back to like, what was your worldview?
I'm a naturalist. I'm an atheist and a naturalist.
Okay.
I got a question for Agatha and Pigs Can't Fly. Like, what's you guys' worldview? Nobody's asked you guys. You guys younger?
You want to go first, Agatha?
Are you guys?
I
young?
am a Christian, and I believe whatever the Bible tells me.
So you're do you believe the Earth is only about 6,000 years old? Do you believe in Noah's flood about 4,400 years ago? What about you, Pigs Can't Fly?
Huh?
I'm actually YEC. This is relatively recent, by the way, so I kind of went through different segments. I was actually agnostic, leaning towards atheism for a long time, and even throughout my years in the Navy, things like that. When I got out back in 2015, moved over this way, met my wife, we got married and had kids, and so anyways, we had I know Leo's shaking his head. We had a really interesting situation that happened between us. That's what brought us to Christianity. And I mean, y'all have to believe it. I completely understand if this is something that's obviously it's just something that worked for us. I don't really know how you guys view it, but she has an entirely different background than I do. I was raised Methodist, and I kind of went away from the faith after seeing some things I wasn't really jiving for me. Okay. And then she is Native American. She has Navajo and Hopi blood, and so she was very into like their spiritual practices, things like that. And so she was actually putting like ashes around the house for spiritual protection. She was praying to her ancestors and things like that. I never like questioned it. I was like, okay, she can do whatever she wants. I love her no matter what she's doing. And anyways, long story short, I guess we got into a fight one night. And I was actually in the middle of a debate with a Christian on a YouTube comment section. And I was reading the Bible just to get some context of things that I didn't like personally in the book of Deuteronomy and the Psalms. And I just remember that she had left the room, went to the bathroom. It was pretty late. It was like 11:30 when this all happened. And she came back, I want to say like 5 to 10 minutes later, completely different person. I mean, like night and day difference, right? Like, and the thing is, she's never had any prior psychosis, nothing like that. We'd already been together for a few years, and I'd never seen anything close to that. Spoke to her parents about it too, and she has 4 siblings, and none of them were like, she's never acted like that before. So, anyways, yeah. Long story short, she was saying some erratic things. She'd never laid her hand on a Bible before, by the way. So she just some of the things that she was saying just didn't make any sense in the context. And she had said to me like, you're reading the right book. She said that to me 3 times. She walked out of the room after saying it each time too. She walked out, walked back in, standing next to the closet area, and then was just saying it to me. And I was like, what the heck's going on? And the other thing that kind of made it more obvious to me was that we had just had our 1-year-old. We had laid her down, and she was in her crib. She's looking over at her like she's never seen her before, and just with this animosity, you could see this almost like a hatred for our daughter. And I had never, I mean, she loves our daughter to death. So it was like one of those things for me, just kind of like really got me thinking. And whenever she started talking about the Bible as if she knew something, I was like, why would she even care? Like if I'm reading the Bible, But yeah, after about an hour and a half of this strange situation, I made the decision that this is like enough evidence to say that this is some kind of like a spiritual attack or something like that. And I even questioned her. I was like, "Are you? I don't think that this is Shanice. Her name is Shanice. Just to give you guys that." And so when I said that to her, she's like, "What? How would Shanice act?" And she like covered her face and she's like ashamed or something like that. And just really strange how she was acting. But finally, I said I was going to pray over her in Jesus' name, and she freaked out. She legitimately like jumped back away from me, and like she was just like shuddering. And so I put my hand on her shoulder. She like grabbed my arm and she dug her nails in deep. I have a scar from it. And then I prayed over her in Jesus' name. And then the entire event stopped. Again, you guys don't have to believe me. I know this is all, just my personal story, but that shook me, and it shook her enough. I mean, she woke up about 2 minutes after that happened and was just like bawling her eyes out and was just like, I couldn't control anything. She said I could see and hear everything. I could not do anything about what was happening. And she told me that before, when she went to the bathroom, she had prayed to her grandparents, I think her grandfather. And next thing she knows, she had this, like, she said that she felt tingling, and then all of a sudden she felt like she was so prideful that she could do anything, like so arrogant. Does that make sense? Like she just felt like she could do literally anything and wouldn't have any effect on her. So I don't know, that to me, it just that was the one thing that got me going.
I remember.
And, hey, again, if anybody wants to check it out, I have a testimony video that we both talk about it. We're both in the video talking about it, but if you guys want to look into that, I can give you the video link for that.
Yeah, can you put a link to in the private chat? Are you a moderator?
Sure. Yeah, I am. I'm a mod on here. Yeah.
Yeah, put a link in the private chat and the live chat. And also, too, Avatar, like, are you a moderator too or no?
I have no idea. Does being able to post links count as being a moderator?
You have to be a moderator to post
and
links.
I follow Jungle Jurgen, so I would love to follow you guys as well.
I'm looking at the live chat now, and it does not look like Argatha is a moderator. You should ask John.
No, I don't think he's a mod.
But it's okay. Pigs can fly. Moderator, so he can put.
Honestly, I think we should all be mods, just because I mean, it's always nice to be able to put things in here.
Did you guys see the link that I just posted?
You have a blue name with a
put it on the private chat,
wrench next to it if you're a mod. So, like, if you're looking at the live chat, you see Lena Powell's name, the color of her name and everything like that. That's how you know you're a moderator.
Okay. Well, whatever.
Whatever.
Well, if you ask
John,
I'm quite certain.
Moderator on my channel.
But yeah, seriously, I mean, I was a lot like Leo actually before everything went down, because I was so I had a pretty rough upbringing, how things had went, and I completely understand where he's coming from if he has any doubts for Christianity. But yeah, here's the link to that video if y'all want to just take a look at that when you get the chance.
Yeah, go for it. But we get to believe we come from fish and nothing explosions ever since we're born, and it's through the mainstream media. And it's crazy. It's crazy. There's really a spiritual war going on, whatever you might believe in. And if you haven't realized the synagogue of Satan, like, you can see this octopus beast taking over the world, and it's left and right. Like, you can't even go outside your home without seeing it, I don't think. And it's crazy. We can see it. We can see there's definitely we can see there's a one world government type of thing trying to take over. And there's three things basically.
Great reset. The Great Reset. They're not even hiding anymore. They're openly talking.
That's true.
Days, guys, we used to have to play the records backwards, and they would say "Hail Satan." Not anymore. They come right out and tell you they worship Lucifer. They don't even hide it anymore. All the Egyptian symbolism is out there in every music video, every movie you watch. It's out there in the open. It's not even where you got to play the records backwards anymore. It's just right out there in the open where Satan is playing the spiritual war against us. So if you can't see that, then you're blind or you're willingly ignorant, just like the Bible says.
Well, I do it for just for context. I mean, if you read, obviously the Bible says that God purposely will blind people, and it's at his discretion, of course. I'm not saying that that's necessarily his will. I think that it's for their benefit, so that they can live their lives if they want to live apart from him, right? So
maybe, but I mean, the verse that I can think of where Paul says that men are blinded, it is no, actually, it's Revelation. It's Revelation, where they are blind. No, maybe it is Paul.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're blinded because they refuse to believe, that they refuse to love.
Right, but he says that he gives them over to that, right? And so obviously it's something that he chooses willing to do. Again, Leo, I know this is like a whole other discussion, man. I don't want you to feel like you're left out here.
Oh no, not at all.
But hey, by the way, I had a question for you, Leo. This is I had to put an eBay link here. This is about an oscilloscope. You've ever messed with one of those before?
A what?
Oscilloscope, measures the wave.
Yeah, it's like it shows you the wave frequencies
Isn't on
in
the
different
screen?
formats.
I've heard of them, but I've never actually used one myself. No. Shit.
Oh,
Really?
okay. Yeah, I just figured I'd ask.
I'm surprised you haven't. I thought that they would use something like that. Maybe you
Oscilloscope
can't do
is
that with light because it's too high a frequency.
you use that in electronics and radio and stuff, right?
I've seen them used, but I've never used one myself. I've been to a lot of I live in Iowa, so I've been to Iowa State University where they've done experiments. They've used oscilloscopes. They've done a lot of experiments on stuff in physics and entomology, study of bugs, and I mean just a variety, engineering, electronics, magnetism, all that stuff. I've seen probably like 5 or 6 different demonstrations they've done there. I've seen them used. I have never used one.
Yeah, I had to use it for maintenance mostly, so that's just the reason why I was asking you to see what kind of experience you had.
Yeah, personally, I have none. Seen them used one time.
Actually, I think I got a portable one, and I got just a portable one, small one.
I used them in training. I think I used them like once in the fleet. I don't even remember why I used it in the fleet. Like I know why I used it in training. It was learning how waves work and stuff.
I got a quick question. For pigs can't fly and
Agatha?
Agatha, yeah. Agatha, that's your YouTube channel you put on the link? It has I don't know, it had a bunch of views on it.
Well, I mean, I haven't done anything with it. I made a YouTube channel a long time ago, back when I played Magic of Wizard Wars. I saw a demand that people were having trouble learning the game. So I made some tutorials to teach people how to play the game. And then later on, I got into Jet Island, which was a cool VR game. And I found out people were speedrunning it. And I had a YouTube channel. And that way I could upload a video to the internet. And that's like literally all I've done with my YouTube channel. And that's in the last 5 years.
My question was to you guys. The first page of the Bible, it says the firmament and the earth were here on day 2. The trees were there on day 3. And then the sun, moon, and stars were here to day 4. So how do you explain that with the heliocentric model as opposed to the geocentric model that, Tycho Brahe?
I can answer that one.
Yeah,
I'll answer that.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from you too.
But before anybody, would it be all right if I
Leo, go ahead.
A comment from Jamie Russell, or I guess more of a comment. He said you might have unknown determining quantum effects that are undiscovered. Bell's inequality tells us that there are no local hidden variables in quantum mechanics, and experiment after experiment after experiment has confirmed it. Quantum mechanics is fundamentally indeterministic.
NASA, RAXA, JAXA, all the other space government agencies. But okay, how about you guys?
Yeah, but it's what everything is made of, though. Everything's made of quantas, of powers, of
quantum fields.
I
didn't understand Iger's question to us.
I did. Well, you can go ahead and restate it if you want to.
Yeah, I understood. My belief is that in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, so that includes the stars, the sun, moon, and stars, and the earth, and that they were only seen on Wednesday, on the 4th day.
So they were already here on day 2. You're saying
on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. Yeah.
He's asking
about making
how do we
light on day 2.
He's asking us to explain how plants survived if we were trying to go by the model that supposedly, there's millions of years or whatever. First, for the record, I'm YC, so I kind of don't go with that model, but I do believe that we're in a heliocentric situation personally. Again, I can't go which way is 100% accurate or like that. I don't think we can have Cartesian certainty for anything, honestly. But anyways, so the way I think of it is whenever it says God said let there be light, right? Plants use photosynthesis, and therefore they don't require there to be a sun necessarily or any other form. If they have the light that's necessary already there, then it won't matter what day they're made on, right? So that's the way I view it. You don't have to view it that way. I'm sure there's other ways of explaining it, but that's the way it makes logical sense in my mind.
I like that, bro. That was a great answer. How about you, Agatha? You know, the Earth was here on day 2, the trees were here on day 3, the sun, moon, and stars were here till day 4. How do you explain that?
The sun, moon, and stars are made after day 1, where God made light, to show that the sun, moon, and stars are not the source of light. Now, I will throw something out there. Jesus is the light of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Might want to take a look at Proverbs when Solomon is talking about wisdom, and see where that goes.
I did want to say really quickly, I am going to take off because it's pretty late here and I need to get to bed.
Yeah, man. Hey.
I appreciate
good. I wanted to go to bed too.
I appreciate the discussion. I don't know where LPP is. Probably fell asleep.
Thanks.
Hey, Leo, have a blessed night. All right, take care, man.
All right, thank you guys. You guys take it easy.
All right, Leo, God bless you.
Thank you, man.
Have an amazing day.
God bless you guys. I'm done.
Yeah. In order to be coherent, I believe that the sun, moon, and stars were made on the first day, and when he said, "Let there be light," then light was first seen on earth because it says that darkness covered the surface of the earth. That means that indicates there was light elsewhere. So when he said, "Let there be light,"
No, it says that he created the stars. I think it was day 4. It says he created the stars also. It's somewhere specifically stated.
But
yeah,
he
it's one of the things
doesn't
that's stated.
specifically say when. He said he created the stars also, but it doesn't say he created the sun and the moon on Wednesday. They were just seen for the first time on Wednesday.
It was actually
yeah, he just wouldn't have any reason to put that in a later verse, though.
You're right.
And it does say he created the stars also, but the creation is the only stated in regard to the stars, if I remember correctly. But I don't think that's in context of day 4.
I can read it if you want.
In order to be coherent about light being on the first day, seen on the first day, and
So, and the evening and the morning were the 3rd day, and God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let be light." Right?
let there be lights is not that he created, not that he created the lights. It says let there be lights.
Oh, you put the Bible away.
But he did say
I'm
he
pulling out my
created the
interlinear.
stars also. He did say it does say he created the stars also, but that's not in context of day 4. I don't believe.
Well, I think it's very relevant. It's the first page of the Bible. You know, Satan likes to destroy God from the beginning because the best trick the devil ever pulled is convincing the world he didn't exist.
He doesn't exist. Yeah.
Puts it out there nowadays, but
When God said, "Let there be light," he used Yehi, which is
Because it
he.
doesn't really make sense. He created the heavens and the earth if he didn't create everything all at once. It doesn't make sense.
He made everything.
No,
he
he
didn't
does
create
this to
everything
give
all at
us-
once. He
he did it for-
explicitly
okay,
states
so-
that he made everything in 6 days and he rested on the 7th. That's why he made the Sabbath holy.
Well,
My
I mean, he
perspective-
created the heavens and the earth. That would be everything: sun, moon, and stars, and gravitational,
well,
In the
time and
beginning-
space,
Newton and Einstein created gravity. So
time and distance.
don't bring
Time and
gravity,
distance
bro.
is time and distance is the result of the creation of the matter in the universe. So he created all the matter in the universe on the first day.
I mean, these are interesting ideas. But Bereshit bara
3 years ago.
in beginning.
Because otherwise,
created.
there wouldn't
a lot because I
there
was
wouldn't be time and space. It would be as we know it.
right.
Well, when he created the heavens and the earth, that is time and space.
Right. If he creates the heavens and the earth and all matter in the universe, then there's time and space. Yeah.
And he did that in verse 1.
And verse,
the
yeah,
point-
the first thing he made. Yeah.
The main thing about it to me is that obviously God, right? He's God. He can literally make everything at once, right? But for the purpose of our understanding, he made things in a 7-day sequence, right?
And
So
deliberately
that was
made
for
them
us.
in a way that does not make sense with evolution.
or the heliocentric
Correct.
model.
It's deliberate. It's a deliberate tactic. I think he did it intentionally for the purpose of, either maybe it's possibly disproving something or just saying something to us directly. Maybe it's for something that we have to understand that we just haven't picked up on it right away. That's the way I see it.
It does say that that darkness covered the surface of the earth
of the deep.
only.
All right, I got a question for all three of you.
So that to me is an indication that the
I was
darkness
going to go to bed.
Your question.
only
How about Matthew?
on the earth.
How about Matthew 24, where Jesus says, "All the stars fall to earth"? How do you guys rationalize that in your head?
That depends how you define a star. It depends how you define a star.
How about you, Pigskin?
I define a star as the lights in the sky. How do you know for a fact that those lights in the sky are actually gigantic balls of plasma that are larger than the planet?
Because I've seen them. I got 2 telescopes. They're just like the Bible describes. All they are is just images of stars with a P900 or P1000 cameras. The best cameras what we have on Earth. And
I've looked at stars.
They're just frequencies up there. They're as best as I can tell, they're a type of angel. There's like 4 different types of angel or whatever. So they're a type of angel. They're recording our thoughts for Judgment Day. That's what the stars are.
Paul talks about that. He alludes to them being
called planets today that are worshipped through paganism. Jupiter, Venus, Saturn. Those are the fallen angels that came down here, made it with mankind, and made giants.
All I can say,
if you pay attention to that story in the Book of Enoch,
videotape them for yourself. You could go outside and look at them with your naked eye.
If you drive at night,
they're not solid objects. We can't go to Mars. That's all bullcrap. They filmed Mars and Devil in Canada. They've been doing it for a long time.
if you drive at night,
wouldn't survive
you'll see some impressive shooting stars. It's pretty awesome.
They're probably going to God.
The reason why I think they're angels.
I agree.
Yo.
How do you feel about the King James Bible?
Wait, hold on. I got a helicopter flying over my head. Wait 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, it could be symbolic too, as far as the falling stars. It could be symbolic as well, or whatever.
No, I don't mean it as a symbolic reference. I literally think that these are angels. And the reason why I'm saying this is because if you cross-reference, because Jesus did pull from the text of Enoch, the book of Enoch, for the at least the first one anyways. And that story about, how the giants were begat, how there was the, 200 or so angels that came down, they took wives for themselves. It says that they left their heavenly abode and they removed their
I think somebody
there's a word
I think
that's
you're
used there.
remembering something that somebody taught you.
No. Look, I read the book myself. I mean, if you want to read it, you can verify what I'm talking about.
I can tell you from experience.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I've known that there was stuff. Known that there was something in the Bible, and then somebody called me on it. And I was like, yeah, I know it's in the Bible. I'll show you the verse. And I looked and I looked and I looked and it wasn't there. I had made it up.
No, man.
You gotta be careful about that.
I think I know what you're talking about. I just came in. Are you talking about I think it's like there's a you're talking about references to the Book of Enoch and the Book of Jubilee?
Correct. There's Jude, and there's of course a few other books there that talk about it directly. I mean, they reference like specific passages that you can only pull from that book. That's what I'm saying. And even Jesus does this.
I don't know what you've been discussing, but I tell you what, the books of Enoch, fascinating as all get out. I've read those things too. Like
I've already verified that only the first book is actually something that you can use, but the other two they seem to be like later additions that aren't corroborated. So that's the reason why I don't really know about those.
The first ones is the only one that makes sense.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Because actually, the first one that's actually written by Noah's granddad, or great granddad, I forget. But the other two, one was written by Jewish priest or whatever they're called, and rabbi, and then the other one was written by the bad Enoch, who was part of King C. So there's only the first Enoch is the one that's biblically endorsed. The other two are not, and it's actually even in the Ethiopian Bible, which is the most complete Bible we have nowadays, because it wasn't mixed up with the Vatican and the Roman Empire. in
Well,
Christianity.
I tell you, the thing I found the most fascinating about the first book of Enoch, I believe it's that one, was the whole premise that those fallen were going to be bound until the end. And that, and then the Enoch was not supposed. It was basically that this information, this was going to be hidden until near the end, right? And then it's like, this just pops out in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Like we haven't seen all this in a long time, right? And then it pops out, and then what happens? We start seeing this like dramatic acceleration of things, which, in my opinion, directly correlate with Jesus Christ Himself saying, "In the end, it will be as it was in the days of Noah." And I'm like, okay, interesting. So we have the fallen who've been causing all these problems that lead to the times of Noah, right? They're lead up to, right? Then they're bound, and they're not going to be released until the end. And then it's going to be as it was in the days of Noah. And I'm like,
right,
fascinating.
That makes way more sense. Yeah,
it makes so much sense. And what really has always struck me more than anything is like what it says they did. Right.
Yeah.
And it's all about knowledge, like giving knowledge that people are not supposed to have. Right. And that's not the only piece. I'm saying
often made me wonder about technology.
Well, to me, it's one of the foundations.
Have y'all seen iPad Go 3 yet?
Seen what?
I have not, bro.
The video for iPad Go 3?
I have not.
I haven't seen the third one, but I've seen the first two, bro. And it's crazy how they put it all out there, right, for you to see. But people won't see it.
Search it.
You gotta be.
Search it.
You gotta be. I don't know. You can actually.
Oh,
or you can share your screen, bro. Give it to us. Let's watch it, bro. Let's watch it.
It's pretty crazy. But yeah, if you watch the third one, you can pull up LTV. Obviously, you can show it for everybody to see. But yeah, if you want to do a breakdown of that is some crazy stuff, man. And it's got like end of the world kind of stuff there. So
put a link to it.
John, there was like a riot in chat earlier, and everyone was saying hashtag Argatha as what was it? Argatha as mod, or make Argatha mod, something like that.
Oh yeah, they wanted to have him added as a moderator.
And by everybody, I mean one person said it.
Yeah. Well, it's cool, bro. Make Argatha moderator for next time.
Give Argatha a wrench, Lena Paul.
Yeah,
it's a hashtag.
Okay, I see all. Okay, I see.
Lena, you're
Lena and Jamie. Okay.
Yo, what up, guys?
Hey, bro, you have to like.
Hey,
I can't give you a wrench unless I see it. You have to chat somewhere. I'm not going to find it in your ass.
You know what I thought was profound though about the Book of Enoch?
Sure.
When you read through the story and you find out what the punishment was, aside from them being put
something
away.
in chat. Did you see it?
Yeah, I got it.
Go ahead, Pick Can't Fly.
I was just gonna say their punishment wasn't just to be put away for till the end or whatever. It was actually to see their children killed off by killing each other.
Oh, I know. Oh, it's so horrible.
That was the most devastating thing, and they were forced to watch it too. They were like already bound at this point, and so they had to watch what I guess you would call the Titans like fight each other to the death, basically. And
this is why all the pagans worship Venus and Mars, and Mars is the god of war. Venus is because they're not bound in hell. They didn't have a place in hell for them, so they were bound in the firmament, which is the wandering stars we see today. And go ahead, bro. Tell us more. I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
Oh no, that was actually all I was going to put out there. Is just the fact that they had to watch that. I mean, could you imagine if you had to watch your children fight to the death? It's the same story that they've used for what is it? What's the name of that movie? Hunger Games. They just rehashed it, but it was already there in the Book of Enoch forever. It's been there. Remember when it says in the Bible that all things under the sun
and the prophets?
What's that?
You read have you read the prophets closely?
Yeah. I mean, I've read through Ezekiel. I haven't gotten through all of Isaiah yet. I am still working on some of that because it's just so much there. But it's like a lot to go through, breaking it down for my wife.
God tells Israel that He's going to starve them and they will eat their children.
Yeah,
And that is part of his
yeah.
wrath.
During the Jewish revolt, that's exactly what happened. Remember, because they were blocked in with the flames, and the people were stuck there for weeks, and they had no food, and there was no way to come, get food to come in there. And now that's not the only time that happened, but that was one of the main incidents that we know for a fact that did happen. You know what's even crazier? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, LPP.
I was going to say something that I've always found very fascinating about prophecy and such is if you, not in every case, but in a significant percentage of the prophetic chapters, there's language to the very similar to, I left my body, I was in the spirit, I was taken. Like there's different things, right? And it's like, huh, that really sounds like they were being either
alien abducted.
No, not alien abducted. I look at it more as like some type of astral projection to an extent, and that their consciousness was being able to leave, and they're being able to observe, but at the same time, what's something I've thought about quite a bit of, like Revelation, case in point. So he leaves his body, right? He's taken up to the heaven, and then he's observing things that are happening in the future, right? So he's being taken out of time, and now being able
like seeing a river, right?
Right. Well, yeah, but I mean,
Overhead.
he's now no longer being bound by the linear time that he's in. He's now being able to observe it from the outside, right? And I've thought about that quite a bit in the context of, how does God observe us, right? God's obviously not bound by space and time, and is being able to observe things from multiple contexts simultaneously, right? And what always gets me about the atheists, especially in their adamant, ironically restrictive mindset, it's like, you act like I'm the one who is closed-minded and doesn't have the ability, because I believe in this sky daddy stuff, to think big picture and whatnot. And I'm like, you do realize that my worldview is way freaking trippier than yours, bro. Like, we're talking like leaving your body, no longer being bound by space and time, being able to time travel. Like, we're talking about some trippy stuff here, bro. And you're claiming that I'm just all restricted in my mind. I'm all closed-minded, narrow-minded, all this kind of stuff. It's like it's the direct antithesis of that. It's like, no, the reason I find the whole premise, not the only reason, but one of the many reasons I find this whole premise fascinating is, from my worldview, at some point, I will no longer be bound by the restrictions of space and time and the laws of physics that I currently am subject to. I will be able to bend to my will. And I find that ridiculously fascinating. And
I find it fascinating too, but I think it might be a stretch.
So the resurrected body of
Say
Christ,
that we would be outside the bounds of time. I don't know if I see that in scripture.
Me neither,
bro. I think for that brief moment, it's
okay,
possible
hang
that God could expose you to that, but I don't know that
So are
is
you
actually what
suggesting?
happened.
So you suggesting that when this universe is wiped out, a new one is formed. We're now immortal. We're no longer subject to time. Are you suggesting that we're still subject to time?
Well, I would imagine
I would say that we are no longer subject to time.
Well, okay,
so that He will wipe away every tear, and there will be no more death. There will be no more hunger or pain.
Yeah,
and see no more time.
I think it's gonna be a new Earth, bro. Brand new Earth.
Well, I'm not saying it won't be.
Oh yeah, I agree.
I'm not suggesting.
Yeah,
it
that's
won't
what
be
it says. Yeah.
I agree.
I just don't know if time itself will no longer.
I just said that there
for
will be
1,000 years. We're gonna be in this new Earth for 1,000 years. That will get released for a short time. So I don't know, bro. I think there's still time. Time. You can't time travel. There's no Back to the Future. There's None of that. That's nonsense. Bro.
I didn't
Well-
say I didn't say we would be.
I wouldn't
going
go
back
so
in
far as
time.
to say it's
They will time
nonsense.
travel
And
now.
also, the millennial kingdom is before the new heaven and new earth.
Correct. Now,
You're right.
Yeah.
now, moreover, where I'm ultimately going with this, I said specifically that we will no longer be bound by space and time. So, will we have a resurrected body just like Christ?
Maybe not.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think because there's something to like some people go to heaven and some
It's
people
just
are.
that he gives us our-
Well, that's the
he gives us
that's
his
the
glory,
idea.
right?
I'm not talking right now. I'm talking
the
the
future.
after post resurrection.
Yeah, some
We're
people.
gonna have a resurrected body, which
Yeah.
Christ is the example of, right?
Yeah.
It's his glorified body.
Yeah.
Was the glorified body bound to the laws of physics? Obviously not, because Christ was able to appear,
Because he was able to
disappear,
fly off.
walk through walls, do all these things,
Mhm.
right? We also know that he's able to perform miracles and other kind of things, right? Well, what are miracles? Miracles are the ability to control space and time and physics, the laws of physics and chemistry.
Physics,
right?
matter.
Like that is the miracle, like the magic that they talk about. It's like, no, God created the laws of physics and chemistry. God can
change
control
them at will.
them. He can change them at
Right.
will, right?
Right.
You know, whenever anybody brings up the problem of miracles, I just take them like, look, most of you guys believe it's a possibility you live in a simulation. If let's say I'm God, right, and I made a a video game, right, a simulation of a world, and I set up all the rules. You don't think that I put in hacks so that I can moderate my world?
Exactly.
Well, we should expect miracles. I believe we should expect miracles.
Exactly.
This is it. This is Earth right now, year 2021. Well, it's what 5,780 according to the Jewish calendar.
The
But
Jewish calendar is deliberately manipulated because
that's
they did
right,
not
but
want
it
to
can't be manipulated.
accept that Jesus was the Christ. So they
Hang on,
changed
I'm
it
gonna-
so it wouldn't match with the Daniel prophecies.
Right, but approximately 5,780 years. So that's why I like to say the Earth is only about 6,000 years old. But I mean, once this world is gone, we're gonna go to a new world. There's this time travel stuff. But to me, simulation it's all irrelevant. I think we got three choices according to the Bible. We're either gonna go to heaven, we're gonna live on new Earth, or we're gonna be in the lake of fire. So I think that's the three choices you have.
Well,
Yeah.
Speaking of time and space and everything, you guys, some of you guys already know that I was schizophrenic, right?
Einstein's a scientist puppet. But go ahead.
But when I was younger, I talked to myself when I was older, and then when I was older, I talked to myself when I was younger, and it was the same conversation. So you guys can take that for whatever it's worth, you know. So,
What was the conversation?
yeah, when I was younger, I was impressed with myself when I was older, and I had a conversation with myself when I was older, and when I was older, I had a conversation to myself when I was younger. But the thing is, when I was having a conversation when I was older, I mean when I was younger, it was like I was like this great person. I saw myself as this great person, right? When I was older. And when I was older, I was thinking how bad I was and talking to myself when I was younger, you know. So but it was like I didn't
I'm my own
see any
grandpa.
faults, and it's almost like the way God sees us. He doesn't see the faults, you know.
Yeah,
I don't know. Take it for whatever it's worth.
Where are
Don't
you
take
from
it-
again, Jungle?
Don't take it at all.
New Jersey, bro. He's from New Jersey.
No, I was actually born in the United States. I went to Brazil when I was 3 years old. I came back to the States every now and then to Kansas, lived in Kansas for 2 or 3 years. And the last time I came back to the United States I was 17 years old, and I came to New Jersey when I was 17. And then I went to Chicago. I went to Bible school in Chicago, and then I dropped out, and that's when I became schizophrenic, and I was going to a Messianic congregation, and they gave me the ultimatum of either being treated by the doctor, taking medication that flew me here back to New Jersey, and then after about a year or so, I joined the army, and then that's the rest of my story.
Jungle Man, I respect you a lot, but that's not the best story you've heard. Tell us about
which story? Which story?
Tell us about the Pangea, bro. I love hearing your take on the Pangea event, and I don't think they've heard it yet. So tell us about the Pangea, bro. Like, to me, the Pangea event didn't make much sense till I heard Jungle Take's take on it. And when he said it, I was like, boom, this makes a lot of sense. Resonated with me. I was like, this
yeah.
Did you solve that?
So you may or may not be familiar with the verse in the Bible that says, in the days of Peleg, the earth was divided.
Yeah.
A lot of people just automatically assume that it was the groups that were divided, but that's not what it actually says. It says, in the days of Peleg, the earth was divided. So that is one interpretation of young earth creationists and the flood, that the earth broke apart 100 years after the global flood. So I always kept that in my mind, in the background of my mind, because that's what it actually says. The earth was divided. And the word Peleg actually means in Hebrew divided, but then in Aramaic, it came to mean as the waters flow. So that's one bit of evidence. The other bit of evidence is that you have the deposition of sediments, and then the breakup was after the deposition of the sediments. You have fossils, or dead things in the ground that match up between South America, Australia, Antarctica, and Africa, buried in the ground. And you have living animals that were separated too. One which is the jaguar and the leopard were separated.
Then
the greater Grison and the honey badger and the greater Grison were separated. The aardvark and the African ant bear were separated, and they're living on both continents. Not to mention all the other animals that are unique to South America.
See, atheists used to get me with how the kangaroos get to Australia when I first started online, whatever.
Right. You have Madagascar, Australia.
Oh my God, that's perfect, bro. That's like the perfect excuse. And I never heard about it. I wasn't
the jungle.
I was more, but yeah.
The jungle, man. Dude, you missed the memo from the Smithsonian.
There's one more thing.
No. The earth was not divided.
They rafted.
They surfed across.
I heard
the Atlantic.
Yeah,
that's what happened. That is what happened. I don't care what your Bible says. Okay, they surfed. The monkeys surfed
and dinosaurs.
That's what happened, bro.
Monkeys.
That is what happened.
Duck-billed dinosaurs, rats. What was it? They had. There's like 4. There's also I want to say cats. It's some kind of cat.
Yeah,
they had said
they needed excuse for jaguars and pumas or whatever it is in Africa that they got.
And there's one more bit of evidence besides all the sediment layers, the animals in the sediment layers. There's also the glacial markings that go from south to north in India. And where India is at right now, you can't have glacial markings going from south to north, but you can have it right after the global flood when India was connected to Antarctica, Australia, and Africa and South America.
I have a plan. John, next time you're in a debate and somebody brings any of us, we're talking about people, and we're talking to people, and they say that they bring up the kangaroo issue. Just tell them that they surfed. They surfed on like log mats or something like that. And when they cut it apart and say how ridiculous it is, pull up the paper and say, well, this is how the monkeys got to South America.
Right.
Well, you know what's really funny is I actually did something quasi similar to
You're
that.
funny, Argota.
in the middle of it was a late night, and I forget who it was now. Somebody was talking mad trash. But that was just something that was, a hypothesis from years ago. Like, we don't actually think that anymore. And so I Googled it. And the reason I know that I think
it's happening now.
I want to say it was either June or July of 2020.
2020.
The Smithsonian.
I pulled the article yesterday.
You did? Okay, you did. Okay. And I'm like, this is a double down. They literally are showing, like, this paper is about the new evidence to support the monkey surf hypothesis.
Yeah, the Smithsonian says it happened 30 million years ago, and that they did surf, and that it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't just monkeys. It was duck-billed dinosaurs and rats too, that they all traveled. Now, they had different timelines, of course, for each animal, but that's just the craziest.
Bro, when I heard about
man.
LA, because I was listening to Jungle Jurgen. If you guys haven't subscribed to Jungle Jurgen, please, Jungle, put a link to your channel on the private chat if you can, because man, you were talking about even in our tiles. Like, I remember watching a video of one of your streams where the tiles, they hold fossil records in our tiles because obviously it's got to be pressurized, and that's how tiles. So
the tiles in Orlando Airport.
I've been there many times.
Yeah, the Orlando Airport in Orlando. What do you call it? McCoy. Is it McCoy?
It's the MCO.
Airport, right?
MCO, yeah.
MCO.
Yeah.
So they have marble tiles on the walls and on the ground that have fossils in them, and it's just all you see is fossils. It's all over the place in all all the terminals, all the wings is just fossils all over the place. But it's mostly just sponges and stuff, and some other stuff. Oh, and ammonites. A lot of ammonites and belemnites, if you know what a belemnite is. It's like a squid thing. But they're fossils.
It has a cone. Sorry, Sam.
Yeah,
one that has
it
like
has
a giant cone skull thing on it.
It does have kind of like a shell on it, but it's
Right.
usually it's hard to see. But I have seen them with like a shell or some kind of a casing around them. But they're like a squid-like creature, and they're only like 3 inches long, something like that.
Okay.
Okay.
Man, I heard those things were
Guys,
massive, though.
Seriously, I'm going to bed. I love you, brothers.
Time to go to bed.
Yeah, well, I think it's time to go. I gotta pass out. It's 3 a.m. I let you guys actually go. This actually, when I left, when I said I'll be back in 30 minutes, yeah, that was at 1:30 my time. It is now 2:59 my time. So
Yeah, you lied to us.
Oh, and to
I thought I was
John's
moderating
point,
this debate for 10, 20 minutes or something like that.
and to John's point,
Hey, quick sidebar, guys. So when I left, I went and did some stuff. Like so I checked out Praise's stream, and guess what? Those little bastards were live sniping us. So over on they were having commentary on their stream about our stream. So we are actually actually that impressive that.
If you haven't subscribed to
so I hope they're live
know I'm
sniping right now, and we're just letting them know that we know that their significance and their only way they have any relevance is to be commenting on what we're talking about. That is the key takeaway of the evening.
Was it Praise I Am that I am?
Yeah.
bro.
I'm buddies with him. Like I was giving them a hard time. I hopped on the stream. I was giving them a hard time. I'm like, so what happened?
I'm gonna watch it tomorrow.
It was.
I'm gonna check it out.
I wouldn't watch it because you're not going to learn anything. He goes for 8, 10, 12 hours sometimes. But if you want to go to a place where you want to debate somebody, go to Price's channel. Come to LPP's channel, Smokey Saint. You can always find a good atheist to argue with. But it's they have like 14-hour live streams.
I don't know, man. You can find an atheist to argue with. A good atheist to argue with, that's a little bit harder. But
on the live stream, I'm saying, like, you can.
I know. I'm missing.
That's the many closest I've seen.
They're still going.
Over there, you got, and over here you got a lot of atheists too, bro. So I'm just saying, man, it's if you wanna debate somebody, come on these live streams and go have a debate.
Oh yeah, I mean we have some good times on But I tell you what's really amazing is that
I enjoy talking to Leophilius, bro, because really I think he's very smart. He's just
he's intelligent
brainwashed by the secular scientists that have been brainwashing us since we were born, and
brainwashed.
And that back to the early 1900s and 1800s, they've been giving us all these crazy ideas that we come from fish, and the sun is really far, 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 far away. You really shouldn't be able to see it. The moon.
I always love you, man. It's like, man, you think it fish to fisherman, and then there's like this whole thing with the sun
and rockfish soup.
Rockfish, yeah, that's what they tell us when we're young, that we come from fish and amoebas, and from scum to
rock
humans. It's what's that
Iger.
saying?
Before we go, what does Iger mean? Is that just like a name, or is that like a
when I first
like an acronym or something?
came online, it was about 2018 because I was questioning the first page of the Bible. I myself believe I came from a 14 billion year old nothing explosion, that the Earth cooled down 4.5 billion years ago. It rained on the crust for billions and billions of years. So, the rocks came to life 4 billion years ago. So about 3 or 4 years ago, I started questioning all that because the flat Earth, honestly, it kind of made me question that, like the first page of the Bible, like what I said to you guys earlier. On day 3, the trees were here. On day 2, the Earth was here, and the sun, the moon, and stars weren't here till day 4, according to the first page of the Bible. And so Iger stands for Is God Even Real? Because that's when I made this channel. Originally, I got deleted once. This is my second time going around. Third time's the charm, guys. But I like to talk about end times and the fallen angels. So if you want to subscribe to my channel or shoot me a message, I'm on Instagram and on YouTube. And also on BitChute, because with the whole pandemic, with the virus, a lot of videos getting deleted. Doctors are talking. So I'm saving some videos on BitChute just for future reference. But it's all happening so fast now, I don't even think it matters anymore. I started earlier this year, but yeah, they're gonna have more stuff. Just when you think you're waking up to something, they start throwing more and more stuff to you. You know what I mean? So I don't even think it matters anymore. A lot of people are waking up to the the tests are fake, and some doctors are telling you this is all bull crap or whatever, and the lockdowns are bull crap, and it's all bull crap, guys. It's a one world government trying to take over through the World Health Organization that is run by the United Nations, which is what a lot of end time Christians have been preaching for a long time, that the United Nations are here to bring about this one world government or whatever.
One world government.
Nothing new, bro. Nothing new under the sun. It's just the times we live in, and if you're speaking any truth, you're probably gonna get deleted. But yeah, I'm on Instagram, YouTube, and BitChute, Iger Television, and Iger stands for Is God Even Real? Because 3 years ago, I had to stop and question it because I believe what the secular scientists told me for most of my life.
Hey guys, it's been a pleasure. I'm gonna go to bed.
It is that time. Appreciate everybody. Y'all have a good night. Come back again, and yep, we are out.
Peace.
Bye.
God bless.